With the breath of danger following them, Sumo's convoy drove fast on the winding road in the jungle, as if racing against time. However, there were waves of ambushes ahead, and the enemy had obviously made careful arrangements in an attempt to completely block Sumo and his team in this dangerous area. Everyone stay alert. There is heavy firepower 3 kilometers ahead. We must find a breakthrough. Wang Wu's voice was calm and firm in the intercom. The convoy quickly adjusted its formation and quietly retreated from the main road to a more secret path. However, they soon discovered that this road had long been targeted by enemy snipers, and a deadly light flashed from time to time in the dense forest. The situation is very bad. We have to take a detour. Ning Xuehen's eyes were as sharp as a knife, and he quickly analyzed the situation. There may be more ambushes ahead, but we can't stop. We have to keep going forward, otherwise we will die. At this moment, a loud bang exploded in their ears, followed by a fierce rocket attack from the enemy. The vehicle overturned, and the flames of the explosion burned fiercely, instantly throwing the entire team into chaos. The enemy's firepower was so fierce that it seemed to want to wipe them out in one fell swoop. Everyone get out of the car and walk. Sumo gave an order, and everyone abandoned their cars and walked through the shadows of the jungle. The ground under their feet shook from time to time, and explosions from the distance came one after another. Everyone knew that this was not a simple escape, but a life-and-death struggle. The Morgan family would never let Sumo go easily. Chapter 358. This time, it's dangerous. Sumo stood in front of the window of the villa with a determined look in his eyes. He knew in his heart that his current strength was not enough. Facing a top killer like Matt Morgan, he was far behind. But time is running out, and he must grow up quickly. However, the current situation makes him unable to retreat. This duel is not only about his own life and death, but also about the future of T-Platform and the entire Su family. Gu Huanqi and Li Banzwang seemed worried. They both knew that Sumo's opponent was no ordinary person. Matt Morgan was ranked 20th on the dark web and was by no means an ordinary person. The dark web is a chilling organization that gathers the most dangerous criminals and killers from all over the world. Matt's background is extremely complicated. He is a former spy and well-trained. This duel is destined to be extremely dangerous. However, Matt Morgan did not think Sumo was his opponent. When he received Sumo's letter of challenge, he sneered. Sumo is just an ordinary person, the child of a nouveau riche. How can he dare to compete with him? But Matt is not taking it lightly. He has already arranged for the A-Corps to wait in northern Myanmar. He wants to completely eliminate Sumo and devour his industry. Northern Myanmar, a no-man's land where mercenaries and assassins run rampant, became the most suitable stage for this duel. Sumo knew that if he killed someone in the country, the consequences would be disastrous, so northern Myanmar became his only choice. In the villa, Sumo began high-intensity training, and Wang Wu's Special Forces teammates rushed to fight with him to help him improve his practical experience as much as possible. At the same time, both the Su family and the CF family fell into anxiety because of Sumo's decision. Sumo definitely can't beat him. Why is Sumo so confused? Su Deming couldn't help but become nervous. How foolish. That man is a master. How could Sumo fight him? It's all your fault. Su Hantai stared at Su Deming and Xie Bingyan and scolded. I told you a long time ago that you must persuade him not to be impulsive. Look, they are about to duel now. Did you persuade him or not? You will only kill him by doing this. When Su Deming, Xie Bingyan, and others heard this, their faces turned pale. Su Xuehue asked, why would Sumo agree to such a thing? Doesn't he know that Matt is very powerful? Doesn't he know that he can't beat him? How could he be so confused? Did you send him a message? I sent it, but Gu Huanqi didn't reply to me. They all ignored me. Upon hearing this, Su Hongtai snorted coldly. I told you a long time ago not to overestimate his own abilities. If he does this, he will most likely be killed. Now he has fallen into the trap. I'll go and persuade him again. I'll go there myself. Su Deming said hurriedly. Go quickly. There's still time. Su Hantai yelled at him. Also, ask him to release Bo Han. Bo Han can save him. When Su Deming heard this, he turned around and looked at Su Hongtai deeply. He wanted to say something, but in the end he said nothing and turned and left. Xie Bingyan, you should also contact Xie Zhen, Xie Yun, and the others as soon as possible. If it's too late, I'm afraid no one can be rescued. Let's go to northern Myanmar for a showdown. What are Sumo and the others thinking? Are they looking for death? Su Hantai was angry. Xie Bingyan also took a look, then turned and left. She did inform Xie Yun and Xie Jin. Xie Yun and Xie Jin were also shocked when they heard this. Sumo, how dare he do this? Is Matt Morgan provoking him? Let him fall into a trap. The other party definitely doesn't just want to kill Sumo, but also wants the assets under his name. Northern Myanmar is in danger now. Xie Yun frowned. Chapter 359. I have never been able to kneel since I was a child. When Xie Jin woke up from his coma, his anxiety became stronger. He knew the horror of the Morgan family, especially Matt Morgan. Although he was a special forces soldier, he couldn't even hold out for a few moves in front of Matt. He felt extremely uneasy when he thought that Sumo was going to fight Matt himself. Go and tell Sumo quickly not to fight with him. Wouldn't it be better to cooperate with the Morgan family? If they give up some shares, everyone will be happy. He has more money than he can spend. Xie Jun said anxiously. Others echoed this, and Xie Yun, Xie Bingyan, Su Deming, and others quickly decided to fly back to the capital, racing against time to stop Sumo from making this irreparable mistake. They soon arrived at Sumo's residence. Xie Deming spoke first in an urgent tone. Sumo, do you know the strength of the Morgan family? You can't beat Matt at all. He is a top killer. You will implicate everyone. Yes, you will not only harm yourself, but also destroy the Su family and the Xie family. The Morgan family will not leave any hidden dangers. Su Manny added. Sumo glanced at her calmly, with indifference in his eyes. Xie Jun continued. Sumo, do you understand the current situation? Many families in the country have already cooperated with the Morgan family. They are watching you go to destruction. We have to learn to be tactful and not be so hardline. Euphemistic? Sumo sneered, staring at Xie Jun. Do you think that if I kneel down and beg for mercy and give up some shares, this matter can be resolved? No. The Morgan family's appetite is endless. They will greedily want more until they devour everything I have. The people present looked solemn and the atmosphere was tense. I never understand. If the Morgan family can come to Daxia country to make our money, why can't we make their money? Why should I share the business that I have built with my own efforts with them? Sumo said coldly. Xie Bingyan said coldly. You can't beat Matt at all. If you go to northern Myanmar, you're just looking for death. Sumo's eyes suddenly turned cold. If you came here today just to talk nonsense, then I've heard enough. You can leave now. Xie Jun was anxious. Sumo, we are doing this for your own good. You will only put yourself in a desperate situation if you do this. Sumo sneered. For my own good? You are doing it for your own good. Su Hantai only wants to protect Su Bohan, and Su Deming is afraid of bringing trouble to the Su family. You are just selfish. After the words fell, the whole room fell into silence. Everyone was shocked by the ruthless words. Sumo, if you can't beat Matt, you will really ruin yourself. Su Deming advised with a trembling voice. Su Deming, what was it like when you begged me to let Su Juinja go? Now, you're begging me to give up again. Sumo sneered and shook his head. Since they are all watching the show, waiting to share my property, then I will let them see that my flesh and blood may not be so delicious. Xie Jun's face changed. Sumo, this is too dangerous. You are so stubborn and will only hurt everyone. Sumo responded coldly. Then we'll see. I want to see who will have the last laugh. Xie Jun and Xie Yun looked at each other. Their hearts were gloomy. Xie Yun couldn't help but sigh when he heard it. It seems that it is impossible to make Sumo obey the situation. He couldn't kneel down. He couldn't kneel down since he was a child. Chapter 360 now. We can only move forward step by step. Xie Yun knew that if Sumo was not stopped in time, he would cause a disaster. Although the Xie family's industry might not be directly affected, Sumo's choice would bring huge risks to the entire T platform and might even destroy the results of Xie Yun's hard work. It may not be a big deal if Matt dies, but after killing him, the revenge of the Morgan family will follow. Xie Yun said with a gloomy face. He understands that the huge influence of the T platform has attracted the attention of the world, especially those who covet its voice. Because of this, the elections and politicians' campaigns in the United States are all centered around this platform, and foreign forces will never allow the T platform to continue to be out of their control. Matt Morgan is just the first wave. Even if we kill him, there will be more Matts coming out. Xie Yun continued. This matter cannot be resolved with a simple solution. The only way is cooperation. Xie Yun's words made Xie Deming, Xie Bingyan, and others fall into deep thought. They knew that the T platform not only affected the domestic market, but also had a great impact on the global political situation. If Sumo was not careful, he would be caught in an endless storm. At the same time, Sumo has made up his mind. He flew to northern Myanmar, knowing that this confrontation with Matt Morgan was inevitable. With more than 2 billion users worldwide, the status of the T platform has made it impossible for many countries to ignore it. Sumo knows that his opponent is not just Matt, but represents a more powerful interest group. Even giving up shares will not satisfy them. This struggle is no longer a simple business war. Gu Huanqi and Li Banzwang went along despite Sumo's dissuasion. They knew that Sumo was not someone who would easily compromise, and they could not let him face it all alone. If you are gone, what do we need all this wealth for? Gu Huanqi's words left Sumo speechless. At this time, the capital was also undercurrent. The Jinjueluo family, a declining second-tier family, had been paying close attention to Sumo's actions. He actually dared to go to northern Myanmar. It seems that things are more complicated than we thought. The head of the Jinjueluo family said with narrowed eyes, "We can't act rashly. We have to wait until things have a result before making plans." Although the Jinjueluo family no longer has the glory of the past, they also know that the water in the capital is bottomless, and the only way to survive is to wait for the opportunity. At the same time, some forces began to surge in secret. Any truly powerful family will not let this matter go. Sumo, due to running several platforms, his influence has already reached the second-tier level. If he didn't have any strength and background, he would be completely taken advantage of. D361 Dong, this place is being guarded by someone. On the other side, in a detention center in Shu, Su Bohan was in the detention center, sneering when he learned that Sumo and his team had gone to northern Myanmar. His heart was filled with hatred and indifference. He had long wanted Sumo to be destroyed, and now, all his plans were gradually coming true. The threat from the Morgan family was just the beginning, and Sumo had no chance of escaping safely in the huge capital network. He realized that the real danger was not Matt Morgan, but the more families behind him who were waiting for the opportunity. Once Sumo failed, all his assets would be divided up. At the same time, Sumo and his party have arrived in northern Myanmar. This lawless area is full of chaos and uncertainty, and the struggle between warlords may spread to them at any time. Sumo knows that this battle is not just a showdown with Matt Morgan. He also has to face countless warlords who covet his wealth. Dark web spies, the tentacles of the Morgan family, and even local forces in northern Myanmar are all waiting for him to make a mistake. "We must remain vigilant," Sumo said, his eyes sweeping over Gu Huanqi and Li Banzwang beside him. "This is not a simple duel." Ning Xuehen suddenly interrupted him. "There is someone here who has calmed the situation. We cannot ignore him." "Who?" Gu Huanqi asked curiously. "Mr. Li. He is the leader of this area. He was once an educated youth, but now he controls the overall situation here." Ning Xuehen's tone was full of awe. "We must meet him first and get his support to ensure safety." Sumo nodded. He knew that in such a complicated situation, every detail could determine victory or defeat. In the night, Ning Xuehen took Sumo to Mr. Li's residence. On the way, she whispered, "Mr. Li is not simple. Although he is not a master, he is not far from that step. He relies on strength and wisdom to maintain order in this lawless area. He must not be underestimated." Sumo was a little surprised. Sumo knew very well how powerful Ning Xuehen was. Although Sumo has become stronger after special training, he is very clear that he is still no match for Ning Xuehen. When fighting with Ning Xuehen before, Ning Xuehen didn't use his full strength. He was just trying to deal with him. This person in Hua State was more powerful than her in the past. Ning Xuehen glanced at him, as if he knew what he was thinking, and said he was able to calm down a large group of people in this lawless area, relying on real skills. "Don't underestimate such a hero. Otherwise, the consequences will be serious." "Is he the Grand Master?" "No. At least, he wasn't before." Ning Xuehen shook his head and said, "A true master usually won't take action. If he was a master, then this place wouldn't be so chaotic." "Sumo, you have to remember one thing. A master cannot be insulted." Sumo narrowed his eyes, his expression sharp. "However, even if he is not a master, he is probably not far from becoming a master. Let's go. Let's speed up." Ning Xuehen continued. Chapter 362. "You are so young. Why are you so crazy?" Sumo drove to the center of Hua State. The streets were bustling with people, full of foreign chaos and vitality. There stood an ancient house that resembled the style of a Beijing courtyard, but it looked particularly luxurious, like a royal palace. The soldiers in front of the door were armed with live ammunition and guarded tightly. After a brief negotiation, Ning Xuehen led Sumo into the house. The defense in the old house was extremely tight, with a guard every 3 steps and a sentry every 5 steps. Sumo's heart sank. This mysterious Mr. Li was indeed very powerful. He was an educated youth sent here decades ago. Later, he was unable to return to his country. Instead, he settled in Hua State, was entrusted with important tasks by local tribal leaders, and took control of the entire area. After passing through the tight defense line, the two were led into a lobby. In the lobby, an old man was sitting quietly in a wheelchair with a portrait in front of him. Sumo believed that it was a great figure admired by countless people. After the old man finished burning incense, he slowly turned around, his eyes so sharp that he seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. Ning girl, I didn't expect you to bring people here in person. Mr. Lee said calmly, staring at Sumo as if trying to see through him. This young man doesn't look special. Ning Xuehen clasped his hands together and saluted. Mr. Lee, the main reason we came here this time is to prevent the chaos in Hua State from getting worse. We don't want the situation to get out of control. Mr. Lee sneered. A security team of just a few dozen people. If they want to survive in this lawless area, I'm afraid it's not enough, right? Mr. Lee, you may have underestimated us. Ning Xuehen's tone was calm, but there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. We have 1.3 billion people and millions of troops behind us. If necessary, we don't mind using these forces. Mr. Lee frowned slightly, was silent for a moment, turned his head, and looked at Sumo. Rumor has it that you started from scratch and founded the world-renowned T platform with assets reaching $1 trillion US. I don't believe this story. What is your purpose in coming here? Sumo smiled calmly. I'm not afraid of anyone, Mr. Lee. If you want to test me, I will accompany you to the end. The air froze for a moment, and Mr. Lee's eyes were as sharp as a needle, staring straight at Sumo. However, Ning Xuehen broke the tension. Mr. Lee, if you are willing to mediate, we can bring more benefits to Hua State, not just peace. Benefits? Mr. Lee narrowed his eyes. Sumo smiled. I can promise to invest 10 billion in Hua State within 5 years, which is enough for it to prosper. As long as you are willing to help pacify those warlords. As soon as he finished speaking, the people around him were in an uproar, and even the girl in the blue Chong Sam looked at Sumo in surprise. 10 billion? Mr. Lee muttered to himself, and the disdain on his face gradually faded. He finally smiled, clapped his hands, and said, Very good. Bring us the wine and the food. Let's have a good talk. Chapter 363, cutting off with Sumo. Money is a good thing. For those warlords in northern Myanmar, money can make them move or stop. Although this place seems open, it is poor and chaotic, and almost no businessmen dare to set foot in it. And Sumo's 10 billion investment is an astronomical figure for them. For Sumo, this is not only an investment, but also a layout, a preparation for future unexpected needs. Although Mr. Lee was old, he had a clear mind. He knew that what this place needed most was money. During the banquet, Sumo briefly discussed the conditions, and the two sides hit it off. Afterwards, Sumo whispered to Ning Xuehen, The Morgan family is powerful, and I must build a mercenary team here. There are too many unknown factors in the future world. The expansion of the T platform will only bring more challenges, and northern Myanmar will be an important part of my plan. Ning Xuehen looked into the distance, the corners of her mouth slightly raised. It's not enough to have money alone. You also need enough strength to suppress them. Wealth alone can't suppress the heroes here. Her eyes met with Sumo, and they both understood that the key now was to deal with Matt Morgan. The two returned to the hotel and continued their preparations for the war. At the same time, Matt Morgan also noticed that the warlords in northern Myanmar suddenly stopped their movements. He sneered, Money is really a good thing. Sumo really has some tricks, but he thinks that he can settle everything with money. He is so naive. Boss, should we just go over and kill him? The rockets are ready. One of the men suggested hastily. Matt Morgan frowned and said coldly, No, the team Sumo brought is well trained, and rockets can't be used here. Intelligence shows that Sumo's security team is not only well equipped, but also has snipers. If they act rashly, they may not be able to get out of Hua State. Since he dares to accept the challenge, let me crush him completely in the ring and let everyone see that those who dare to confront the Morgan family will never have a good end. Matt Morgan's voice was filled with a hint of cold, murderous intent. At this time, the troops of the Su family and the Sief family also quietly arrived in northern Myanmar. Their expressions were gloomy, especially Su Manny, who was vaguely angry. He didn't listen to our advice at all. He is arrogant and will die here sooner or later. She gritted her teeth and whispered. Su Deming and Xie Bingyan felt heavy in their hearts when they heard these words. Xie Bingyan looked at the baby next to her and sighed deeply. Perhaps giving up Sumo is our best choice. At the same time, Sumo and Ning Xuehen were ready to go in the hotel. The day of the final battle finally arrived. The ring was set up in the largest underground boxing arena in Hua State. The lights were bright, and the crowds were bustling, waiting for the start of this life and death duel. Chapter 364, I think you talk too much nonsense. Gu Huanqi checked the intelligence with a serious look. Many families at home and abroad have sent people, especially from Southeast Asia. The royal family of Durian country has sent an envoy. The focus is not on Matt Morgan, but on you, Sumo. She turned her eyes to Sumo. They are betting on the future of the T platform, and almost everyone thinks you can't win. How many families are there? Li Banzwang asked. Too many, Gu Huanqi sighed. What they care about is not the game, but whether you can keep the T platform. Sumo smiled slightly and said calmly, Then let them see clearly. Tang Lei was a little surprised. I didn't expect Hua State to be so lively. Even the royal family came. There are scams and traps everywhere here, Gu Huanqi warned. Let's go to the arena. Sumo didn't want to stay any longer and led everyone there quickly. The underground ring was just as the intelligence said, with a lot of people and a bustling crowd. Sumo had already contacted the organizer in advance and banned live broadcast and rebroadcast. His only goal this time was to save Matt Morgan's life. Ning Xuehin patted his shoulder and said, "As long as you play it safe and steady, you will definitely win. But be careful of his hidden weapons. He never plays by the rules." "I know." Sumo nodded calmly. Around the ring, the crowd surged wildly, and the bettors were excited. Sumo knew that most people bet on Matt Morgan to win, and they had no confidence in themselves. But he didn't care. "Here they come," Gu Huanqi reminded in a low voice. Matt Morgan finally showed up, followed by a group of burly boxers. A thunderous shout rang out from outside the arena. "Matt! Matt! You must win!" Matt Morgan's arrogance was obvious. He smiled and waved, enjoying the fanatical admiration of the crowd. The people outside the ring almost placed all their bets on him, and the cheers were deafening. 1 to 16? These odds really look down on me? Gu Huanqi frowned and looked back at Sumo. Sumo smiled easily. "In that case, you might as well bet on me to win and make some money." Gu Huanqi smiled helplessly. "Then I'll try to bet 200,000 or 300,000 yuan." On the field, Matt Morgan had already changed into his boxing gear. He made a provocative gesture towards Sumo and said arrogantly, "Come on out, clown. I'll take good care of you." Sumo looked at Ning Xuehin and Wang Wu calmly. "Be careful. Matt won't just bring these people here." Ning Xuehin nodded in response. "Don't worry." Sumo strode towards the ring, and angry shouts immediately rang out from the audience. "Coward! Coward!" The audience even spat at him, trying to undermine his confidence. "The rules of the game are very simple," the host introduced. "It's a life or death lottery. No referees, no weapons, but all means are allowed. Life or death is determined by fate. Good luck to you too. Matt win! Matt win!" The shouts became louder and louder. Matt Morgan grinned at Sumo and said maliciously, "I've heard of you, the rich man, Sumani's brother. Are you here to seek revenge on me?" Sumo remained silent. Matt Morgan sneered and continued to provoke. "Your sister is my slave, and soon you will be too. Otherwise, give me the T platform and I can spare your life." Sumo raised his eyes and looked at him, his tone cold. "How many punches did you hit Xiejin with?" "Xiejin?" Matt was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Ha, I even forgot his name. Killing him with a pinch is like killing an ant." Sumo responded coldly. "It seems that you talk too much nonsense." Matt's face suddenly changed, and he said gloomily, "Okay, I will make you regret it." The battle was about to break out. Matt Morgan's figure suddenly became as fast as a cheetah, and he accelerated suddenly, rushing towards Sumo like a storm. Matt has received special training since he was a child, and has an amazing speed. I'm afraid Sumo won't be able to block a single move this time. Someone in the audience whispered. Facing Matt's overwhelming momentum, Sumo also felt a sense of oppression in his heart. If it were him a few months ago, he would probably be knocked down by a single blow. But now, everything is different. Chapter 365, Kill This Rich Man. Matt Morgan's fist hit Sumo fiercely, but in Sumo's eyes, everything seemed to slow down. He tilted his head slightly, and Matt's fist brushed his cheek. He actually dodged it? The audience was shocked. This guy is so lucky, but he won't be so lucky with the next punch. Matt sneered, and then punched wildly, hitting Sumo's head like raindrops. Sumo calmly raised his hand and used his arm to block the continuous attacks. Bang, 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 the fist hit Sumo's arm, making a dull sound. The audience gradually became excited, and the hatred of the rich spread in the air. "He won't hold out much longer," someone shouted. However, Sumo remained calm while enduring the violent attack. He quickly assessed Matt's strength and speed, waiting for the best time to counterattack. Matt's attack was fierce, and each punch was enough to knock down an elephant. But Sumo always defended steadily without any panic. Finally, Matt's physical strength was a little exhausted, and the frequency of his punches slowed down for a moment. At this moment, Sumo saw the opportunity and suddenly punched out, hitting Matt's face. "You dare to fight back?" Matt suddenly turned his head to avoid the punch, and then threw an uppercut at Sumo's chin. If this punch hit, Sumo would definitely fall to the ground with blood spurting out of his mouth. "He's finished this time," someone in the audience shouted excitedly. However, Sumo suddenly leaned back and avoided the fatal blow. Matt Morgan was slightly stunned. He did not expect Sumo to dodge so flexibly. At this time, Sumo had already fully understood the opponent's strength. He looked at Matt coldly, his heart was calm, but Matt was a little uneasy. "You talk too much nonsense," Sumo said softly. "Looking for death?" Matt roared, launching another fierce attack. This time, his speed and strength were faster than before. His fists were like a gust of wind, and his kicks were like whips, attacking in succession. His fists hit Sumo's face, and his legs swept towards his lower body, trying to knock him to the ground. But Sumo did not retreat this time, but seized Matt's weakness and suddenly punched. It was just one punch, but it was more than twice as fast as Matt's punch. Bang! Sumo's fist hit Matt's face hard, and the latter was knocked dizzy. Then, Sumo punched again, this time aiming at Matt's chest. Matt tried to block the punch with both hands in fear, but the overwhelming force broke through his defense and hit him hard on the chest. Boom! With a loud bang, Matt Morgan was knocked away like a kite with a broken string, hit the rope of the ring, and bounced back, blood spurting out like rain. The audience fell silent instantly, and everyone was stunned. The arrogant dark webmaster was beaten so badly that he had no power to fight back. This is impossible. Matt Morgan struggled to get up from the ground, his hands trembling and blood still spitting out of his mouth. His eyes were full of fear and unwillingness, but it was too late. Sumo had gathered his strength again and punched him right in the head. Bang! Matt Morgan didn't even have time to shout out his last cry before he fell completely on the ring, without any power to resist. Chapter 366. Severing Relations. At the Su family's ancestral home in Shuzhou, a family meeting was underway with a depressing atmosphere. Several leaders of the Su family, Su Hongtai, Su Daming, Su Dahai, and several cousins who had rushed back from Chongqing, were sitting around the table with solemn expressions. Su Hongtai cleared his throat, his eyes swept across everyone's faces, and he slowly said, "The purpose of this meeting is very clear. We must expel Su Mo from the Su family. No matter how great his career has been, now he has become a threat to our Su family. He has offended the Morgan family. If we don't draw a clear line with him, the entire Su family will be in crisis." Su Dahai frowned and retorted, "Sumo did offend the Morgan family, but his talent and achievements cannot be ignored. Do Bohan and Nkong have half of his ability? Isn't it too early to cut off the relationship now?" Su Hongtai's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he said in a deep voice, "Third brother, I've looked for Su Mo many times, trying to give him a chance to return to the family, but he doesn't even want to see me. He doesn't recognize me as his grandfather. Bohan was arrested because of him, and Kong died in his hands. How can we cooperate?" Su Dahai refused to give in and continued to argue. "We need to unite with Su Mo and overcome the difficulties together. Su Mo has great potential, and the Su family can use this to climb into a higher circle. You have no way to resolve the threat from the Morgan family, and neither can Su Mo." Su Hongtai angrily slammed the table. "Now vote by raising your hands. Those who agree to expel Su Mo from the Su family, raise your hands, and those who disagree, keep silent." Su Dahai looked around, feeling anxious, but the facts before him made him powerless to refute. Many leaders raised their hands without hesitation. Finally, Su Hongtai announced coldly, "Very good. The genealogy will be revised immediately, and a statement will be issued to the public that Su Mo is no longer a member of the Su family." Su Dahai sighed heavily. He knew Su Hongtai's decision was ruthless, but he was powerless to change anything. The relationship between Su Mo and the Su family seemed to have come to an end. At the same time, in the Xie family in the capital, Xiejun and Xieyun also received the news. The Su family has held a meeting and officially expelled Su Mo from the family. Xieyun put down the documents in his hand with a gloomy expression. "What about the Xie family? What should we do?" Xiejun was furious and stared at his brother. Xieyun hesitated for a moment and whispered, "The old man does not agree to sever ties with Su Mo for the time being, but the pressure within the family is increasing, especially the eldest uncle. He has proposed to follow the example of the Su family and issue a statement to draw a clear line with Su Mo." Xiejun was immediately furious, slamming his fist on the table, his voice trembling. "Su Mo is the grandson of the Xie family. How could Uncle do this? He is also a member of the family." Xieyun shook his head helplessly. "Uncle is not targeting Su Mo. It's just that the enemy he offended this time is too powerful. We can't withstand the power behind the Morgan family at all, and everyone in the family is afraid of being implicated." "Damn it!" Xiejun gritted his teeth, anger and powerlessness surging in his heart. Chapter 367. Da Xiao people Su Mo? How dare you? The conflict within the Xie family is getting more and more intense. Xie Dating is unwilling to distance himself from Su Mo, as he knows that once the family issues a statement, the relationship will be irreparable. However, the Xie family is not ruled by him alone, and the differences of opinion within the family are growing. You have to know that once the statement is issued, Su Mo will have nothing to do with us at all. Xiejun's face was full of anger, and he firmly opposed this approach. Xieyun responded calmly, "I know this is difficult, but you also know that Su Mo has long lost trust in our family. The old man went to him many times, but he didn't even give him a good look. That's all the more reason why we should work hard to repair our relationship," Xiejun said loudly. "Not to hurt him, not to cut off all contact." Xieyun shook his head helplessly. "We thought about it, but it's too late to undo what happened. He has never forgotten the hurt he suffered in his childhood. In particular, he saw Xie Bingyin's indifference towards him. His feelings for the Xie family have long been broken. Xie Zhen angrily slammed the table. Our Xie family should not follow the Su family into this dead end. Sumo never thought of hurting us. Why should we treat him like this? Xie Yun said helplessly. It's useless for you to object. The family meeting has already decided. Although the old man is unwilling, this is not a decision that can be made by one person. The general trend is that the family needs to protect itself. Xie Zhen was furious and turned away, his heart filled with indignation. At the same time, in the ring, the battle between Matt Morgan and Su Mo entered a fierce stage. Su Mo gradually figured out the opponent's strength, and his strength far exceeded Matt's. Bang! A heavy punch hit Matt Morgan's head directly, blood splattered. The audience was dumbfounded and unbelievable. He hit Matt? That's impossible. However, Sumo did not give the opponent any chance to breathe. He approached quickly like lightning, and with 3 consecutive punches, Matt flew out of the ring and hit the ropes, his body covered in blood. Matt escaped, someone exclaimed. Matt saw this and took the opportunity to jump off the ring and fled towards the exit in a panic. Sumo had expected this and quickly chased after him. Matt was definitely not the kind of person who would fight to the death. He knew Matt's character and knew that he would definitely run away if the situation was unfavorable. As Sumo approached, Matt suddenly threw out a hidden flying knife, which slashed across Sumo's cheek. Sumo dodged in time, but this move completely angered him. He rushed forward at an accelerated speed, ignoring any counterattack from Matt. Stop! Several people suddenly rushed onto the ring, trying to stop Sumo from continuing to attack Matt. Sumo ignored him completely and punched out like thunder, knocking the 2 people who were blocking his way away. Matt Morgan watched Sumo approaching, his face pale and panicked. You can't kill me. I'm from the Morgan family. If you kill me, you will ruin yourself. Matt was so scared that his voice trembled and he wanted to beg for mercy. A life and death sign. Life and death are determined by fate. Sumo responded coldly, not moved at all, punching Matt one after another like a storm. Bang! As the last punch landed, Matt Morgan's head was almost smashed into the ground. Blood splattered everywhere, and there was silence on the ring. The crowd of onlookers surrounded the ring angrily, but Ning Xuehen glanced around coldly and said calmly, once you enter the ring, be prepared to die. Who doesn't accept the life and death lottery? Chapter 368, Give Up. Let's start over again. You are? Someone in the crowd suddenly recognized Ning Xuehen, his tone full of shock. Stop it. An old voice broke the tense atmosphere. Everyone turned around and saw a young girl pushing an old man out slowly. Who else could it be but Mr. Lee from Lost State? There was a group of people following him. Mr. Lee looked around the room. His eyes fell on the body of Matt Morgan on the ground, his expression calm. Since it is a life and death lottery, then life and death are up to fate. Matt Morgan, if you lose, no matter who it is, no one can change this. Mr. Lee, he killed Matt Morgan. The Morgan family will definitely not let it go. A middle-aged man stood up and said seriously, we can't offend the Morgan family because of this. Another person also stood up and echoed, Lost State cannot fight against the Morgan family. The best way is to hand Sumo over to the Morgan family and ask for forgiveness. Mr. Lee glanced at everyone coldly, his tone calm but full of authority. Do you all think this is the only way? It must be done, Mr. Lee, the middle-aged man said firmly. Everyone nodded in agreement, and the scene was tense and chaotic. Mr. Lee sighed, his tone slightly sinking. Although the Morgan family is powerful, don't forget that Mr. Sumo is from the Great Xia Kingdom. As soon as he finished speaking, the scene suddenly became quiet. What? Everyone obviously didn't expect Sumo's background to be so strong. Mr. Lee continued, compared to the Morgan family, the Great Xia Kingdom behind us is more worthy of fear. What's more, Sumo is not an ordinary person. He is a wealthy man in the Great Xia Kingdom. This time, Matt Morgan signed a life and death agreement, and the Morgan family has no right to interfere. The middle-aged people looked at each other in a solemn atmosphere, but no one dared to act rashly. You guys go, Mr. Lee nodded to Sumo. However, the Morgan family's wrath may catch up with you soon, so you'd better be prepared. Sumo saluted with his fists, and Ning Xuehen also said respectfully, Mr. Lee is wise. As the crowd gradually dispersed and Sumo and his group left the arena, the atmosphere eased a little. After returning to the hotel, Ning Xuehen immediately said, pack up now, we'll return home right away. Gu Huanxi asked worriedly, will they really hunt us down? Don't forget, the Morgan family still has troops here. We have to speed up. Ning Xuen's face was serious. Sumo also realized the seriousness of the situation and said in a deep voice, everyone, get ready and get to the checkpoint as soon as possible. At the same time, on the other side, Su Deming, Xia Bingyan, and others also received the news in the hotel. Besides being shocked, they were more silent and helpless. Sumo was expelled from the Su family, and the family tree was revised to no longer recognize him as a member of the Su family. Su Deming said in a low voice while holding his mobile phone. He had always hoped that Su Mo could return to the Su family and take up the banner of the family, but reality ruthlessly shattered his hopes. This is eldest brother's arrangement. He has long wanted to stop Su Mo's thoughts. Su Xuehui sighed, as if she had anticipated all this. On the other hand, similar news came from the Xie family. Xie Bingyan and Su Wanting received the voting results of the Xie family, and the family also decided to give up contact with Su Mo. We have to do this. The person Su Mo offended is too powerful, Xie Wanting said with difficulty, as if trying to convince herself. Xie Bingyan didn't say anything. Her eyes were full of helplessness and confusion. Mom, we need to start over. What happened to Su Mo is over. Continuing to dwell on it will only make us miss out on the future. Su Wanting advised. Everyone present fell silent. Everyone knew what this meant, but they were powerless to change the reality. At this time, Sumo's convoy was already on the way to the pass. Intelligence showed that the enemy might have prepared heavy weapons, and the situation was tense. Chapter 369. Crazy Journey Back Home. The convoy moved forward quickly, and the sudden ambush in the dense forest made the atmosphere tense in an instant. Although Matt Morgan was dead, he had already laid a retreat for himself. The Morgan family's mercenaries, well-trained and well-equipped, were ready to launch a fatal attack on Su Mo at any time. With a roar, the leader's vehicle was directly hit by a rocket, and the convoy fell into chaos. Wang Wu decisively ordered, "Everyone retreat 3 kilometers and take a detour. Don't fight head-on." While commanding the troops to retreat, he sent people to rescue. This road, winding through dense forests, was rugged and uneven. What was even more dangerous was that the enemy had set up ambush points everywhere, blocking all of Sumo's routes. Every attempt to break out was blocked, and the firepower of rockets and heavy machine guns caused the convoy to continue to lose members. Every exchange of fire was a life-and-death struggle. Their number far exceeds our expectations. There are at least thousands of them, Wang Wu analyzed with a serious face. Thousands of people? Li Banzwang exclaimed in disbelief. The weapons in their hands are no less powerful than those of regular troops. We must not confront them head-on, Wang Wu said quickly. At this time, Ning Xuehen received a message from Mr. Li. She took a look and said in a deep voice, Mr. Li said that he can only stabilize the east and can't help with other places. Then break out from the east. Su Mo commanded without hesitation, his eyes stern. Just as they were preparing to continue their breakout, Li Banzwang suddenly spoke hesitantly. Su Mo, there's a piece of news. You might want to hear it. What news? Su Mo glanced at her. The Su family in Shu has issued a statement announcing that they will sever ties with you. Li Banzwang's voice was low, and Gu Huanxi and Tang Lei were shocked when they heard it. Where is the Xie family in Beijing? Gu Huanxi asked anxiously. The same goes for the Xie family. Xie Tianlin issued a statement personally. They have announced to the public that they will cut off all ties with you. Li Banzwang continued, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Sever ties. Su Mo was silent for a moment, as if he didn't take the matter to heart at all. He turned his eyes back to the battle and calmly ordered, break through the encirclement and go home. Although the words were understated, Su Mo's inner pain had already burned like a flame. He had been seeking recognition from his family and longing for the warmth of family affection. However, when his family finally chose to cut off all contact with him at his most dangerous moment, the deep loneliness and despair made him feel his heart plummet. The convoy continued to shuttle through the hail of bullets, and the enemy ambushes became more and more frequent. In the woods in the distance, the mercenaries kept shooting at them, and the vehicles were hit one after another. Finally, under the command of Wang Wu, the convoy broke through the blockade and drove rapidly towards the Qingxiu Pass of Daxia. This group of people are the Arctic Fox Corps, the famous mercenaries of the ugly country, Wang Wu said in a deep voice. Arctic Fox? The army of the ugly country. Gu Huanxi's face changed drastically. Yes, this group of people is extremely powerful, but they only brought a few elites, and most of them are militia. Fortunately, we have reached the checkpoint and are safe. Wang Wu sighed, and the convoy finally drove into the territory of Daxia. Su Mo looked back at the checkpoint behind him, his eyes cold. He knew that returning home did not mean the end of everything, and the Morgan family's revenge was just beginning. What made him even more heartbroken was that the family he cared about the most chose to abandon him completely at this moment. The convoy passed the checkpoint, and Su Mo did not look back. In his heart, everything had been frozen in the sound of the gunshot. Chapter 370, The Struggle, has begun. Su Mo was abandoned by his family again, and it seemed like a replay of his childhood nightmare. He was ignored back then, and now, both the Su family in Shuzhong and the Xie family in Beijing have pushed him to the forefront with their announcements of severing ties. However, Su Mo has no time to think about these betrayals, because he is now facing a greater threat, a deadly pursuit from the Morgan family. On the way back to Daxia, the convoy encountered an ambush. The mercenaries' rockets suddenly attacked. The first car was blown up, and everyone quickly retreated. The mountain road was difficult to travel. There was a blockade in front and pursuers behind. Wang Wu ordered a detour. Although the wounded were successfully rescued, the team had serious casualties, and the situation became increasingly tense. "We're being surrounded. There are at least 1,000 of them, all well-trained mercenaries." Wang Wu's voice was low and urgent. Ning Xuan quickly contacted Mr. Li in Hua State and tried to seek help. Mr. Li agreed to help stabilize the situation, but he was temporarily unable to do anything else. Faced with this situation, Sumo had no expression on his face and just coldly ordered, "Go ahead, everyone stay alert." At this critical moment, Li Banzwang suddenly mentioned a piece of news that could not be ignored. The Su family in Shuzhong and the Xie family in Beijing simultaneously announced that Sumo was no longer a member of their family. This news was like adding insult to injury, as if it had dealt him another heavy blow at a time when he was already at the critical moment of life and death. "Break ties?" Sumo responded calmly, as if he had expected all this. He did not have any emotional fluctuations and continued to direct the convoy forward. After passing through a hail of bullets, Sumo's team finally arrived at the border of Daxia. After experiencing life and death and suffering heavy casualties, Sumo looked at the security team around him with cold eyes. He knew that there would be more dangers on the road ahead. At the same time, the Morgan family and wealthy forces around the world are paying attention to the name Sumo. The news of the killing of Matt Morgan quickly spread around the world, causing people to re-examine this young man who was once despised. The outside world has mixed reactions to the choices made by the Su and Xie families. Some people laugh at their short-sightedness, while others think their choices are wise. In this huge vortex, Sumo did not stop. As soon as the call was connected, he said to Mr. Li calmly and firmly, "Whether it is money or other support, I will give it to you, but you must ensure that Wastate is used by me." Mr. Li was silent for a moment and replied, "Your proposal is dangerous, but if you can really make sure everyone here has enough food, I will consider cooperating with you." Sumo's eyes became more determined. Building a team of his own was his only way out now. Chapter 371, This Person Never Existed. After Sumo finished his discussion with Mr. Li, the turmoil in his heart had not subsided. The situation in northern Myanmar was complicated, and he knew it was not easy to gain a foothold here. However, in order to survive and develop, he had to bite the bullet and move forward. "Wang Wu, take good care of those injured brothers. Money is not a problem." Sumo's voice was a little tired, but more determined. Wang Wu nodded. "Mr. Su, are you really determined to do something big in northern Myanmar?" "Yes, at this point, we have no choice," Sumo said calmly. Wang Wu sighed. "Northern Myanmar is complicated. It is easy to form a team, but difficult to manage. Loyalty is the biggest challenge." Sumo pondered for a moment and said, "We will send people over for training, and I will personally supervise it to ensure that everything goes well." Just when everyone was on edge for the impending storm, news from the country was like a heavy punch to Sumo's chest. The Su family in Shu and the Xie family in Beijing issued statements at the same time, severing ties with him. This family, which had caused him countless pains, finally chose to abandon him completely. Rumors about Sumo spread like wildfire on the internet, with some saying he was arrogant and cruel, and even suggesting he had arranged for his mother to get into a car accident. Rumors spread and attacks followed. Sumo, this wealthy man, is nothing but a dehumanizing monster. Such comments can be seen everywhere on the internet. Gu Huanxi and Li Banzwang looked at the news and did not dare to tell Sumo, for fear of hurting his already broken heart again. Su Deming's family is also discussing all this. Although Su Deming is unwilling to believe that all this is irreversible, facing the family's decision, he is powerless to change it. "Dad, give up on him. It's time for us to start a new life," Su Mani said coldly, as if the pain and hatred of the past few years had turned into a sharp blade, stabbing her former brother. "But he is your brother after all?" Su Deming struggled internally, his voice full of pain and helplessness. "He doesn't consider us family at all." Su Mani sneered. "He destroyed everything we have. Starting over is the only way out." Su Deming sighed, feeling pain in his heart. The past mistakes could not be undone, and would Sumo's already cold heart be warmed again by the old affection? At this time, Sumo's convoy had already set off to return to Daxia. Facing the enemy's ambush and his family's betrayal, his eyes were as cold as iron. "Keep moving forward, don't look back." Chapter 372, Just give up on them? Su Mani stood in front of the window, looking in the direction of the Su family, with a sneer on her face. Everything that happened to the Su family over the years was because of Sumo. If he didn't go home, Su Juinja wouldn't die, and her legs wouldn't be broken alive. Now, the family finally made the decision she had always dreamed of and completely expelled this cold-blooded guy from the family. She immediately ordered her secretary, Find someone to make a few short videos to expose Sumo's ugly face and explain his cruelty to the Su family. Not only did he kill his own brother, he also forced his biological mother, Xie Bingyan, to jump off a building and commit suicide, and even sent his uncle to prison. He is so heartless and ungrateful, and he must pay the price for this kind of person. The secretary nodded and left. Su Mani felt happy, as if she had gotten revenge. She knew that with Sumo's short video platform, these rumors would soon ferment and arouse a wave of criticism. This cold-blooded animal couldn't escape this time. However, on the other side, Sumo was completely unaware. After returning to China, he plunged into the company and dealt with the piles of affairs. The lighting factory was developing rapidly, and he needed to ensure that all work went smoothly. Just as he was concentrating on his work, Gu Huanqi walked into his office, quietly with a cup of tea in her hand. Sumo, the matter between the Su family and the Xie family. We need to talk about it. There was a hint of hesitation in her tone. Sumo frowned. A hint of impatience flashed in his eyes. He knew that the family news had spread, but he didn't want to face those complicated emotional entanglements again. There's nothing to talk about these things. We still have a lot of work to do. He responded coldly. Gu Huanqi refused to let go. She held his hand tightly with tears in her eyes. Sumo, you were so happy back then that you finally found a home. But now, they only bring you hurt. Sumo turned his head and looked out the window. The pain in his heart surged like a tide. Gu Huanqi's voice was gentle but firm. I know that all this is too heavy for you. But Sumo, you have to understand that they are no longer worth your nostalgia. Whether it is the Su family or the Xie family, their decisions are not important. What really matters are those of us who have always been by your side. She gently stroked the back of Sumo's hand, her voice becoming softer. Sumo, let it go. Give up on them. You have given so much for them, and they hurt you again and again. Sumo was silent for a long time, his hands trembling slightly. He no longer concealed the pain in his heart, and finally whispered, maybe you are right, it's time to let go. Chapter 373, all the responsibility lies with him. Gu Huanqi tightly grasped Sumo's hand. The tears in her eyes could not hide the worry in her heart. Sumo, let it go really, let's let them go, and let ourselves go. Sumo was silent for a moment. A hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. He turned around and poured a cup of tea, sipping it slowly. Gu Huanqi continued. Wang Wu told me that you have mobilized everyone, even the people in the pension group, to investigate the Su and Xie families. Why? They have already treated you like this. Why should we continue to fight? Sumo remained silent, but the teacup in his hand shook slightly. Do you want to thoroughly investigate them? Gu Huanqi's voice was filled with tears. I know you don't care about money, but do you really want to go down this path? They're no longer worth it. Sumo put down the teacup and took a deep breath. Huanqi, you don't understand. It's never enough. The Su family and the Xie family, what they did is far from worth letting go. I want to let them know that I haven't lost. Gu Huanqi burst into tears and grabbed Sumo's hand. You don't have to be like this. I don't ask you to forgive them, but for your own sake and for ours, don't get stuck in this quagmire anymore. Sumo's voice came coldly. No, Huanqi, they must pay the price. I will personally make them understand who they have offended. Gu Huanqi's heart was broken. She knew that the wound deep in Sumo's heart had never healed. Sumo, they are not your everything. We are your home. Having us is enough for you. Sumo sighed softly and patted her back. I know you are worried about me, but there are things I must do. I want them to pay a price they never expected. Gu Huanqi looked at him helplessly and finally chose to remain silent. She knew that no matter how she persuaded him, Sumo had already made his decision. Meanwhile, the storm outside has quietly arrived. On social platforms, Sumo's scandals continue to ferment, and public opinion is overwhelming. The video ruthlessly exposes his crimes, forcing his brother to death, killing his mother, destroying his family, and even bankrupting his sister. Everything is portrayed as cold and ruthless. People roared angrily in the comment section, and Sumo became the spokesperson for all the guilt. Xiejun looked at the video on the screen, his face full of shock. He immediately called Xieyun. Brother, who is behind this? They don't know the truth at all. This news will drive Sumo crazy. Xieyun said calmly. Those things are indeed true. Sumo did these things, and no one wronged him. But you don't understand. Xiejun almost yelled. Sumo won't let anyone manipulate him. He will definitely take revenge, and no one will be able to escape. Xieyun fell silent, and countless comments about Sumo kept appearing on the screen. Chapter 374, I won't wait for him to attack the Su family. Sumo's career is at its peak, but the situation he is in is becoming more and more complicated. There is a conspiracy quietly unfolding behind him, and his enemies are not only from domestic but also from foreign powerful forces. Xiejun was worried and tried to dissuade his family from becoming an enemy of Sumo, but found that it was too late. The Su family had already decided to cut off their relationship with Sumo. Xie calmly said that this was the only way to save the Xie family. Facing Su Mo, who had been abandoned by his family, Xie was heartbroken, but he also understood that Sumo's current fate had already parted ways with the Xie family. At the same time, another rival of Su Mo surfaced, Su Ange, the second son of the Su family, who was praised as a genius better than Su Mo. When he learned the cause of his brother Su on Kong's death, the flame of revenge ignited in his cold heart. He hurried back from Europe and took over the affairs of the Su family, intending to stabilize the family while quietly making plans to prepare for a battle with Su Mo. Su Ange was calm and decisive. His return quickly stabilized the turbulent Su family. While maintaining peace on the surface, he secretly retrieved all of Su Mo's information, determined to strike first before the other party noticed. Su Mo wants to destroy the Su family. I will never stand idly by, he said to Su Daming, with murderous intent in his eyes. Su Mo, on the other hand, had obviously sensed a hint of danger. The Morgan family's assassination list had appeared in the country, and several top assassins had entered Daxia. Su Mo's intuition told him that a turbulent undercurrent was approaching. Li Banzwang urgently informed him that many suspicious foreigners had entered the country under the guise of tourism and were targeting him. The Morgan family acted too quickly. She reminded Su Mo not to leave the country for the time being, in case of any accidents. Facing the impending danger, Su Mo chose to be patient for the time being. Although he was not afraid of danger, he could not let the people around him get hurt. Especially in several missions, some of his bodyguards had been injured, which made him more vigilant. He whispered, "Let everyone stay alert and see if they dare to enter the capital." As the situation became increasingly tense, Su Mo realized that this was not just a battle for commercial interests, but also an invisible battle of life and death. No matter whether it is Su Ange's long-planned conspiracy or the Morgan family's secret murderous intention, he must fight his way out of this conspiracy and bloody battle. Chapter 375 Apologize? The fourth daughter of the Su family? Apologize? Sumo's life has been shrouded in a haze recently. Although he has been practicing boxing madly, trying to reach the point where he can dodge or even catch bullets, he knows that all this is still far from reality. At present, masters like Ning Xuan can only dodge bullets, not catch them. The more he trains, the more Su Mo can feel the gap between himself and those truly top masters. At the same time, Li Banzwang handed over an investigation report on Su Bohan. The investigation team has found some solid evidence that Su Bohan embezzled 30 million yuan of public funds from Shuzhong Energy Company 6 years ago. In addition, he also used the Su family's connections to contract a lot of business, involving huge interests and possibly hundreds of millions of dollars. Su Mo quickly glanced through the information and nodded calmly. Continue to push the investigation forward. Since the evidence is conclusive, we must let the people above handle it impartially. We can't let these crimes go easily. Li Banzwang agreed. Okay. In addition, Shuzhong recently held an economic development discussion meeting. We are on the invitation list, and the Su family will also attend. Su Mo sneered and said, "That's perfect. We can hand these materials to them in person and have a good chat." At this moment, the secretary suddenly knocked on the door and announced that a woman named Su Pundi was waiting for him downstairs. This name made Su Mo stunned. Hadn't she been sent to prison by him a long time ago? Her appearance was obviously not a good thing. "Let her come up. I want to see what trick she has," Su Mo said coldly. A few minutes later, Su Pundi walked into the office. Unlike a few years ago, her temperament was much calmer, her skin was fairer, and she looked more stable. But Su Mo was not fooled by her appearance, and said coldly, "It seems that you have a good life in prison. Did Deming give you a lot of money to make you worry-free about food and clothing?" Su Pundi's expression changed slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. She stood there, looking at the pile of documents on Su Mo's desk with a complicated expression. "I came to apologize," she whispered. Su Mo seemed to have heard a huge joke. "Apologize? You? The fourth daughter of the Su family?" Su Pundi took a deep breath and said with difficulty, "It was my fault for what happened before. I'm sorry." After hearing this, Su Mo's eyes flashed with contempt. "Stop talking. I don't need your apology. You better hope that I'm busy because once I have free time, I might send all of you in." Su Pundi knew that she was in a difficult situation, so she had to continue to bite the bullet and said, "I didn't mean to do that." About the dog. This sentence made Su Mo's sneer more obvious. "Oh, do you think that you can wash away the things you have done by not doing it on purpose?" Su Pundi's face turned paler and paler. She wanted to explain, but was interrupted by Su Mo. "If you are really sincere, then go and apologize to the dogs in my company. After all, don't you Su family always like to play with me like a dog?" Forced to recall the humiliation of the past, Su Pundi could only say more humbly, "I'm sorry, Su Mo. I really know I was wrong." Su Mo stood up and stared at her coldly. "Everyone in the Su family should pay the price for what you have done to me. Your doomsday has just begun." Before she finished speaking, Su Mo no longer paid attention to her and directly picked up the documents on the table. This conversation made him more determined to completely uproot the Su family. Chapter 376, for example. I'm upset. If Su Pundi still had the same temper as before, she would have cursed at Sumo's ridicule. In the past, she never thought she had done anything wrong. Sumo, as a man, what's the big deal about being wronged? She didn't even think it was a problem to force him to apologize to the dog. In her eyes, the dog was her baby, and Sumo frightened it, so of course he should apologize to it. However, several years in prison made her re-examine everything. Sumo had never been truly accepted, and her previous actions had invisibly deepened his resentment towards the Su family. She finally realized that those little things in the past were actually deep hurts to Sumo. We don't mention Juinja's name at home anymore, Su Pundi said in a low voice, sounding particularly helpless. Hearing this, Sumo sneered. Oh, don't mention it anymore? But back then in the police station, Su Deming's performance was really brilliant. He said sarcastically. Su Pundi sighed. You know we regret it. Sumo's smile deepened, with a hint of contempt. Regret? Do you really regret it? Or are you pretending to regret it? You didn't come to see me today just for this, did you? Su Pundi felt disappointed, knowing that he had completely lost trust in them. But she had other purposes. We once went to Wa State in northern Myanmar and saw your fight with Matt Morgan with our own eyes. It was more shocking than we expected. I came here to find out how strong you are now. Oh. Sumo raised his eyebrows slightly, with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. That time in the villa, Matt Morgan attempted to do something bad to my third sister. He had originally promised to help her enter the Oscars, but he had other ideas. Fortunately, my second uncle arrived in time, recalled Su Pundi. Hearing this, Sumo's eyes flickered as he looked at her carefully. She had indeed changed, with fair skin and bright and clear eyes, completely different from the uninhibited Su Pundi before. I didn't know Su Manny was almost raped. Come to think of it, she is quite pretty, Sumo said lightly, as if he didn't care at all. I came here hoping that you would not use these powers against your family, Su Pundi said anxiously, obviously afraid of Sumo's revenge. Now the Su family and the CF family have completely severed their relationship with him, and she knows that once Sumo's power explodes, the consequences will be disastrous. Hearing this, Sumo couldn't help but laugh. You are so naive. Do you think coming here to talk about this today will change anything? I know you hate them, but this may be the best choice. Haven't you always wanted to get rid of the Su family? This situation now just meets your wish. Su Pundi explained bitterly. It's exactly what I want. Sumo admitted frankly, with a dangerous gleam in his eyes. But the problem is I'm very unhappy. Su Pundi's face turned pale instantly. I'm not happy that they live too comfortably. Sumo sneered. If they live too comfortably, then I'm not happy. Isn't it good for everyone to be happy? Su Pundi felt a chill spreading from the bottom of her heart. Although she knew that Sumo was no longer the same person he was back then, his coldness at this moment made her even more frightened. Isn't it good for everyone to be happy? She asked tentatively, as if looking for a glimmer of hope. For me, it's not good, Sumo said bluntly, with a hint of cold mockery in his eyes. At least, I don't want to see them happy. It makes me sick. Su Pundi's face became paler and paler, and she realized that she was completely powerless to change Sumo's determination. Since you came here today, without a temper, I don't mind talking to you calmly, Sumo said calmly, and then he sorted out the documents on the table. But you'd better go back and tell Su Hontai and the others not to be too happy too soon. They are afraid of the Morgan family and other forces, but they are not afraid of me. This makes me very unhappy. Sumo smiled coldly. You can tell them that they should be very, very afraid of me, so afraid that their legs will go weak or even wet their pants when they see me. Otherwise, it means that I have not done what I should have done. When Su Pundi heard this, she was filled with fear. Every word Sumo said was filled with cold, murderous intent. You came here today to ask how powerful I am, but there's actually no need. I am beyond your imagination. Sumo leaned back in his chair and said calmly, if they don't pee their pants when they see me, then it's my fault, and I won't allow myself to make mistakes. This sentence made Pan D fall into despair. She recalled that when Sumo had nothing, he resolutely left the Su family and left without looking back. He left for 7 or 8 years. Xie Bingyan jumped off the building. Su Juinja was forced to commit suicide, and Su Ankang died. Sumo never showed mercy. He was ruthless and showed no mercy in every step. Now, Sumo's power is even stronger, and his desire for revenge is even more cruel. When dealing with the Su and Xie families, he will obviously no longer be bound by any emotions. Go away. You still have some time to prepare before I lose my temper. Sumo coldly ordered them to leave. Apologize? No need. If you really want to make me happy, you might as well take a knife and cut your throat. I'll be happier that way. Su Pundi almost froze. Sumo's words were like a sharp blade, cutting into her heart. She knew that every word he said was true, and if she really did this, Sumo would not only not feel guilty, but would be in a good mood. because Sumo's hatred for them can no longer be healed by time. She turned away helplessly. As she walked out of the office, Sumo's cold voice still came from behind her. Go tell them, don't be too happy too soon. When she walked out of the building, Gu Huanqi and Li Banzwang were standing outside the door. Looking at her embarrassed appearance, they had already guessed the result in their hearts. It seems that Su Laosi did not get the result she wanted. Li Banzwang chuckled with a hint of sarcasm in her eyes. Gu Huanqi nodded, then turned to Li Banzwang and said he already knew about the things about Su Mo on the internet. He didn't make any special reaction, but just told people to tell those investors that the rumors were true. His goal is to bring down the Su family. After hearing this, Li Banzwang's eyes flashed with admiration, and he looked in Sumo's direction with a bit of fascination. No matter what he does, I support him. He was ruthless to the Su family and the Xie family, and this is exactly the retribution they deserve. Hearing this, Gu Huanqi gently took Li Banzwang's hand and pinched her face with a smile. You are getting more and more beautiful, Banzwang. Li Banzwang blushed slightly and said shyly, no, I just want to accompany him so that he won't become too cold. You too, let's let him know that he is not alone. Gu Huanqi smiled gently. Yes, he still has us. Chapter 377, she wants to fight for her son. The other side. There are numerous videos about the Su family and Su Mo on the internet, and they have become a hot topic. Su Manny's prediction was correct. The Volcano short video platform could only block part of the information. Su Mo was unable to block the messages from other platforms or forums at all, so the news still spread and attracted countless people. Su Manny also watched some videos and felt more and more that what she was doing was right. Su Mo has indeed done all of the things mentioned above. When he dealt with Su Deming and Xie Bingyan before, he wanted to kill them, and he might have wanted to kill her as well. Telling it now will reveal the truth and reveal Su Mo's true face to others. Mr. Su, news has come from Volcano short video. Some investors have seen the stock price drop and called the person in charge of Volcano short video, hoping to put out the fire. The secretary came up to report. Oh, how much has the stock price dropped? Su Manny's mouth curled up. Pink 60 share price has dropped by about 5%, and its market value has evaporated by tens of billions. On Huishan short video's side, some people are also calling for uninstallation. It's not listed yet, and if it were, it would probably fall even more sharply, said the secretary. It really has affected them. This is just the appetizer, Su Manny said with a smile. Indeed, the Morgan family may suppress them in the future. The secretary nodded. But Mr. Su, the most important thing is not this, but, and what? Su Manny asked. Mr. Su, someone has already called to inquire whether the information uploaded on the internet is true. As a result, the person in charge of Volcano short video said that it is all true and it all happened. They did not conceal or evade the issue, said the secretary. What? Su Manny's face changed. I think this matter is very important. After all, it concerns the Su family. A trace of panic suddenly appeared on the secretary's face. Su Mo didn't hide anything? He didn't make excuses either? Su Manny's face suddenly became very ugly. That's true. They all told the investors that he was indeed the one who did those things. It was as if he was doing those things openly. The secretary looked at Su Manny and felt that this matter was very important. I understand. You leave first. Let me think about it. Su Manny calmed down after hearing this. Yes, the secretary nodded. But Mr. Su, should we continue to buy volume and hype it up? Go on. Why not? Now that he is an adult, it's even better. We should buy more. Su Manny said. Okay, then I'll go and tell someone to do it, said the secretary and left the office. Su Manny didn't expect Su Mo to admit everything. She thought Su Mo would definitely hide it. The company run by Su Mo is very large now. The spread of these things will have a significant impact on his reputation. Logically speaking, he should not admit it. But now, Su Manny suddenly felt a little panicked. This was definitely not a good result for her. Oh, Xiaoji. Oh, the other side. Several women were holding a child and coaxing him. As if he heard someone teasing him, the little boy immediately opened his mouth and laughed, making the women look happy as well. They are Xie Bingyan, Su Xuehue, and others. Ever since Su Wanting brought home a little boy, they seem to have found their backbone and put all their thoughts on this little boy. These past few days, I've been playing with him every day and have forgotten what's happening outside. The entire Su family was filled with laughter and vitality because of the appearance of this little life. It seemed that the whole family would become energetic as long as they heard the voice of this little boy. Seeing Xie Bingyan like this, Su Xuehue felt a lot more relieved. But when she picked up the phone and took a look, her expression changed slightly. Su Mo, for his part, actually admitted everything. In other words, Su Mo did not hide anything from his investors and friends. He approved of all the things that Su Manny hyped. When Su Xuehue saw it, she couldn't help but panic. She hurriedly took the information to find Su Wanting. Recently, Su Wanting started another business. She wants to start a company and is looking for information and materials. She wants to fight for her son. When Su Wanting saw the news that Su Shiwehui brought over, her expression changed quickly. After thinking for a while, Su Wanting said, "Don't let Mom know for now. Mom has been in a good mood these days." Sumo admits it. Then admit it. Sister, with Sumo's personality, it's definitely not as simple as just admitting it. He is very extreme, Su Shiwehui said worriedly. Then what should we do? We regret it, but he won't forgive us at all. We can't always live in the past. Su Wanting said, "Second brother, we have to look forward. Whether it's you, Mom, or Dad, we all have to look forward." Su Shiwehui stopped talking. "You are old now. You should find someone to marry. You can't stay single forever." Su Wanting looked at her and said, "These years have delayed your marriage. I'm fine. It's good to be alone." Su Shiwehui said, "You." Su Wanting wanted to persuade her. "I think I should go talk to Sumo." The fourth brother seemed to have been there, and when he came back he didn't look very well, and locked himself in the room. "Sumo should see me again," Su Shiwehui said. Su Wanting thought about it and nodded after hearing this. "Okay, I hope nothing serious will happen. You can go and meet him." "That's fine." When Su Shiwehui heard this, she nodded and said nothing more. Sumo is a bit busy. With the information in hand, he flew directly to Shuzhong to inspect the current situation of the lighting factory. As the photolithography plant started up, the entire photolithography park became bustling, and 4 chip factories have already settled here. Sumo's photolithography factory is mainly powerful and plans to attract more than 10 or 20 chip companies to settle down and build it into a huge photolithography park. Once successful, chips will become very cheap. Just completed a small part now. There was an economic development conference in Shuzhong that needed to be attended, and Zhang Aimin invited many people to discuss it. It was probably to boost the economic development and employment issues in Shuzhong, so it was quite lively. Sumo and Tang Lei were both invited to the meeting. Sumo will first go to the lighting factory to meet Tang Lei, and then go over. Tang Lei seems to have developed very well during this period. He and his sister-in-law get along well and live in harmony. However, Tang Lei has not gotten over that hurdle yet. His sister-in-law is still pursuing her brother-in-law, and she always begs Tang Lei to drive her to school. His sister-in-law is already a sophomore in college, and can be said to be in love for the first time. She will definitely not let go so easily. It is said that Gu Huanxi and Li Banzwang also told her a lot about Tang Lei's hobbies. In general, Tang Lei had a very good time during this period. He actually wanted to protect his sister-in-law very much and didn't want her to experience the suffering of her sister. So he was always hesitating. Su Hongtai, Su Daming, Su Tiancheng. This Su Tiancheng is Su Daming's eldest son, and he is also very outstanding. He runs a grain and edible oil company, which has developed quite well. Chapter 378, I haven't done enough. Su Tiancheng. He is 52 years old and used to be one of the main partners of Shuzhong Energy Company. Su Bohan used to dominate Shuzhong Energy Company and won many big orders for him. There are many insider transactions here. He is one of the main targets we are tracking down. In addition, Su Tiancheng is also Su Daming's most beloved eldest son. The reason why Su Daming supports Su Bohan overwhelmingly is because there are huge benefits involved. Also, a new face has recently appeared in the Su family that we haven't seen before. It is said that he just came back from abroad. His name is Su Ange, the second son of Su Bohan and the younger brother of Su Ankang. He is deeply favored by Su Hongtai, who has already pushed him to the forefront. If Su Bohan encounters an accident, he probably wants Su Ange to take over. Li Banzwang took out a photo and handed it to Su Mo. "This is the person. Su Mo, have you seen him before?" Su Mo took a look and squinted his eyes. "I have some impression of him, but he is very unfamiliar. Where did he graduate from?" It is said that before coming back, he was mainly engaged in marketing work and was one of the main persons in charge of Facebook's European branch. He is very capable and is not at the same level as Su Ankang the playboy. Oh, Sumo took a quick glance. His resume is also very impressive. He has been a top student since he was a child. He graduated from one of the top universities and later went abroad to study. He studied at Newton University and MIT and obtained a master's and doctoral degree respectively. Under his leadership, Facebook's business has skyrocketed 3 or 4 times. We need to pay special attention to this person. Overall, Sumo did have some impression of this person. I've heard of the name before, but never seen it in person. When Sumo returned to the Su family, he learned that it was a very large family with many top students. It's not just Su Wanting and Su Shiwehui, but also a large group of people in my hometown who are very outstanding. He was very proud of it at that time. This Su Ange is one of them. In the past, Su Deming often boasted about how great his nephew was. Sumo had been in the Su family for 4 years and had heard it many times. Su Bohan naturally has more than just one son, Su Ankang. He also has 2 sons, a daughter, and a 4th child. This Su Ankang should be the second one. Now that Su Kong has been killed and Su Bohan has been arrested, these people must have returned from abroad. It is still unknown whether Su Bohan has an illegitimate child or not. Sumo is asking someone to investigate it carefully. After recalling it, Sumo spoke quietly. They should all be afraid of me. When they see me, they should be scared to death, as if they saw a demon. Now they are not afraid of me. It's my fault. I didn't do enough. Whether it's Su Hongtai, Su Daming, or Su Bohan's family, they don't have the slightest fear of me now. I will not allow this to continue. Li Banzwang looked at him. What about Su Deming's family? Their family is almost the same. Sumo stood in front of the windowsill and looked out the window with a calm face. What we are doing now is not enough. Wan Shi said, do whatever you want. Just take care of yourself. Li Banzwang said, then come on, let's deal with Su Bohan first. Sumo's eyes became sharp, and he prepared materials for the meeting. The Shuzhong Economic Development Conference was very lively. Many media came to participate. Many business giants were also invited to the meeting. Su Mo and Tang Lei are the key figures of this meeting. Due to some things going viral on the internet, Su Mo was described as ruthless and cold-blooded, which made him a hot topic. So the media and some reporters were very anxious to interview him and wanted to see his attitude. Due to Su Manny's actions, many netizens have been watching the show and are clamoring frantically to ban Su Mo. Now this kind of speech has developed to a considerable scale. Gu Huanxi and Li Banzwang were also helpless about Su Mo's admission of those things. After all, this would cause great damage to Su Mo's reputation, directly pulling him down from the throne of genius and turning him into a profit-seeking mortal. In the video, Su Mo did not even spare his own parents, which aroused the hatred of many netizens. Now, the storm is still brewing. For Su Mo, this matter is not important, but Gu Huanxi and Li Banzwang do not think much of it. They may need to spend a lot of money to calm the incident down. So when Su Mo and Tang Lei appeared at the Economic Development Conference, many people surrounded them and wanted to interview them. Su Mo was too lazy to pay attention to these reporters and asked Wang Wu and other bodyguards to separate them. You beast! You rebellious son! You are so heartless! Brute! Someone was shouting not far away, and the sound could be heard over here. Hearing this voice, many people around began to shout, and some even shouted to boycott Su Mo from participating in this meeting. Due to the development of this incident, all of Sumo's previous achievements became nothingness and garbage, and even the existence of the lighting factory was criticized by them. The lighting factory cannot be promoted vigorously now, and it still needs some time to develop, so Gu Huanxi and Li Banzwang can only hold back their anger. Don't care what they shout. These people's opinions are not important. Sumo said when he saw that Gu Huanxi and Li Banzwang looked unhappy. Gu Huanxi looked at him and complained, you shouldn't have admitted it. This will cause too much harm to the group. I'm afraid it will develop into a situation where everyone will call for your death. Everyone wants to kill them? Sumo laughed when he heard that. The Su family is not that capable. You overestimate them. Gu Huanxi puffed up her cute lips and said, I have already notified the people at Tencent Group to try to block as much unfavorable information as possible. We have connections over there. When Sumo heard this, he shook his head but did not object. Then again, who is hyping this matter? Gu Huanxi asked, curious. It doesn't matter who is hyping it up. What we know is that it is definitely the Su family. Don't worry, they can't cause any trouble, Sumo said. Seeing his calm face, Gu Huanxi sighed in her heart. He must be holding back his anger in his heart, but he just didn't show it. If Sumo was angry, that would be fine and easier to deal with. The scariest thing is that he is extremely quiet and calm. Once he enters this state, it means someone is doomed. Su Hongtai has arrived, and Su Daming too. Yes, Su Tiansheng is here too. He is the same age as Su Deming and is a bit fatter, but he's not a simple guy either. Li Banzwang saw a few people coming in and said to Sumo. Sumo looked up. Su Daming's eldest son, named Su Tiansheng, is indeed a bit fat. He has a very obvious beer belly and looks similar to Methria Buddha, very plump. He seemed to be quite popular. As soon as he walked in, someone greeted him and invited him to take a seat. His Tiansheng food company has grown greatly and is a multi-billion-dollar enterprise. It often ships grain overseas for trade. Speaking of which, the Su family's background is also very deep abroad. At least in Southeast Asia, many countries have cooperative companies of the Su family. Chapter 379, The Real Prince of the Su Family. Su Tiansheng's Tiansheng Food Company is actually Su Bohan's white glove. Sumo's investigation team has already discovered some insider trading. Su Bohan once handed over many projects to this company and expanded the scale of this company. If it weren't for Su Bohan's Shuzhong Energy Group, this food company would not exist at all. Now, Shuzhong Energy Group is still firmly controlled by the Su family. Although Su Bohan was imprisoned, the Su family still holds many shares in this group. Almost everyone in Shuzhong Energy Group is Su Bohan's confidant. Sumo can't shake this group for the time being. Just as Li Banzwang said, some of the Su family's cooperative companies and partners are abroad. These companies and partners only value the Su family and only cooperate with the Su family. Shuzhong Energy Group grew up in this background. If there was no Su family, there would be no Shuzhong Energy Group. If the Su family is killed in one blow, the Shuzhong Energy Group will be useless. In this case, it will probably be necessary to rebuild the Shuzhong Energy Group from scratch, which will cost a huge price. Therefore, the people above are very cautious. Even if they arrest Su Bohan, they probably won't touch Su's company, as huge interests are involved. But this is also the main reason why the Su family is unwilling to offend the Morgan Group abroad, because every move of the Morgan Group will have a very serious impact on the Su family's overseas industries. The sooner Su Hontai severed ties, the less influence he could have avoided. From this point of view, Su Hontai is still decisive in killing, but he didn't consider Sumo. Sumo's T platform is not a problem that can be solved by kneeling down. They are robbers who want to rob people openly. The knife is at his neck. How can Sumo just give up a business worth hundreds of billions? So Sumo could only take the initiative. Now that the Su family has announced that they will sever ties, it is clear that they are on the side of the Morgan family and want to maintain good relations with foreign financial groups. In the future, it is absolutely possible that they will stab Sumo in the back. Su Hontai is here, and Su Daming. Su Daming has a lot of experience, several levels higher than Su Dehai. He holds a very high position in Shuzhong, and he has a say. Also, the man next to Su Hontai is Su Engi. Li Banzwang saw several figures walking into the venue and said to Sumo. Sumo looked up and saw two old men appearing not far away. Who else could it be but Su Hontai and Su Daming? They all wore black Zhongshan suits and cloth shoes and looked exhausted. They all had some official titles, such as committee member or something, and could enter many official places. Sumo naturally has this too. He has been a representative for a long time, under the leadership of Su Hontai. A young man in his 30s following behind him was shaking hands with some people. Su Hontai obviously wanted to promote this young man and introduce him in detail to people he knew, probably to help him open up connections in Shuzhou. This person, Sumo took a look and narrowed his eyes. I sensed that there was something wrong with this person's aura. You said he was a senior executive at Facebook's European division? Sumo turned around and looked at Li Banzwang. Li Banzwang nodded. At least that's what's written on the official resume. What? Did you notice something wrong? Sumo narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp, and said nothing. I think that he should be the main contact between the Su family and foreign consortiums. He should be responsible for more than just Facebook's business. He is very likely to control most of the Su family's overseas industries. Gu Huanqi said. I think so too, Tang Lei said. Sumo thought about it, turned around, and asked the bodyguard behind him. Wang Wu, do you think this person is a little abnormal? Wang Wu nodded. He must have gone through special military training, and it is very likely that he has several lives on his hands. Oh, Sumo was surprised. The person who has killed someone is completely different from the person who is not. The look in his eyes is different. Wang Wu said, Boss, look at the way he walks. He is very calm. Although he intends to relax, he walks in a square step. This helps him deal with any emergency. He can burst out the strongest power in the most urgent situation. This person is not simple. Sumo was silent for a moment, then said coldly, I underestimated the relationship between the Su family and the Morgan Consortium. Wang Wu stopped talking. Obviously, when Su Hontai made his choice, he must have received many promises from foreign financial groups. This promise can bring huge benefits to the Su family. Therefore, our T platform is not taken seriously by him. Sumo continued. When Gu Huanqi heard him say this, she couldn't help but nodded in agreement. After all, this is an ancient family that has been passed down for hundreds of years. Its heritage is definitely not comparable to that of an ordinary family. During this period, Sumo conducted a lot of investigations on the Su family, but they were all in China, and he did not conduct any investigations abroad. Back then, there was actually a reason why Zhang Aimin was reluctant to touch Su Bohan from the Su family. Zhang Aimin knew very well what the Su family represented. Sumo ignored the Su family's overseas connections. From now on, the Su family's overseas industries might be even bigger than those in China. This Su Ange, who is in charge of the Su family's overseas capital operations, is probably the real successor trained by Su Hontai and Su Bohan. Su Kong was just a candidate who was temporarily pushed to the front, mainly to attract other people's attention. Sumo had heard that Su Kong was very capable, but in fact Su Kong was rather extreme and had an empty mind. He went abroad to study purely for fun. Sumo was wondering at the time, how could such a waste be chosen as the successor of the Su family? Now, the situation is clear. This Su Ange is the real prince of the Su family. Are we going down? Li Banzwang turned around and asked. Go down? Why not? Su Hongtai is shaking hands with others, so Tang Lei and I should go down and shake hands with them as well? Sumo looked down with sharp eyes. Just go through the motions and meet them. When Gu Huanqi heard this, he sighed in his heart. Sumo said that this was definitely not an ordinary scene, and if it was not handled properly, it would lead to conflicts. Let's go. Let's go down. Sumo stood up immediately. When the others saw this, they hurriedly followed Sumo down. Mr. Su, Mr. Su, Sumo, Boss Su, the big boss, are finally here. When they saw Sumo appear, some people came over to say hello. Even though some people are hyping up Sumo's affairs, those who appear here all have their own sources of information. They have probably investigated Sumo's experience, so their enthusiasm will not be reduced because of this incident. These people are all smart. Chapter 380. That's your cousin. Due to the special circumstances, Sumo brought quite a lot of people with him. There was a large group of people and several tall and mighty bodyguards standing behind him, like pillars, full of domineering aura. He had been shot in Shuzhong, and the person who killed him was Su Onkong. He also fought against the Morgan family, so the Shuzhong high-level officials allowed him to bring bodyguards. When a large group of people walked into the venue, they naturally attracted everyone's attention. In this venue, those who were well-informed had already received the news from northern Myanmar and knew that Sumo had beaten Matt Morgan to death in a ring. It was said that one punch smashed Matt Morgan's head into the ground, breaking his neck. Even if Matt Morgan wanted to escape, he couldn't. There were also legions in northern Myanmar that wanted to encircle and suppress him, but he forced his way through. This person already possesses very good skills, and no one present at the venue knows how powerful he is. To be honest, when many people saw Sumo appear, they felt very complicated. The story of his rise is well known. Everyone at the conference venue was amazed at his industry judgment and business acumen. Considering that he earned his first pot of gold of 5 billion right after graduating from high school, he is definitely a genius among geniuses. Matt Morgan was killed. This man was said to be a former spy and a dark web killer. He was very skilled. On the list of dark web killers, he would be ranked 20th. But he is dead. Sumo's rise to fame is truly legendary. It's hard to imagine that he has other extraordinary abilities. Su family, there's a good show to watch. Some people whispered. Su Hongtai and Su Daming were watching from the other side, and their expressions changed slightly. When Su Hongtai saw Sumo and a large group of people appear, he felt very complicated. There is no doubt that this grandson is indeed extremely outstanding, beyond imagination. He originally thought that Sumo could not beat Matt Morgan, and if he went out, he might be beaten to death by Matt Morgan, but he did not expect that he actually won. I don't know how he won. This was beyond Su Hongtai's expectations. Now seeing him come back alive, Su Hongtai was filled with anxiety. One reason is that this grandson is indeed outstanding, with a very keen business sense, and is a person who can do big things. If he can control the Su family will surely grow and become stronger. It is not impossible to upgrade to a second-tier family in one fell swoop. However, Sumo's experience was too rough. He was abandoned since childhood and was full of hatred for the Su family. In addition, Su Onkong once assassinated him, which made him hate the Su family to the core. Therefore, Su Hongtai didn't dare to bet on him. In addition, he offended the Morgan family, which was a taboo for the Su family, so people had to draw a clear line with him. Compared to this grandson, there are naturally other excellent candidates for the Su family successor, and Su Ange is one of them. Now he had to give up his support for this grandson. He is Sumo, your cousin. Seeing Sumo appear on the other side, Su Hongtai whispered to Su Ange. He will come over later. Go say hello to him. Oh. Su Ange took a look and narrowed his eyes. I have explained the family affairs to you clearly. Your cousin is a genius. Now, Grandpa needs to resolve the hatred between both parties. Su Hongtai said solemnly. When Su Ange heard this, his eyes suddenly became extremely sharp. Resolve? Can this hatred be resolved? Seeing that he didn't say anything, Su Hongtai continued. If you meet him later, don't talk about family matters or your father Bohan's problems. Don't offend him. Your cousin is indeed extraordinary. He looks so impressive, bringing so many people here with him. Su Engi's eyes were filled with jealousy. Su Hongtai sighed. He has always been like this. He might be doing this for us to see. Su Daming said, you guys have to be careful. Sumo is here for a meeting today, and he won't go back easily. He already knew that the Su family kicked him out. His story has been going viral on the internet recently, and he must have blamed the Su family for it. Oh. Su Hongtai's heart was full of contradictions. Although he had previously pushed to expel Sumo from the Su family and revise the family tree, he still highly recognized Sumo's abilities. If he didn't kill Su Onkong, send Su Bohan to prison, and go against the Morgan family, he would never have done this. Now, I can only move on and hope that my choice is not wrong. No matter what, the Su family needs to keep a low profile and keep things quiet, Su Hongtai said, his eyes suddenly becoming firm. What happened between the Morgan family and Sumo has nothing to do with our Su family. We need to draw a line. Seeing him say this, Su Daming nodded. Then this person has nothing to do with us. When Su Hongtai heard this, he hesitated for a moment, then nodded resolutely. Let's go, he said. Sumo has already walked over here. Along the way, many people greeted him and shook hands with him. Sumo is a business tycoon, and countless people want to cooperate with him. It is said that he has opened up a situation in northern Myanmar and cooperated with Mr. Lee in northern Myanmar. He plans to invest 10 billion in jade business. I don't know if there are business opportunities there. These businessmen have a keen business sense. Sumo, long time no see. Su Hongtai walked over and spoke, extending his hand to shake hands with Sumo. Sumo was talking to someone and ignored him, not moving at all, not paying any attention at all. When Su Hongtai saw it, his face immediately turned very ugly. Sumo, this is your cousin Ngu, who just came back from abroad a few days ago. You two haven't met since you were little, so if you were free today, have a good chat. Sumo turned around when he heard it. Su Daming sighed. Sumo, our Su family had to make this decision because we had no other choice. The Morgan family you offended is too powerful. We have advised you before, but you didn't listen. The Su family is big and powerful, and we can't take this risk. We hope you can understand. Hello, cousin, Su Inch said. Sumo looked at them, silent for a moment. Su Kong is dead. How come a new one popped up? Su Hongtai and others' faces changed. Does the Su family have many industries abroad? Do they have many companies and partners? Sumo continued. Upon hearing this, Su Hongtai sighed. Indeed, the Su family has a presence overseas and a hotel industry chain. Then I roughly understand. Sumo looked at him. I heard that Su Bohan is looking for a chance to get out. You seem to be using some connections abroad to put pressure on the country. You think this will help him get away? You have quite a lot of power. I have to say, you are really powerful. Hearing this, Su Hongtai hurriedly said, Sumo, that's your uncle. Oh, Sumo laughed when he heard it. You have said this many times. In your heart, there should only be Su Bohan, and there should be no place for Su Deming. Su Hongtai's face changed. It's my fault too. I didn't kill you earlier. Sumo showed a faint smile on his face. So when I was in northern Myanmar, you were jumping around behind me. Sumo, how can you say such a thing? Su Daming was shocked. Sumo turned to look at him and smiled. Isn't it? But it's okay. What you did was probably within my expectations. Su Daming, is your son called Su Tianqing? Is he here too? Su Daming's face changed drastically. Well, that's your cousin. We have already severed our relationship, so don't talk about cousin. You are shameless, but I still have some. Sumo smiled faintly. Chapter 381, Don't Regret It. Sumo, we have no choice but to make this decision. We all hope that you can come back. Su Hongtai hurriedly spoke when he heard Sumo say this. Look back. Well, you shouldn't have offended the Morgan family. In fact, there is still a chance to make amends. As long as you ask your uncle to help you, you can contact the Morgan family in exchange for their forgiveness. Su Hongtai said seriously. You only need to pay some shares of the group company. We can help you get the largest amount. When Sumo heard this, he just felt it was ironic. Su Daming also spoke up. That's right, Sumo. Your grandfather is right. As the saying goes, if you don't listen to the old people, you will suffer in the end. The Morgan family is not someone we can afford to offend, nor is it someone you can afford to offend. As long as you can ease the relationship with the Morgan family, we may let you return to the Su family. Su Hongtai and Su Daming said they hated Sumo, and of course they hated him very much. After all, Sumo killed Su Kong. However, Su Hongtai and Su Daming knew that if the Su family wanted to grow stronger in the future, they might still need Sumo, so they were not willing to offend him openly. In fact, Su Hongtai has very complicated feelings towards this grandson, love and hate. Sumo just found these words funny. I have a new understanding of the hypocrisy and shamelessness of the Su family. No wonder Su Wanting, Su Xuehue, and others have two faces in front of and behind others. Return to the Su family? Su Daming, don't you think this sentence is ridiculous? Sumo said. Sumo, come on, I won't talk nonsense with you anymore. It just so happens that there are a lot of people coming to this meeting today, and many people know me and you, so I think I need to talk more. Sumo interrupted Su Daming, fumbled in his pocket, took out a piece of information, and opened it. I understand that you want to save Su Bohan, so I asked my men to do a lot of things. I had already said a year ago that Su Bohan must die, but for various reasons, you dragged him down. This is... Su Daming's face changed. But it doesn't matter. There are plenty of opportunities to kill him. Sumo slowly spread out the paper in his hand. Since we have severed our relationship, there is no need to mention uncle. This paper contains all the information we have on our investigation of Shuzhong Energy. It includes Su Bohan's embezzlement of more than 40 million yuan of public funds, private acceptance of orders, and private transactions and illegal operations with Tianqing Food Company. In addition, there are more than a dozen shady contracts, involving an amount of more than 500 million, which has caused the loss of billions of state-owned assets. It's all in here. Su Mo raised the A4 paper in his hand and smiled faintly. We are still continuing the investigation. Maybe we can get more insider information about Su Bohan's transactions next. Su Daming was surprised and asked, Su Mo, how can you investigate these things? Su Mo raised his head and said, what are you talking about? Why can't I investigate? Don't worry, I have a copy of the information in my hand, and the other part has been submitted to the Commission for Discipline Inspection. I know that the Commission for Discipline Inspection has not yet made a decision, and you have put in some effort. But it doesn't matter. They will make a decision sooner or later. If we follow what's written on this piece of paper, Su Bohan will be in there for at least 8 to 10 years. When Su Hongtai and Su Daming heard this, their faces turned pale. Of course, with just this information, we still can't kill Su Bohan. But don't worry, I have other means. Su Mo smiled faintly. If he doesn't die, then you will be in big trouble. I keep my word. Su Mo, can't you give in? Su Hongtai was shaking all over. Give in? Su Mo looked at him and laughed immediately. Don't you think this is a little funny? Why should I give in? What qualifications do you have for me to give in? When Su Hongtai heard this, he suddenly lost his balance. I will give this information to the media today. Report it to the media first, Su Mo said, and then raised his head and scanned the crowd. I know that many people in today's meeting have connections with Su Bohan, and they are still standing on his side and want to speak for him. The Su family has put a lot of effort into this, but I still have a way to kill him. Let's wait and see. Su Mo, you are so cruel. Su Daming's face turned pale. Su Mo looked at him and shook his head. No, I'm not cruel at all. If I were cruel, you wouldn't have a chance to jump in front of me now. You should all kneel down and beg for mercy. The reason why you are still standing now is because I haven't done enough. I was too busy before and didn't finish it. But I have time now. I pulled myself out. Su Mo looked at Su Daming and smiled faintly, with cruelty and coldness in his eyes. In other words, I have plenty of time to deal with you now. Next, don't regret it. Brother Su Mo, aren't you afraid of being criticized by everyone for doing something like this? Su Inch finally couldn't help but speak up. We are all family. Why do you have to do it so ruthlessly? How did the Su family offend you? How did my dad let you down? Oh, the prince has spoken. Su Mo clapped his hands and smiled. I thought you were dumb and couldn't speak. Turns out, you can speak. Su Ange's face changed. I'm still investigating your background, so don't rush out to play against me. Su Mo looked at him and smiled faintly. Last year, your brother Su Kong was almost as arrogant in front of me. In the end, he panicked and didn't know where to escape. It is said that he died miserably, with a bullet in the head and his brains all over the floor. Su Kong's face turned extremely ugly, with a hint of ferocity. I made a lot of plans to kill him. I analyzed his personality and made a lot of strategies. In the end, he chose a dead end. Su Mo smiled faintly. In the end, he really killed himself. By the way, we are still investigating where his gun came from. Did Su Bohan ask someone to get it? He is very suspicious. When Su Kong heard this, he gritted his teeth and said, Why are you so cruel? Su Mo laughed. Is this called insane? I don't think so. Compared to what your father and your brother did to us, that is called insane. I once told Su Hongtai that blood debts must be paid with blood. Since they have killed my people, they should die too. Su Engi had heard about what Su Kong had done, and also knew some of Su Bohan's plans. At that time, Su Bohan didn't want to kill Su Mo, but many unexpected things happened, resulting in Su Juanja being killed. This Su Mo hates their family to the core. Su Ange stopped talking with a ferocious look on his face. He knew very well that getting angry now would not solve the actual problem. This cousin has become his #1 enemy. These materials can allow Su Bohan to stay in there for a few more years. Next, I will find time to have someone kill him slowly. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Su Mo was too lazy to pay attention to him and turned to look at Su Hongtai and others. So, you should all know this. This is a life and death situation. Only one of the Su family, Su Bohan's family, and me can survive. Chapter 382, How could she hype these things? Hearing Su Mo say this, Su Hongtai and Su Daming couldn't help but feel a little scared. They wanted to avoid this as much as possible, but as it stands now, it is impossible to stop it. After thinking about it, Su Hongtai had to speak up. Su Mo, if you really want to treat the Su family as your opponent, then Grandpa will have no choice but to do so. Then let's play. Su Mo quickly turned his head and looked at him. Have fun, eat and drink well, and enjoy the things you haven't enjoyed as soon as possible. Time is running out. When Su Hongtai heard this, his heart turned cold. He was also a decisive person. Knowing that things were irreversible, he didn't say anything else and immediately turned around and left. Su Daming took one look and sighed. Sumo, you made a very wrong choice. People cannot live alone in this world. Even if we break off our relationship, you should not be heartless. Su Daming, please protect Su Tianqing well. Let me see how you protect him. Sumo also stared at him. Su Daming sighed in disappointment. It's really stupid. After saying that, he was too lazy to pay attention to Sumo and turned away. The two sides have already torn their faces apart. These evidences can indeed deal a fatal blow to Su Bohan, making it impossible for Su Bohan to get out of prison. Sumo said that he wanted Su Bohan to die in prison, but no one knew how he would do it. The Su family was very worried. According to Su Hongtai's attitude, the Su family would protect Su Bohan to the death. Now that the cards have been laid bare, there is nothing more to say. The Su family will make many adjustments to cope with the impact brought by Sumo. Even cooperation with the Morgan family is not ruled out. We will also watch how you die. When Su Ange left, he spoke to Sumo with mockery in his eyes. This, Wang Wu suddenly spoke, narrowing his eyes. Let's go. Seeing them leave, Sumo did not hesitate, turned around and went to find a seat for a meeting, and also contacted reporters to expose Su Bohan's affairs. The people above are still undecided about Su Bohan, and there are even larger families interfering. Sumo now has to force his way from the bottom up. Su Bohan's crime has already been determined. He is suspected of corruption and embezzlement of state assets. The Shuzhong Economic Development Conference lasted only half a day. Afterwards, Sumo met with Zhang Aimin and others to discuss the next investment in Shuzhong. Knowing what happened between Sumo and the Su family, Zhang Aimin felt helpless. The people above us are still unknown for the time being, but the evidence you submitted has been verified, and I can guarantee that Su Bohan will not be able to escape. But you and the Su family, it is impossible to ease the relationship. Zhang Aimin still wanted to maintain peace in Shu. Sumo said, now we only have one request. Just remain neutral. Zhang Aimin felt helpless when he heard this. We will not interfere, but Sumo, I still want to warn you. It is said that many people have entered the country under the name of tourism. They're most likely coming for you. I have received the message. Sumo nodded. As long as you are prepared. Zhang Aimin didn't know whether he should persuade him or not, but now it seems that it is a foregone conclusion that Sumo will confront the Morgan family. I don't know if this kind of thing will affect the world. The other side. Su family villa. Su Shuehui knocked on Su Pundi's door. Old Four, are you in there? Here. Su Pundi's voice came over. I'm coming in. Su Shuehui pushed the door open and walked in. Since Su Pundi was released from prison, she has been very silent, which is very different from before. Su Pundi used to be a lawyer. Although she was spoiled, she was talkative and chattered all day long, and sometimes she looked crazy. However, now, he often remains silent all day long and does not make any comments on what happened in the Su family. Su Shuehui was very worried, so she came over today to talk to her. She was holding some midnight snacks and placed them on the table in the room. She saw Su Pundi sitting on the edge of the bed, facing the window, reading a book in her hands. She didn't know what she was thinking about. Fourth brother, did you go to Sumo's place? Su Shuehui asked. Su Pundi's face froze, and she nodded. Sumo didn't scold you, did he? Su Shuehui was a little worried. No. Su Pundi shook her head. Alas! The decisions made by the Su family and the Xie family were probably well thought out. Grandpa didn't even ask for Dad's opinion and directly kicked Su Mo out of the family tree. Grandpa may be said to be decisive, but in fact he is also very cruel. Su Shuehui felt helpless. Su Pundi thought for a moment and said, Grandpa has called Su Ange back. Really? So, there is no place for Su Mo in the Su family. Su Shuehui sighed and suddenly looked at her again. By the way, what do you think? Eldest sister actually has something to say. We are all actually thinking about the same thing. I know I didn't expect that the past would hurt so much. Su Pundi didn't respond to her words and said faintly, I didn't think about it. When Su Shuehui heard this, she immediately looked at her. Actually, I liked that dog very much at that time. Sumo had offended it, so it was normal for him to apologize. He kept refusing, so I had to make him kneel down. Su Pundi said with a pale face, I didn't think about many things at that time. Over the years, I've thought about it many times in prison. When Su Shuehui heard this, she also remembered this incident and suddenly felt very uncomfortable. Because she was there at that time. It's all over, she said softly. Su Pundi shook her head. It won't be so easy. In fact, Sumo doesn't hate us that much. He should hate our father and mother. Su Shuehui said, It's too late to say anything about these things now. Don't think too much about it. The past is the past. Now my eldest sister and I have similar ideas. I just want to protect our family and never let mom commit suicide by jumping off a building again. When Su Pundi heard this, she stopped talking. By the way, do you know what the third brother has been doing these days? Su Xuehue asked. Su Pundi shook her head. Seeing that she didn't know, Su Xuehue immediately scolded. Lao San, that damn girl. Last time Su Mo broke her legs, she still didn't learn her lesson. She just refuses to repent and thinks she has done nothing wrong. She must be cooperating with foreigners. After all, Su Manny is a big star with a wide network of contacts. She often travels abroad and has endorsed foreign products. Otherwise, she wouldn't have contacted Matt Morgan. Because of the broken leg, Su Manny seemed to hate Su Mo to the core. Third sister likes Chenan Xiong. After thinking for a while, Su Pundi said, Chenan Xiong is still in prison now. This. Su Xuehue was surprised and turned her head to look at her. Su Pundi said quietly, things that were spread on the internet should have been done by the third sister. She is good at using the internet trolls to hype things up. Is it her? She is looking for death. Su Xuehue's face suddenly changed drastically. Su Pundi stopped talking and looked very ugly. This damn girl Su Manny? That's right. She is the only one who knows so many inside stories. This is really a damn girl. How could she hype up these things? No, I will go find her right away. She is really looking for death. Su Xuehue became anxious when she heard this. Chapter 383. Be careful when dealing with his problems. Su Xuehue didn't think it was Su Manny, and fear suddenly arose in her heart. The most important thing for the Su family now is to cut off ties with Su Mo. How do they deal with him? The scene of Su Juanja being forced to death last time is still vivid in people's minds. If Su Mo gets angry, it is hard to imagine what the consequences will be. Su Mo would never hold back and breathe. Having said that, Su Xuehue could no longer sit still and immediately went out to find Su Manny. Su Manny does not live with them. She is a big star and needs to perform occasionally. She is not in Shuzhong or Beijing recently. It is said that she has gone to other places to film, so it is a bit troublesome to find her. After returning to the capital, Su Mo started spending money. A large amount of resources were concentrated in Shuzhong to trace the Su family's industries at home and abroad, trying to find as many problems as possible. The Su family is so big that it is easy to find a few problems. Su Mo wants to put the final touches. In addition, questions about Su Bohan have been submitted. Some results have been given above. Su Bohan has reached the conviction stage. This Su Mo is out to get Su Bohan. The evidence is sufficient. It's enough. He is no longer the same as before. There is evidence that he has mastered some extraordinary martial arts skills. He has learned boxing skills. We watched his video, and it is very powerful. We've seen it too. This person can no longer be treated as an ordinary entrepreneur. We need to be careful when dealing with him. When certain families in the capital saw this case, they couldn't help but talk about it. Compared to convicting Su Bohan, they are more interested in Su Mo. After all, Su Mo has withstood the pressure from the Morgan family. However, they did not discuss it too much. After obtaining the evidence, they began to deal with Su Bohan's issue according to the procedures. Su Mo returned to his home in Beijing and continued to process documents and then practice boxing. Ning Xuehin left temporarily. She took the gilded Tiamu bowl back to Changbai Mountain. It was said that she would not come back for 2 months. Su Mo wants to be promoted to Grandmaster as soon as possible. According to his understanding, the Grandmaster is indeed very powerful and can decide many issues. He has an extremely strong status both abroad and at home. In other words, the Grandmaster cannot be humiliated, and anyone who humiliates him must die. There are not many masters in this world, but each one of them is a leader. Ning Xuehin said that he had the qualifications to become a Grandmaster, and Su Mo wanted to seize every opportunity. In addition, during this period, Gu Huanxi, Li Banzwang, and others also worked very hard. They obtained breathing techniques, boxing techniques, and physical skills from the Tiamu Bowl, and Ning Xuehin has taught them all. The two of them treated the exercise as a way to exercise and shape their bodies. Gu Huanxi and Li Banzwang were as persistent as Su Mo in this regard. Therefore, they are also progressing rapidly. Su Mo. An invitation letter has been sent. It's an invitation to a ring match. The name of the person is Lei Ling. It is said that a Chinese person invites you to participate in an underground competition. Location, West Lake. Oh, Su Mo looked up at Li Banzwang. This person is on our list. He entered Daxia last month. He is on the dark web list, and his real name is not this, Li Banzwang said. From what he said, he seems to want to sign a life and death agreement like Matt Morgan. Su Mo narrowed his eyes. Let me see. Yes. Li Banzwang handed him the invitation. Su Mo took a look and couldn't help but sneer. There are also many underground fighting arenas in the country, but most of them are formal and legal, and generally no one will die. However, there are some arenas that are not compliant, and people occasionally die in them. These arenas are generally unknown. Westlake Arena? Let's join in, Su Mo said with great interest. Li Banzwang frowned. Su Mo. This Lei Ling is ranked 15th, 5 places higher than Matt Morgan. He is most likely a thug of the Morgan family. Be careful. Okay, we've been practicing for so long. I want to see the results too. Look into this Lei Ling's information. I need to get all of it. Yes. Li Banzwang nodded and immediately asked someone to investigate this Lei Ling. Su Imo never fights an unprepared battle. Since the other party has provoked him, he will first investigate the other party thoroughly. Now, Su Imo wants to break free of some shackles and actually solve the problem. No one can try to suppress him. Li Banzwang acted quickly and immediately sent out an investigation team to investigate. Also asked Wang Wu and others to obtain information about Lei Ling. However, when Wang Wu heard about Lei Ling, he was shocked. What? This person named Lei Ling sent an invitation letter? In China? That's right. How much do you know about him? Sumo asked. Wang Wu's face suddenly changed. His eyes widened in disbelief. We found out that he is Chinese and entered the country from abroad. Dark Web 15, but other information is not available for the time being. Sumo said. The other party seems to be aggressive. Wang Wu's panic flashed across his eyes, and he said, Boss, this guy is not a simple person. He is very strong, very strong. You can even say that he is a genius boxer. 10 years ago, he was very popular in the Great Xia country, and he was one of the few masters of the younger generation in the Great Xia country. Oh, Sumo was surprised. He didn't expect the other party to be so powerful. He was once an idol in the hearts of many young boxers. His status was even higher than that of Senior Sister Ning. Senior Sister Ning rarely participated in boxing matches. And this Lei Ling is a master in this area. Wang Wu said solemnly. The most important thing is that he has already immigrated. What? He used to be a boxer in the country? That's right. Wang Wu nodded. He immigrated about 7 or 8 years ago. It seems that he betrayed his family. Later, someone abroad wooed him and gave him a lot of benefits, so he immigrated. Suemo looked at the information in his hand and narrowed his eyes. But he is really powerful. No one in the country can deal with him for now. Anyone who wants to deal with him will have to bear some consequences. He is definitely a master, and his strength is more than one level higher than Matt Morgan. Boss, if you want to fight him, I suggest you give up. He became famous 10 years ago. Wang Wu persuaded. So, it was the Morgan family who invited him to immigrate? Treason? Suemo said. Wang Wu nodded. Indeed. This man's ancient boxing skills are extremely powerful, and his strength is extremely strong. Almost everyone who studies boxing in China knows him. He once proclaimed himself the best boxer in Southeast Asia, and everyone in the circle knows him. Then why did he betray his family? Suemo asked curiously. Wang Wu recalled and said, it is said that he had set his sights on one of his cousins, and then he used force, but he succeeded. So his family hunted him down. He killed many people in the country, and then fled abroad. It is said that his family also sent people abroad to kill him, but he killed them back again. Now his family has declined, and almost no one appears in the world. Then I'm even more interested in him. Try to cooperate with others and collect information about him for me. I need to know as much as possible. Boss, I advise you not to accept his invitation. This guy is really powerful. Back then, he killed countless people. No problem. I also want to see if I have made any progress. Suemo shook his head, already very excited. There is hardly anything that interests him now, except this one. When Wang Wu heard this, he couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 384, Don't You Feel Guilty? This Lei Ling is indeed very powerful. Sumo's chance of winning against him is not high. Suemo was not surprised at all that a talented boxer suddenly appeared, and he was the best boxer in Southeast Asia. There was intelligence before that an outsider had come in. The reason why Suemo became interested was that when money reached a certain level, it turned into a string of numbers. He has reached a point where money can no longer solve his problems. As the saying goes, any problem that can be solved with money is not a problem. But now when he encounters a problem that cannot be solved with money, he can only use his fists to break through it. This may be somewhat dangerous, but it is a process that must be experienced. He began to prepare for the upcoming battle. On the other hand, news about Su Bohan's illegal and criminal activities was spreading like wildfire on the internet. When the media exposed it, the people above could no longer suppress it and made a choice to notify Su Hongtai and others. Su family ancestral home. Su Hongtai, Su Daming, and others soon received the news that Su Bohan was convicted and the case has entered the trial stage. According to the current charges, he is expected to be sentenced to more than 10 years in prison, and his illegal gains will also need to be confiscated. Although this amount of money is just a drizzle for the Su family, and not a big deal, it will deal a huge blow to them. There's the latest news. Su Mo's investigation team is investigating everyone in our family. Su Tiancheng, Su Ange, Su Anji, Su Tianlai, and Su Mo are all on the list. He seems to want to catch us all in one fell swoop. When the news came, Su Hongtai, Su Daming, and others instantly became serious. There were already signs of this day when Su Hongtai went to the meeting that day. That day, Sumo's attitude was obvious. Although Su Hontai didn't want to offend his grandson, he knew very well that he had to make a decision after things had come to this point. Should I protect the Su family or abandon my grandson? Su Mo, there is no turning back. We have advised him many times, but he didn't listen to us. So brother, you need to make a choice. Su Daming stared at Su Hontai. Upon hearing this, Su Hontai seemed to have aged a few years and said, "Notify Su Deming and ask him to come back. Our Su family really needs to make an important decision." Su Daming nodded when he heard it. "I will inform him. But brother, the decision we need to make now is, let him live or kill him." Su Hontai said this with some powerlessness. "It's almost done now. We must not let the Su family fall." "Brother, you are wise," Su Daming said, hatred flashing in his eyes. "Sumo's investigation list is to kill people and destroy their hearts. We will never allow him to investigate like this. If he doesn't stop, we can only kill him. Call someone over. We need to continue discussing his problem." Su Hontai nodded. After he kicked Sumo out of the family tree, he had already expected something like this to happen. Overall, nothing unexpected. Now, since it is irreversible, we can only do it to the end. Su Hontai waited for Su Daming to leave, then turned around and looked at Su Ange and said, "Ange, you must remember, if you ever face him, you must not be soft-hearted. Your cousin will definitely not show mercy to you either." Su Ange nodded. "Grandpa, according to our investigation, Su Mo knows some boxing skills." "I know. So, you can call some people outside and let them in. We can only solve the problem this way." Su Hontai spoke with an old face. He used to be the head of the Su family, and he was considered a decisive person. Otherwise, he would not have grown the Su family to its current size in decades. In his imagination, after expelling Su Mo from the Su family, the matter should come to an end. Later, Su Mo can set up his own business and leave the Su family. With Sumo's assets, he can definitely achieve this so that there will be 2 Su families in the Great Xia Kingdom. However, now the news has come that Su Mo will not let it go. Su Bohan's matter is already a done deal, and he does not intend to let his other brothers and sisters go. So, he can only be ruthless. "When your Uncle Deming comes over later, ask him to come see me. We need to explain everything to Su Mo and his family." Su Ange's eyes flashed with a sharpness. "Yes." Su Hontai stopped talking and left the hall with a hunchback. Su Deming spent his days drinking in Shu. Xia Bingyan hardly paid any attention to him. Only Su Shuehui and Su Shuang came to see him occasionally. He has been like this ever since Su Juanjia died. And now, hearing Su Hongtai's call, he hurriedly dragged his drunken body over. Su Hongtai glanced at him and frowned when he saw that he reeked of alcohol. "Our Su family does have some shady businesses. This part of the business must not be exposed. Anyone who wants to investigate this part of the business will have to pay a price." Su Mo refused to listen to the advice and is now using his own people to investigate this part of the business. This is extremely disadvantageous to our Su family. Now, the family needs to make a choice. Su Hontai looked at him and said straight to the point. "Your elder brother Bowen has already been in prison. Su Mo has done something very ruthless, and there is no possibility of easing up at the moment. It is said that he is still planning to kill people in prison. I don't know what means he will use for the time being, but we have to be on guard." "Brother, are you sure?" Su Deming was a little drunk. Su Hontai nodded. "Yes, he has been convicted. Of course, the most important thing now is not this, but Sumo's hand has reached other places. Now everyone in the family is in danger. What do you want to do?" "Me? What can I do? He doesn't listen to me. He won't see me now. What else can I do?" Su Deming had a sad face. Su Hontai frowned. Su Mo has no chance of returning to the Su family. I have talked to him many times, and he is not willing to turn back at all. So now there is only one choice. "What do you want?" Su Deming was suddenly surprised, and he came to his senses, staring at Su Hontai. Su Hontai looked at him and sighed. "It's almost the same as you thought. But before we do it, we will inform the Xie family. This is the attitude of our Su family." "You, how could you?" Su Deming was shocked, and his expression suddenly became crazy. "He is your grandson. No matter what, you can't make such a choice. Big brother went to prison. It was all his own fault. Then what do you say if he investigates everyone in our Su family?" Seeing that he was crazy, Su Hongtai said solemnly, "Now everyone in our Su family is in danger. It has reached the point where we must solve the problem. He refuses to turn back and refuses to ease up, so we have no choice but to take action." "You, how could you do this? Don't you feel guilty? How could you bear it?" Su Deming stared at Su Hongtai in disbelief. Su Hongtai sighed. "He is not from my Su family. Most people in the family have already agreed with this decision. I called you here today just to inform you. If he doesn't die, there will be no peace in the family." Su Deming looked dazed. "You should notify Xie Bingyan. Let her be mentally prepared. The reason for this consequence is the sins you committed back then." Su Hongtai said with indifference. Chapter 385 tonight. I'm yours. Su Mo will never be able to return to the Su family. Since it is your fault, you must bear the consequences. For Su Hongtai, the seeds were planted by Su Deming and Xie Bingyan, and had nothing to do with him. Back then, what they did was so ruthless that Su Mo hated all his family members. He even didn't let his uncle and cousin go. There's nothing to say. He even wanted to force his biological mother to death. When Su Deming heard this, he felt extremely desperate. He just collapsed there, motionless like a dead person. The other side, the investigation team found 2 more pieces of information about the Su family's illegal activities. It is said that when importing oil from the Middle East, the Su family quoted the country a price much higher than the purchase price and gained a lot of private profits. The investigation team is currently investigating how much profit was made, how much state-owned assets were lost, and how much harm was caused. In addition, Sumo also investigated the people upstream and downstream of the Su family, including the existence of some protective umbrellas. The Su family must have a protective umbrella, and more than one. Sumo now wants to pull out this clue. In fact, investigating this aspect is very dangerous. After all, the person who can act as the Su family's protective umbrella is at least from a second-tier family, and is definitely in a high-ranking and powerful position. But Sumo didn't care at all. He wanted to get the evidence first, and then catch them all in one fell swoop. Another piece of news is that the person who hyped up the online information was found out. It was Su Manny who hired internet trolls to spread the news on the internet. At present, most of the news about Su Mo has been blocked. Tencent.com has given Su Mo some face and proactively blocked most of the information about him. However, Su Manny still caused quite a bit of impact. This news was good news for Su Mo, as he was worried that he had no reason to deal with Su Manny. Su Manny, you really deserved to die when you jumped off the building and committed suicide. I watched you die with my eyes wide open, and this time, I opened my eyes just as wide. When Sumo got the information, his heart turned cold, but soon he was fascinated by something else. It seemed that Sumo was in a bad mood because of the news he received from the Su family, or maybe Gu Huanqi had some changes recently and planned to reward Sumo. So when Sumo finished his work and returned to the villa, he saw a scene full of benefits. It's really full of benefits. In the evening, the girl Gu Huanqi actually changed into a maid outfit and came to knock on his door. Sumo's eyes widened immediately. Gu Huanqi has changed a lot recently. She practiced the breathing method in the Tiamu bowl, and an internal force circulated in her body. Her skin became whiter, her temperament became more outstanding, and her eyes became brighter and more energetic. With these things, plus her beautiful long legs, this girl has almost no flaws at all. Sumo also liked her pair of long, round legs the most. They were white and straight. If she wore stockings and high heels, she would definitely attract attention. It was a pity that Gu Huanqi usually didn't wear them. She mostly wears suits and jeans. Today, she suddenly changed her clothes. Sumo didn't call her. She changed by herself. When she walked in, her pretty face was red, her big eyes were wandering around, and she looked a little shy. Just like the girl next door. When Sumo saw it, he was immediately happy and forgot about the Su family's affairs. TSK, a maid. I have never seen this before. Who asked you to wear this? Sumo sighed and looked at her for a few times, feeling his throat dry. So beautiful. This girl has an extremely stunning appearance, as beautiful as a fairy. She has a delicate oval face, a pair of bright almond-shaped eyes, and long black hair tied with a lace headband and a high ponytail at the back. The black and white maid outfit and the lace around the sleeves could not hide her perfect and voluptuous curves at all. Her graceful figure was outlined to perfection under the maid outfit. Looking at her like this, she just looks pretty and pure. Not to mention that pair of long legs, which are round and slender, absolutely the golden ratio. Not only has this girl's figure improved to a higher level, but her temperament has also undergone a drastic change. Do you like it? Gu Huanqi's face flushed. How can I not like it? Come, let me see it, Sumo said with a smile. Gu Huanqi's pretty face turned even redder. She put the things on the table, then suppressed her shyness and walked over. Tisk. Sumo just felt it was perfect. This dress fits her perfectly. No matter how I called you before, you refused to wear it. Why do you think it's okay now? Sumo said happily. Today is definitely a blessing. It's really eye-opening. You are too busy. Gu Huanqi didn't dare to look at him. Is it because I'm too busy? Sumo looked at her mischievously and smiled. Yeah, Gu Huanqi nodded. Sumo was delighted and suddenly reached out and hugged her slender waist. Gu Huanqi was startled and fell on him. Sumo immediately sniffed the fragrance of the woman and felt it was as fragrant as orchid and musk and extremely pleasant. It just so happens that I'm not very busy today. We have a whole day today, so we have time. Let me take a good look at what's so good about this dress, Sumo said with a smile. Don't do anything clumsy. Gu Huanqi glanced at him in reproach. Who knows? Perhaps it was because the string was too tight and needed to be relaxed. That was why Gu Huanqi acted like this. Otherwise, she would never do anything out of line. It is said that girls change a lot when they grow up and become more and more beautiful. Gu Huanqi has already transformed into a peerless goddess. Although Sumo watched her grow up, he sometimes drooled over her. Now that the beauty was right in front of him, he naturally did not hesitate at all. Gu Huanqi watched him getting impulsive. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, but she did not stop him. The recent impact from the Su family and the Morgan family was huge, which brought them great pressure. The company has a lot of things to deal with, and many foreign countries are boycotting the popularity of the T platform. So Sumo is under a lot of work pressure. During this period, he was so busy that he didn't go to bed until 3 or 4 o'clock almost every day, and then got up at 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning to deal with work. He became crazier than ever, not to mention that he had to go to the basement to practice boxing every day. Gu Huanqi felt extremely distressed watching him working so hard. So today she took out the clothes she had bought for a long time, but had not dared to wear and put them on. This man no longer has a home. His family disowned him. Gu Huanqi looked at it and felt more and more heartbroken. Although they have given up on you, but we definitely won't. The Su family's reaction is very intense and unusual. We all guess that the Su family does have some unknown secrets. Su Hongtai is a tyrant and ruthless. He will definitely be more direct. We just hope you can give them up completely, no matter what form it takes. Gu Huanqi looked at him and said silently in his heart, but did not say this to him directly. Because Gu Huanqi knew clearly in his heart that Sumo understood what he was doing. He is forcing himself and the Su family. Gu Huanqi just watched him put his hands into her clothes and then forcefully unbutton them one by one. Tonight, I'm yours. Chapter 386 then, be mentally prepared. A wonderful evening. Sumo felt refreshed and in high spirits. The Tiamu bowl breathing method seemed to have some effect in this regard. Sumo only felt that after one night, the internal strength in his body had become much deeper. Faintly, there was a force that seemed to be about to rush out of his head, making him feel eager to try. Sumo raised his hand and looked at his palm, feeling a strong heat flowing through it. He turned around and looked at Gu Huanqi and found that Gu Huanqi was almost the same. The universe, stars, nature, harmony. Did you feel the heat flow in your body just now? Sumo stared at Gu Huanqi with interest. Gu Huanqi's pretty face flushed, and she nodded shyly. Yes, it's still flowing and warm now. Indeed, it seems that this Tiamu breathing method still has some secrets that we don't know about. Ning Xuehin doesn't even know how powerful this breathing method is. I feel that my internal strength has improved a lot, Sumo said with a smile. Improved again? Is it time for a breakthrough? Maybe. I'll go to the basement and practice boxing for a while and see how it works. Sumo immediately said with a smile. Gu Huanqi heard this and said with a smile. I'll go with you. Let's practice together. Good. Gu Huanqi also practices boxing and has acquired some strength. It would be best to fight with her now. This girl is tall, heroic, and very pleasing to the eye. Sumo and the other man quickly arrived at the basement and started boxing. As he threw out punch after punch, Sumo felt the internal energy in his body becoming hotter and hotter, and it seemed that it was about to erupt. This feeling is like there is a volcano in the body. It's so hot. Gu Huanqi was a little surprised when she felt the hot air coming out of him. I feel like I need to compress the internal energy in my body. Now it feels like a red mist. I wonder if I can compress it into a stream of magma. Did you see it? Gu Huanqi was surprised. Yes, I can indeed see it. But this. As he said this, Sumo himself was a little surprised. He could actually see the scene inside his body, and it was already red. Gu Huanqi was stunned. I remember Miss Ning said that this seems to be called inner vision. It is one of the necessary conditions to enter the Grandmaster realm. Interesting. But I still think it needs to be compressed. Can you help me? Sumo laughed. Okay, but how can I help you? Gu Huanqi was surprised. Don't you have a heat flow in your body as well? I need to continue heating up the internal energy in my body. Come, let me hold you, and then we can practice together. Sumo said with a smile. Gu Huanqi was stunned, her pretty face flushed. Okay, let's start third eye breathing and absorb the essence of heaven and earth as much as possible. This inner vision is quite interesting. I feel that the control over the internal energy in my body has improved a lot, Sumo said with a smile. Seeing that he was happy, Gu Huanqi raised the corners of her mouth slightly and nodded. Her face is full of tenderness. The final verdict of the Su family is out. The message was sent back to Xia Bingyan and Su Wanting. The news was brought back by Su Deming. Except for Su Manny and the sixth child Su Yuechan, everyone gathered in the living room. Even Xiejin was here. At this moment, the living room was in deathly silence. You could hear a pin drop, and the atmosphere was so depressing that it seemed suffocating. Su Hontai said that he made the decision after considering all aspects, and he probably had no feelings for Sumo at all. The other members of the Su family are similar. Most of them are afraid of Sumo. Now seeing that Sumo hates the Su family so much, they are all afraid, forcing Su Hontai to use more direct means. They said they would use every possible means to get rid of him. He threatens everyone's safety. The Su family can't stand his investigation like this. Only when he is gone will the Su family calm down and develop with peace of mind. I asked a few people, and they all said that Su Bohan's previous decision was right. Su Bohan had long seen that Sumo was not suitable to return to the Su family. Now they all understand Su Bohan's approach. Bang! As Su Deming was speaking, suddenly a teacup came flying towards him and hit him directly. Su Deming screamed, and the teacup fell to the ground and shattered immediately. The person who threw the teacup was Xie Bingyan. Su Deming looked at the fallen teacup in horror, and suddenly raised his head to Xie Bingyan and said, "You can't stop this. I can't stop it either. This has become a dead end. My father said that this is our fault, and it's your fault." When Xie Bingyan heard this, her face turned pale. The decision made by the Su family is indeed heartless. Su Hontai, have you really thought it over carefully? Xiejin said. Su Deming looked frustrated. Yes, I have also thought about whether there are other solutions, but unfortunately, there is none. We want Sumo to come back, but he will not listen to us. Now the Su family will do anything to protect themselves. When Xiejin heard this, his shoulders slumped, and he felt weak all over. Sumo will never win. The people who want to kill him now are not just the Su family. There are a lot of people outside. The Su family has already contacted these people. Su Deming spoke with a pale face, as if he wanted to cry. We can't stop it from happening. We can't stop it at all. Everything has become a dead knot. It's all tied up. Su Wanting, Su Xuehui, and others fell silent. They didn't expect things to develop to this point. Now, the two sides seem to have torn their faces apart, and there is no possibility of turning back. Then we need to make some preparations. Su Wanting stepped forward and said, "We really can't stop it from happening. We can't stop Sumo from investigating the Su family. Then we can only give up on him." Big sister? Su Xuehui looked at Su Wanting in surprise. Su Wanting sighed. "This is the result I have already achieved. I don't want to repeat it anymore. Now, I just want to live a peaceful and stable life." Su Xuehui felt uncomfortable when she heard her say this. Ever since the eldest sister had a child, she has changed a lot. It seems that all her attention is on the child. She just wants to live a stable life and doesn't want to think about Sumo's affairs anymore. They had done so many things in the past that they regretted so much that they could no longer imagine what was happening. They had already become a knot in their hearts. If Sumo would not forgive them, then they could only forgive themselves. Su Xuehui knew that she had no choice but to do so, but she always felt that thinking like this was too shameless. The guilt in my heart will not decrease in the slightest, but because it is often mentioned, my heart feels as painful as if it were stabbed by needles. Perhaps forgetting forever is indeed a good choice. Su Xuehui looked at Xie Bingyan and found that Xie Bingyan was staring at Su Deming with a fierce look on her face. But she couldn't say anything. Su Xuehui knew that Xie Bingyan could not stop this. Then, be mentally prepared. Be prepared to lose him. Su Xuehui's heart was filled with helplessness and guilt. Chapter 387. Dear Best, I'm waiting for the results. Hearing Su Xuehui say the same thing, others didn't know what to say. They all knew very well in their hearts that they all felt sorry for Sumo. Since birth, Sumo has never felt any warmth from his family. They are all responsible, but they also know very well that they cannot live their whole lives with guilt and regret. No one wants to live in darkness, so they can only choose to break free from the darkness. We can't save him. Everyone is like this. Su Wanting spoke last. Sumo was quite excited about the battle with Gu Huanxi. Although the fight between the two was not intense, one could feel the internal energy in their bodies flowing wildly, and streams of volcanic heat gathering in their bodies, with a tendency to erupt. As Sumo started to punch continuously, the mist in his body gradually condensed and really turned into a stream of magma. After he looked inward, he felt something extremely strange. It seemed that because of such changes in his body, his strength increased greatly, and Gu Huanxi could no longer catch his punch. Sumo swung his fist slightly and hit the boxing target. With just a snap, the boxing target was easily broken. This effect is very strange. The power has become stronger, Sumo said excitedly. Gu Huanxi was also happy. The speed has also increased. My ears and vision have become much clearer. This road is so strange. We actually found another way. Sumo was very excited. Gu Huanxi was also happy. After all, the sudden increase in strength can help them break free from their shackles and allow them to do anything without any need to be nervous. Now, She and Sumo and others have realized that it is difficult to increase the group's capital again. Whether it is Pink 6E or T platform, their influence has almost reached its limit. It is already difficult for them to go any further. However, now after their fists began to explode, they seem to have the strength to break through it all and solve problems that they could not solve before or felt were very difficult to solve. I don't know how powerful the master is, but it seems like we can really touch the threshold, Gu Huanqi said with a smile. Keep up the good work. Sumo smiled. Gu Huanqi nodded. With such progress, Sumo and Gu Huanqi practiced directly in the villa for a few days to stabilize their current condition. Only after Sumo had mastered the control of the magma energy in his body did he leave the villa again. When he appeared outside and looked up into the distance, he felt his eyes and ears were clear and his mind was refreshed. It was as if he had opened some kind of skylight. He could see farther, hear farther, and his perception of everything around him became deeper. Amazing! This third eye breathing method is really something. At the same time, Sumo obtained more information belonging to the Su family. What we have now is information about Su Tianqing and Su Daming. Tianqing Food Company has repeatedly used its relationship with Su Bohan to undertake projects from Shuzhong Energy Group and made huge profits from it. In fact, this part of information had already been obtained when Su Bohan was investigated before, but no specific funds were obtained at that time, so Sumo kept it temporarily. Now that the approximate amount has been obtained and the specific projects have been investigated, Sumo naturally did not hesitate. He met with an official and provided this information. I haven't finished investigating Su Bohan. What I provided to you is only part of it. I believe this part is enough to convict Su Bohan. And today, I will provide you with information about another person. His name is Su Tianqing. He is also a member of the Su family. I believe in the justice of the law. This official is named Zhang Liangping. He is one of the main persons in charge of investigating Su Bohan and has great power. Most of Su Mo's information was given to him. Zhang Liangping is not very old, about 40 years old. When he saw Sumo, he was also quite cautious. Although Sumo is much younger than him, Zhang Liangping knows that this young man is very extraordinary. According to investigation, he is already a very powerful boxer. There was no information indicating that he could box until the intelligence report said that he had gone to northern Myanmar. They are still evaluating this person internally. When Zhang Liangping saw Sumo handing over the information about Su Tianqing, he read it carefully and said solemnly, Sumo, do you really want to do this? Why not? Sumo looked at him. Zhang Liangping said, after all, you all have the surname Su. I know what happened to you, but Captain Zhang, I don't think you want me to solve it in other ways. The reason I provide it to you is because I believe you can handle it. I also always believe in judicial justice. Sumo said calmly, I don't want to need to solve it in other ways one day, because if that happens, it will definitely not be good for anyone. Zhang Liangping heard this and said, of course I don't want you to use other methods. In fact, it's best if you use our method to handle it. You can trust us completely. I hope so, Sumo said calmly. I just saw that you were under a lot of pressure. I hope that after you get these materials, you won't feel particularly stressed. Zhang Liangping sighed when he heard this. It's not difficult to deal with the Su family. What's difficult is that someone wants to protect the Su family. By the way, do you know a person named Chen Anxiong? I know him, Sumo said calmly. Their family is also very concerned about your affairs. Generally speaking, your Su family and their Chen family have a very good relationship, and they were very close in the past. You know what I mean? Zhang Liangping said. What you mean is that the Su family and the Chun family have the same master? Sumo stared at him. Zhang Liangping nodded and smiled bitterly. That's about right. However, we will try our best to deal with the issues you submit to us. I also hope you can give us some time. No matter what issues you submit, we can deal with them. You can trust the judiciary. Sumo frowned. We will temporarily detain Su Tianqing for investigation. If it is really as you said, we will convict him. Zhang Liangping continued. After hearing this, Sumo no longer planned to say more to him. Just do your best. I'm waiting for the result. Zhang Liangping heard this and nodded. This Sumo has already torn his relationship with the Su family. It is said that Su Tianqing was once a strong supporter of Su Bohan and one of Su Bohan's right-hand men, and he held a very high status in the Su family. It is estimated that after Sumo was expelled from the Su family, Su Tianqing activated a lot of his abilities. So Sumo was thinking about him. Zhang Liangping didn't understand why the Su family made such a stupid choice. You should know that Sumo's current assets are several times, or even dozens of times, that of the Su family. If Sumo could integrate into the Su family, then the Su family would definitely prosper. However, the Su family chose to expel him from the family without hesitation. Zhang Liangping now only feels regret towards the Su family. I hope he can really believe in the judiciary and not resort to other extreme means. From the current intelligence, he already has other abilities. who can guarantee that he will not use other means to retaliate against the Su family. 10 years ago, that Lei Ling has returned to China. At that time, he was so bloodthirsty against his own family that even the law couldn't deal with him. Chapter 388 Break Through All Obstacles. After the meeting with Zhang Liangping, Sumo looked at the sky outside, which was clear. For Sumo, Su Tiancheng is not an important person. To deal with him now is just to destroy part of the Su family's business. At this point, Sumo no longer cares about the Su family's business because his assets are more than 10 times that of the Su family. He no longer cares about that little bit of money. And today, Ning Xuehen came back. Some time ago, she returned to Changbai Mountain with the gilded Timu bowl and had been away for more than a month. During this month, Sumo had made great progress, so when Ning Xuehen came back and saw him, his eyes instantly lit up with excitement. Have you changed? Ning Xuehen widened his eyes. Good. The effect is very obvious. I can see inside my body, Sumo said with a smile. Ah! Ning Xuehen was completely stunned. His mouth opened into a big duck egg with a look of disbelief. How could it be so fast? What did you do? She asked hurriedly, shocked. I didn't do anything big. I just practiced breathing techniques every day and then fought with Huanxi. I felt more spiritual energy flowing into my body. Sumo said with a smile. Stretch out your hand and let me see it, Ning Xuehen said. Sumo nodded and extended his hand to her. Ning Xuehen held his hand and immediately felt his pulse, with shock and surprise in her eyes again. I didn't expect you to get to this point so quickly. This is already a leap forward. Although it's still a long way from being a grandmaster, you've already touched the threshold. How many people can I beat in this state? Sumo asked. A lot of people, at least people like Matt Morgan, are no match for you. You can go abroad by yourself now, Ning Xuehen said with a smile. But you have to be careful. After all, there are still many masters in this world, and most importantly, there are weapons. Weapons, Sumo exclaimed. But weapons are not completely defenseless. In fact, any boxer is afraid of weapons. So there are generally established rules in competitions, which is that guns are absolutely not allowed to be used. Once a gun is used, it will be a matter of life and death, Ning Xuehen said with a smile. Sumo smiled and said, I'm not confident enough to catch a bullet with my hands, so you can rest assured. Well, but now that you have reached this level, there is no need to be so scared. In fact, if you observe more, you can avoid many attacks. Come, today I will teach you how to use internal energy to greatly increase your speed. In this way, your reaction will be faster and more sensitive, Ning Xuehen said with a smile. Okay, Sumo nodded. But I still have a question. Why don't people like you participate in the Olympics? If people like you participate in the Olympics, won't you be able to win a lot of medals? Puffed. Ning Xuehen laughed when he heard it. It was as if I heard a joke. Isn't it? Sumo looked at her. Ning Xuehen was amused. The medal is of no use to us. Money, Sumo said. Ning Xuehen smiled speechlessly and said, there is indeed some money, but this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that the Olympics have physical fitness tests and doping tests, and people like us can't pass this test. Not everyone can participate. Oh, Sumo had forgotten this. Some people did conceal their identities, participated secretly, and won medals, but they didn't dare to expose it. Ning Xuehen smiled and said, after all, it can really be detected. People like us are not normal people. Then I understand. Come on, let me see how to increase the speed, Sumo said with a smile. Good. Ning Xuehen is a very good master who does his best and is responsible. She is not cold-hearted. When they were not familiar with each other at first, she was quite nice, but didn't talk much. But after getting to know her, Sumo found that she was easy to get along with and had a very gentle personality. This time, Sumo and her did not go to the basement, but drove to an open mountain area to practice. The last time, Sumo saw her jumping off Mount Ame carrying 2 people, and she seemed to be using some kind of lightweight footwork. And what she was going to give Sumo this time happened to be these. Faster, stronger, and more direct. You must master the joints of your hands and feet, and the use of various internal forces. Even if you master these, Lei Ling will not be your opponent. Ning Xuehen was in high spirits. What made her very excited was that Sumo learned things very quickly and could basically master them after just one look. It is said that this person was a genius when he was studying. He was admitted to Peking University and Tsinghua University and was the top scorer in science. Teaching such students is much easier than teaching other stupid students, and it gives a great sense of accomplishment. You have a strong understanding. Your understanding is much stronger than that of all my fellow disciples in Changbai Mountain. It was indeed the right decision for Timu Bowl to choose you, Ning Xuehen said with a smile. Sumo was happy. It's all thanks to Miss Ning's teaching. Otherwise, I would never have mastered it so easily. In fact, all this is thanks to Miss Ning. Ning Xuehen was delighted when he heard this. Now that you have mastered these, go and test the waters. I agree that you should fight Lei Ling. This Lei Ling is a rare genius. He became famous 10 years ago. Good. Without further ado, Sumo began to study various skills diligently and try to strengthen himself as much as possible. Ning Xuehin couldn't help but nod when she saw that he had become proficient in various techniques. After teaching him, Ning Xuehin let him go back to practice on his own. Then he met with Gu Huanqi, Li Banzwang, and others. Sumo has completely accepted the fact that he is a master. His mentality has been adjusted very well. He has mastered many ancient boxing techniques. He has even performed flexible Tai Chi, which is superb. It is hard to imagine that his talent is so great. Hearing Ning Xuehin's exclamation, Gu Huanqi and Li Banzwang looked at each other. Li Banzwang smiled and said, Sumo was very smart before. When we were in the orphanage and had no food to eat, he let us out to find food. He saw someone was organizing a zombie operation and volunteered to go over and find someone to mourn for him. He ended up getting beaten up a few times. Gu Huanqi smiled and said, not bad. The idea of crying at a funeral was thought up by Sumo. I have to say, it really made us a lot of money. You have to keep up with him. He is growing very fast. You'd better not hold him back, Ning Xuehin said with a smile. Of course. They both nodded. And Sumo, in the basement, also felt excited. The surging internal energy surged out of his body, like a volcano erupting, making every cell in his body tremble. Go, go, go. Break free from all shackles. Break free from all obstacles. Break free from all oppression. No one can suppress me. Sumo's fists became more fierce and more direct. Both eyes are full of sharpness. Chapter 389 people are determined to get rid of him. On the other side, the Su family, a group of people are discussing something. Lei Ling. His real surname is Zhang, from the ancient Shu Zhang family, which is quite famous. He learned boxing when he was young, and he is extremely talented. He calls himself the best boxer in Southeast Asia. This man is very powerful. When he was young, he was almost invincible. Later, he was wooed by a foreign financial group and went to live in seclusion abroad. He came back at this time, first to visit his relatives, and second to receive instructions. This man was once a special forces instructor, and he is extremely powerful. Su Daming took a piece of information and handed it to everyone. I think we need to send a few more people over. This Sumo is no simple person. There's no one at our house, but that doesn't mean there's no one outside. A young man stood up and spoke. Who else could it be but Su Angie? I think so too. Since the higher-ups have agreed and the Morgan family is planning to take action, why not send a few more people for insurance? Someone is already protecting Sumo, said the extremely fat Su Tiancheng. He has never had a good impression of Sumo. Do you think he will win? Another person said sarcastically. His name was Su Hongyi, and he was in his 50s. He was a relative of the Su family's concubine and also a person in charge of the Su family. I don't believe he can win. But Sumo has so much wealth, he's bound to have a backup plan. I think this time, we have to be absolutely safe, Su Tiancheng said viciously. Although he is fat, he is a meticulous person. If he wasn't careful enough, he wouldn't be able to take on the project Su Bohan assigned to him. We need to make this a final decision. We must be decisive and resolute. We must not let Sumo escape. Only by solving the problem as quickly as possible can we be safe. That's true. According to the current situation, the longer it drags on, the more disadvantageous it will be for us. We should ask the Morgan family to mobilize more manpower. And the people above, Su-Inge said. I will also contact a few friends to come together. Upon hearing this, Su Daming glanced at everyone, nodded, and then turned back to Su Hongtai. Brother, we really need to make a quick decision now and cut the Gordian knot. There must be no accidents. Sumo has a strong desire for revenge. If we fail, we may no longer have any chance of winning. We need to get rid of him before he can react. Su Daming is extremely serious. Su Hongtai sighed when he heard this. Has the Morgan family agreed to our conditions? Not yet, but they shouldn't refuse. We can at least get back 30% of Sumo's assets. Su Daming said. Only 30%? Su Hongtai frowned. Brother, 30% is enough. We won't get more. This is for domestic platforms. For foreign platforms, I estimate that we can only get 10%. Su Daming hurriedly explained. The Morgan family has agreed to give us this part. Su Hongtai frowned. Su Tianqing also said, Uncle, someone in China has also contacted me. Our Su family can probably take about 40%. The other 60% needs to be distributed to other people. If there is more, there may be nothing left. The people above will not let go of this part of the assets. When Su Hongtai heard this, he felt helpless. The Su family is still too weak. Otherwise, they would not occupy such a small area. If Su Jiaqiang was stronger, he could get at least more than half, let alone 30%. How much is half of Sumo's assets now? At least 300 billion. which is definitely a huge fortune for the Su family. Now it's 30%, almost half less. Then, let's say hello and call people. Put all your chips on the table as much as possible. We really should make the final decision. Su Hongtai's eyes became firm, and he was no longer fussy. Brother, you are wise. Su Daming heard it. I'll go call for help. I'll go inform the Morgan family. Location, Westlake. The Su family began to act quickly. More than a dozen calls were made in succession. As the Su family gave in, people from many places began to move and quickly rushed to the Westlake arena. Many people also heard the news. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? The best boxer in Southeast Asia is going to fight Sumo, the boss of T Platform. The location is Westlake. A fight? Yes. Now everyone is rushing to Westlake to watch the fight. The best punch in Southeast Asia has returned to China. Ah, a challenge to Sumo, the boss of T Platform? What kind of fight is this? Musk challenges Zuckerberg. I think it's about the same, but this Lei Ling is very powerful. This Sumo is probably looking for death. Did he accept the challenge? Accepted the challenge. Everyone is heading to Westlake now. As the time of the battle drew closer, the information that had been hidden was quickly spread. Only those who had access received the news quickly. It's funny to say that a few years ago, Tesla boss Musk once challenged the Facebook boss to a duel, which was a big deal for a while. It is said that at that time, the time, place, and rules could be set at will, and many people were watching to see whether these big bosses could fight each other. Later they did not fight, which made everyone feel sorry. And today, a master challenged a domestic media owner to a duel, and the media owner has already accepted the challenge, and everyone's interest was aroused at once. Most people who received the news had heard of this Southeast Asia's #1 boxer. He was self-proclaimed, but had been famous for many years. Although he is self-proclaimed, this man's boxing skills are indeed powerful. It is said that he has not been defeated for many years, so he instantly attracted the interest of countless people. Go and have a look. Go and have a look. This Lei Ling is absolutely my idol. It's great to see him boxing. Not bad, not bad. I haven't heard of Lei Ling for many years. I didn't expect to hear about it today. I must go and see him. Go quickly. Su Mani happened to be filming in Hangzhou as well. Since she is a star, she occasionally comes into contact with some boxers and happened to hear the news today. She was shocked and stunned. Then she caught a boxer who was performing in the troupe and asked him a few questions. And finally she found out the whole story. They already knew from last time that Sumo could fight, but she didn't know how good he was. She always felt that Sumo could not possibly beat Matt Morgan. That day in northern Myanmar, Sumo might have used some hidden weapon to win. This time, a Southeast Asian top puncher named Lei Ling threw at her, which immediately piqued her interest. I hope he gets beaten to death. If he gets beaten to death, there won't be so many problems. Whether it's sending Brother Chen to jail, forcing Juinja to death, or causing Mom to jump off a building, he is unforgivable. Not to mention the Su family's affairs. He will definitely be beaten to death. Su Mani found out the location, which was right next to the West Lake. She immediately became interested and planned to go over and take a look when the time comes. Old 4. There's news about Sumo. He's going to fight again. He's offended too many people. Someone is determined to beat him to death and get rid of him. Su Mani did not keep the matter in her heart, but immediately called Su Pundi. Among the 6 sisters of the Su family, she had the best relationship with Su Pundi. What? Su Pundi was obviously surprised. I think he will definitely lose. No matter how he struggles, it's useless. We must get rid of him. Chapter 390. With money you can really do whatever you want. Su Mani looked gloating. She really hated Sumo. She had always thought he was dirty, and she felt uncomfortable whenever he touched her. How well-behaved was Juinja in the past? She had a very good relationship with Juinja. As for the poisoning, she guessed that Sumo must have secretly framed Su Juinja. All in all, she is very satisfied with the result now. When Su Pundi heard her say this, she immediately fell silent and didn't say anything. She didn't know what the final outcome would be. But she knew that Sumo was in a miserable state. Not only his own family wanted to kill him, but people outside also wanted to kill him. He is now surrounded by wolves, and many people want to take away the property he has worked so hard to save. Now, even the always kind eldest sister doesn't stand on his side and just wants to watch him die. Su Pundi felt that if she were treated like this, she would definitely not be able to bear it. Su Mani hung up the phone quickly. Su Pundi did not hide this matter. After thinking about it, she decided to inform Su Xuehue, Su Wanting, and others. After a while, the entire Su family received the news. They also fell into silence. Su Wanting and Su Xuehue didn't know much about boxers. To them, boxing was just about having brute force, which was of no use. They didn't understand why Sumo wanted to learn boxing. Now he has to fight with others again. I'm afraid it's a life and death duel. We can't help him. This is the result he wanted. He just refuses to admit defeat. Never. Su Wanting said dimly, with a hint of resentment in her tone. Back then, she also hoped that Sumo could untie the knot in his heart and forgive her, but Sumo always refused, and she had no choice. It's the only way. Su Shuehui was similar to Su Wanning, and also felt regretful and sad. Su Pundi had already expected them to do this, so she didn't say much and turned around and went back to her room silently. The battle with Lei Ling will be in 3 days. Location: an underground arena in West Lake. It is said that this arena is very large and can accommodate hundreds of spectators, and is very popular. It has to be said that Lei Ling, who calls himself the best boxer in Southeast Asia, does have a very resounding reputation. Many boxers in the circle know him and know that he is extremely powerful. He used to be an instructor of special forces. Later he went abroad. He is probably still an instructor in the ugly country now. His original surname was Zhang, but after he raped his cousin, he left the ancient Shu Zhang family and changed his name to Lei. It is said that most of his family members have been killed, and he has completely secluded himself and never appears in the world again. The boxing style he mastered is called Sun Bin Fist, which is an extremely ancient style of boxing created by Sun Bin, a military strategist during the spring and autumn period and the Warring States period. This kind of boxing is an ancient boxing style that has been lost. Very few people know how to do it. It consists of a total of 365 moves. After Lei Ling learned this ancient boxing style, he integrated it with modern fighting techniques and created a new boxing style, which he named after himself, called Lei Ling Fist. This kind of boxing has a unique style, strong striking skills, and emphasizes practicality. The boxing method is mainly based on combination, but each move is a usage. The 360 moves can be connected in series, and when attacking, they can be combined into a combo, which is quite terrifying. He calls himself the best puncher in Southeast Asia, which is indeed very powerful. Even Ning Xuehen praises him highly. Lei Ling is a genius. Sun Bin Fist has long been lost, and it is very difficult to learn it all. After he accidentally obtained this boxing method, he quickly mastered its essence, and then combined it with a variety of modern boxing methods and taekwondo and other boxing methods to create a new boxing method. This boxing style emphasizes twisting, entanglement, and spiral force. The arm rotates to punch, and the fist moves in a curve. Seeking straightness in the curve, there is defense and attack and defense. Ning Xuehen performed several moves on the ring. I have watched this man boxing. He is indeed mysterious. The few moves I imitated are just the tip of the iceberg. You have to remember, this fist is based on 3 moves and 1 main move, 2 arms, and 1 leg. Use circles, angles, lines, and points as the basis. Move in arcs and circles without stopping. Always keep your body sideways to respond to the enemy. Be ready to strike at any moment, arrive at the target at any moment, and win at any moment. There are true and false, virtual and real, combining inside and outside, and connecting form and meaning. Sumo couldn't help but sigh in his heart as he watched Ning Xuehen wielding the ancient boxing technique. This ancient martial art is actually very powerful and suitable for men, but not women. Ning Xuehen is more adept at flexible boxing, such as Tai Chi. In fact, she looks really good when she practices Tai Chi. Sumo had seen her practice Tai Chi every morning to regulate her internal strength. Every time she swung a punch, combined with her beautiful figure, she looked heroic and refreshing, and gave people a sense of soft beauty. Tai Chi combines yin and yang and is best suited for morning exercises. Unfortunately, it is not suitable for fast punches. I opened up and shot a 3-pointer like him. This is how Lei Ling looked like 10 years ago. As for whether he has grown in the past 10 years, I don't know. You just need to pay attention. Sumo smiled and said, with you here, I think it won't be difficult to defeat him. Don't underestimate the enemy, especially Lei Ling. As long as he finds any flaw in you, you may lose. You must remember that the opponent is also a genius. Ning Xuehen said with a smile. In her heart, she still admired Sumo's talent very much. Over the years, she had met so many people, but she had never seen anyone with stronger talent than Sumo. It's a pity that he is a little old now. Otherwise, he could definitely become a grandmaster. It's actually not too late now. After all, he has already learned the Tianmu breathing method and absorbed the internal energy in the Tianmu bowl. Perhaps one day, he can really become a master. Of course, I won't take it lightly. Yesterday, I even had someone set up a studio and called in some special effects people to create this so-called ancient shoe boxing. Sumo smiled and said, just wait until they make it, and maybe I can prevent it. Ning Xuehen was happy. If you have money, you can do whatever you want. Sumo smiled and said, it's not just Lei Ling. It will be the same for other masters in the future. I'm going to form a team behind the scenes to summarize this thing. It's great that you have such an idea. However, ancient boxing techniques are difficult to truly produce. Ning Xuehen said, if it's 70% realistic, I'm already satisfied. Isn't it just boxing? It can actually be a special effect. Sumo said with a smile. Ning Xuehen didn't say much when he heard this. He had money, so it was natural for him to do it. In fact, many boxers are now doing motion capture for film, television, and game platforms. Some of the results are really good looking and have 50% to 60% of the authenticity of the original. A lot of people are rushing to Westlake now. Everyone has received the news and has gone there. Tomorrow we'll go there too. Good. The news spread widely. There is no such thing as an impenetrable wall. Sumo knew very well that many people wanted to die. It is impossible to say that the Su family does not hate him, let alone Su Hongtai and others. If possible, Su Deming, Xie Bingyin, and others probably want him dead. Sumo didn't take it to heart now. He found a new way and wanted to blast it out with his fists. Chapter 391, let's see how much blood flows. As time was running out, Sumo no longer had time to deal with company affairs and spent almost all of his time on the showdown. As his strength increases, Sumo has become more and more confident, believing that there is no path he cannot break through. In addition to his efforts, the investigation team and intelligence gathering team formed by Sumo also passed him the latest information. At present, Sumo plans to do two aspects of intelligence collection. One part is in China, which is easier to do, and he has already recruited many people to act as ears. The other part is abroad, mainly collecting information from the United States and Southeast Asia. At present, this part is still investing huge amounts of money in an effort to grasp as much of the Morgan family's movements as possible. The T platform is actually in danger internationally. Many Western countries are clamoring to ban the spread of T platforms as they are afraid of losing control of public opinion. Sumo knew very well that he would have to fight a battle abroad. If he wants the T platform to be a great success and wants to keep his own industry, he must break some people's spines and crush their wolfish ambitions. Foreign intelligence personnel were still spending money, so Sumo used some old methods and hired some powerful people to exchange interests. There is no result in this part yet. But now that the information has come back, Sumo's face became solemn after reading it. After thinking about it, he handed the information to Ning Xuehen, Gu Huanqi, and others to read. When everyone finished watching, they were all very serious. Ms. Ning, I want to ask you a favor. Sumo suddenly spoke. What's the matter? Ning Xuehen was surprised. If something happens to me this time, I hope you can help me protect the three of them. Currently, the three of them still lack some means of self-protection. Sumo said. Ning Xuehen glanced at Gu Huanqi, Li Banzwang, and the other two and frowned. I don't know what will happen next. I can only do my best. The enemy is coming with great force, and I have become a thorn in their eyes and a thorn in their flesh. Sumo said calmly. I am not worried about myself, but I am worried about the three of them. Sumo, let's advance and retreat together. Li Banzwang said hurriedly. Sumo immediately shook his head when he heard this. Banzwang, your strength is still relatively low. It's not realistic for you to be with me. If it were me, I would be sure to protect my own safety. But with you here, it's not certain. You will hold me back. Gu Huanqi and Li Banzwang's faces changed. With Miss Ning here, I hope to at least protect your safety, Sumo said calmly. Now, you don't need to think about it to know that the four of us in the team have long been on their list. They are not paying attention to you for the time being because I am still here, but if I am gone, you will be in danger. Ning Xuehen sighed when she heard it. That's true. Miss Gu, Miss Li, you will indeed hold Sumo back. If something unexpected happens, I hope you won't be impulsive. Sumo can do more things alone. Besides, the company still needs you to take responsibility. Sumo took over Ning Xuen's words and said to Gu Huanqi and the other two. You three, no matter what, you must protect the group and the company for me. I will not allow any mistakes to happen. Hearing him say this, Gu Huanqi, Li Banzwang, and the other two were all fascinated. The intelligence revealed a lot of things, and the other party was very likely to take action in the confrontation. It seems that he wants to catch all four of them in one fell swoop, and even other executives of the company will be in danger. It is not uncommon for Cho country to arrest senior executives of Daxia country companies. Even the famous Warwick company had a senior executive arrested or assassinated. The other party will definitely use any means necessary to deal with the four of them. I will protect the company, no matter what problems arise. Gu Huanqi stared at Sumo and spoke. Hearing this, Sumo immediately smiled. You don't have to worry about me. I'm sure there's nothing wrong with me. I'm just worried that if something goes wrong, you'll get into trouble. As long as you're okay, I'll get through any difficulties. Ning Xuehen sighed. You really offended too many people this time. But what I'm curious about is, isn't the Su family your family? Why are they so cruel? Because we are about to find out their unknown secrets. Sumo laughed and said, the crazier the enemy is, the more right we are. I never expect the enemy to be merciful. Then do you have a response plan? Ning Xuehen asked. Yes. If the information is true, many people will come this time. I will try my best to lead them away, Sumo said with a smile. Huanqi Banzwang and Tang Lei can't afford such an attack. You all need some time to grow up, and I will let them see how powerful we are. Ning Xuan sighed again when he heard it. This is bound to be a very difficult journey. According to the intelligence, the enemy will be fully prepared. You must wear a bulletproof vest. Nature. Gu Huanqi looked at Sumo, his eyes full of heartache. What the intelligence showed this time was indeed serious. The enemy has already mobilized a large number of troops. The Su family also put in a lot of effort. Sumo is their main target. They don't have many options now and can only do as Sumo says. At all costs, they must protect their property. After the discussion, everyone stopped talking and Sumo began to make preparations. It's time to go to West Lake, and everything needs to be prepared. The West Lake was already very lively, and many people had already rushed there to watch the show. Sumo and his group immediately boarded the plane and flew directly to their destination. It would be great if we could become strong too. We wouldn't be so passive. Li Banzwang sighed as soon as the plane landed. Sumo smiled and said, "You still need some time. Follow Miss Ning. She will protect you." Li Banzwang glanced at him and said, "Sumo, no matter what happens, you must be okay." "Of course. I'm still worried." Gu Huanqi interrupted. Sumo turned around and rubbed her head. "Take me to kill them all and make a river of blood flow. They are not afraid of me now because I haven't killed enough people. This Lei Ling, I am very interested in him. Some people really deserve to be killed." Gu Huanqi turned pale, stopped talking, and felt upset. Sumo turned around and said to Wang Wu, "Wang Wu, next you will arrange most of the people around Huanqi, Tang Lei, and Banzwang. I need to make sure that nothing will happen to them. Your mission is to protect these 3 people." "Yes, now, watch me." Sumo looked up at the bustling crowd outside and was eager to give it a try. The danger was approaching, but Sumo did not feel any fear. On the contrary, he started to go crazy towards the enemy and became more and more excited. This result may not be what he wanted. After practicing boxing for so long, he really wanted to prove whether he could do it. How far could he go in this field? Extraordinary power is not something that everyone can possess. Sumo knew that he had grasped some opportunities. In that case, what's the harm in making a big fuss? He'll kill people until a river of blood flows. Chapter 392, she was deeply moved. On the other side, Westlake Gymnasium, hosted by the Dachau National Boxing Association, an unlimited fighting arena. Many boxing fans have already taken their seats. Most of these boxing enthusiasts are boxers from all over the country, and a small number come from gyms in various places. They are all boxing enthusiasts and often participate in boxing matches. There are many boxing matches in Dachau every year, such as boxing championships, youth free fighting competitions, boxing championships, and so on. Only people who are interested in this field will pay attention to it. However, today's game is very special. Because a famous figure came to the competition, it attracted a lot of people to watch. Although there are many criticisms about this person, anyone who has heard of his name knows how powerful this person is. It is said that after he went abroad, he worked as a full-time boxer in Southeast Asia. He has been to most Southeast Asian countries and defeated all his rivals, so he called himself the best boxer in Southeast Asia. Now that he has returned to China, almost everyone wants to see what this man has to offer. Most people don't have any impression of the other person. At least he has not made any achievements in boxing. Everyone just heard that he was a big boss worth billions and extremely rich. This seemed to add an even more legendary aura to the competition. Most people came here just to see how the best puncher in Southeast Asia could defeat this tycoon boss. This is bound to be a very entertaining match. I really don't understand why the boss of T-Platform, such a big boss, would accept this competition. He is so rich. Isn't it better for him to enjoy his life? Huh, who knows? Maybe he's just looking for trouble. I heard that Sumo, the boss of T-Platform, seems to be a boxer as well. Maybe he's quite good at it, said a burly man. He was muscular all over and was obviously a fitness expert in the gym. T-Platform boss Sumo is also a boxer. The people next to him exclaimed, "You haven't heard. He may really know how to box, but he may not be that good," said the fitness expert. "Even if the boss of this T-Platform knows how to fight, he can't beat Lei Ling. Lei Ling was very popular back then, and very few people could match him," said another man who seemed to be very fascinated by Lei Ling. "Do you think this Sumo is a hidden master? Maybe he can beat Lei Ling?" A man with a middle-parted hair speculated. "He can beat Lei Ling? Stop talking nonsense. Do you know who Lei Ling is? He is almost the best puncher in Southeast Asia," the fitness expert said with disdain. "Even if the boss of T-Platform is a boxer, he can't touch Master Lei Ling. He's a real master. I just find it strange that Sumo is so rich. Why would he agree to the competition? He just thinks he can win. Rich people like him are always arrogant. Maybe he doesn't believe that Lei Ling has the real ability at all, so he accepted the challenge," the fitness expert said disdainfully. "If that's the case, then this game will be interesting. Let's see how this rich man is defeated." That's right. It will be fun to beat up a billionaire. Watch it carefully. There won't be a chance next time. Hearing this, everyone became excited and looked forward to the boxing match even more. There is no doubt that it is indeed difficult for people to see a billionaire boxing. This will create a lot of topics, and they will be more excited. On one side of the venue, several young girls were sitting in their seats, listening to the discussions of people next to them, their faces pale. One of the girls in a purple dress, who was about 20 years old, suddenly said to another girl in a black dress with a worried look on her face, "Tianyang, it seems that your idol is going to lose." This Lei Ling is really not an ordinary person. Everyone thinks he will definitely win. The girl named Tiantian's face froze. I think what they said makes sense. Sumo is so rich. Why does he become a boxer instead of being a billionaire? He might get beaten to death this time, said the girl in purple skirt. She was pretty and charming. The girl named Tian was obviously more beautiful, as pretty as a fairy. After listening to her bestie's words, she was silent for a moment before saying, "No, he will definitely win. Tian, don't trust him too much. How could he possibly win?" The purple dress girl said hastily, "Lei Ling is a talented boxer. He has fought in many countries and is an instructor in the special forces. He is very powerful. How could Sumo be that capable?" The girl in the black dress stopped talking and frowned. "I think it was pure luck that he was able to beat Matt Morgan to death. Matt Morgan wasn't that powerful." The purple-skirted girl continued, muttering to herself, "But this Lei Ling is different. He's a real master." The girl in the black dress was Jiang Tian. She was studying in Beijing. She heard about this incident by chance and was shocked. So she ran over to watch with her best friend. Supposedly, he killed Matt Morgan, chased to northern Myanmar, and out of the country. Jiang Tian still remembers that scene. Matt Morgan charmed her that day and wanted to possess her, but she was rescued by someone. Although her body could not move, her consciousness was very clear, and she remembered clearly what had happened. At that time, she wanted to say thank you to Sumo, but Sumo was too busy and he had no chance to see her at all, so the thank you has not been said until today. Later, Jiang Tian received another piece of news through her family, saying that Sumo had actually gone abroad and killed Matt Morgan. When Jiang Tian heard the news, she was shocked. Waves of warmth flowed through Jiang Tiantian's heart. She felt that Brother Sumo must have killed Matt Morgan for her, because Matt Morgan wanted to molest her and was caught by Brother Sumo. In order to eliminate this hidden danger, Brother Sumo acted quickly. I don't know how he did it, but Jiang Tian was deeply moved. And this Lei Ling actually has some relationship with their Shuzhongjiang family. In the past, Lei Ling was a member of the ancient Shuzhong family and was a relative of their Shuzhongjiang family. The two sides were considered enemies. Lei Ling also killed people from the Jiang family. Now, Brother Sumo actually chose to challenge this person. It must be for the Jiang family. After Jiang Tian received the news, her first reaction was shock. She never thought that Brother Sumo would do this for her. So, she bought a plane ticket and flew over to watch as soon as possible, hoping to help Brother Sumo solve this problem. On the way here, she finally found out who this Lei Ling was. A deep worry arose in my heart. Many people around don't think that Brother Sumo can beat Lei Ling. According to them, this Lei Ling is very famous for his boxing, and this time, Brother Sumo will definitely be in danger. "I actually think that he did this for you," the best friend next to him said. "Otherwise, he wouldn't have traveled all the way abroad to kill Matt Morgan. Your Brother Sumo seems to care about your safety very much, even though he doesn't see you often." When Jiang Tian heard her best friend say this, she was even more moved. "But he is really dangerous this time. See if you can stop him. Otherwise, it would be a big joke if he was beaten to death," the bestie continued. When Jiang Tian heard this, she agreed deeply with it. "Brother Sumo, don't take any risks. I'm already very happy that you were able to kill Matt Morgan, but this Lei Ling is unnecessary." She was deeply moved. Chapter 393, he will definitely be defeated. On the other side, Su Mani, Su Pundi, and Su Shuang also came to the ring. Su Wanting and Su Shuhui did not come because they were busy, especially Su Wanting, who needed to take care of the children. Su Deming and Xie Bingyan did not come either. Now Xie Bingyan's mind was on Su Wanting's child, and she had no time to be distracted. As for Su Deming, he felt guilty and didn't know how to face it, so he simply didn't come. In fact, when the family heard that Sumo was going to fight again, the atmosphere was very depressing. Xie Bingyan did not express any opinions, but just took care of her grandson silently. She has been like this ever since the Su and Xie families made their decision. Everyone knew that she was too embarrassed to face him, so they tried not to talk about Sumo's affairs in front of her as much as possible. The scar had just healed a lot, and it was impossible to tear it open again. Fortunately, after having a grandson, Xie Bingyan's overall mental state improved a lot. Recently, she has continued to study Buddhism and chant sutras. Although Xie Bingyan did not come, Su Shuhui, Su Shuang, and others knew that she actually cared very much about the outcome. Now, I can only wait until the results come out before notifying her. This Lei Ling is so popular. I've never heard of him before. Su Mani couldn't help but sigh as she watched the crowd surge. He became famous 10 years ago and is not in the same circle as us. It's normal that we don't know him, Su Shuang said. Su Mani sneered. He is a legend. As the saying goes, there is no false reputation under a great reputation. I want to see how Su Mo wins. Fourth and fifth brothers, just wait and see. He will definitely be defeated. Third sister. Su Shuang frowned. Su Mani said sarcastically. You don't have to worry about him being killed in China, because no one in China dares to kill people easily. That's hard to say. The people who came this time are foreigners. Who knows if they have bad intentions? Su Shuang's face was full of worry. No matter what, I'm worried about Su Mo. Su Mani glanced at her, sneered in her heart, and didn't say much to Su Shuang. She knew very well that Su Shuang also regretted it, but it was useless to regret it now. Su Mani knew that she needed to get rid of the inner demons of everyone in the Su family, and that meant only Su Mo had to die. Now that Su Mo is dead, the Su family will no longer have any inner demons. As far as she knew, Su Mo would definitely not be able to escape this time. Su Shuang didn't know about these things yet, and Su Mani didn't tell her either, so as to prevent her from leaking the news. For Su Mani, Sumo's silent death was the best outcome. This will minimize the impact. Lei Ling, Lei Ling, Lei Ling. As she was thinking this, she suddenly heard cheers in her ears. Su Mani looked up and was surprised. I saw a middle-aged man appear on the third floor not far away, looking down at the crowd below. The clothes he wore were a little strange. It was not a training suit, nor a robe, but a suit. When they saw him appear, some people shouted. Immediately afterwards, Lei Ling seemed to take off his shoes, took a step forward, and jumped down from the third floor. When Su Mani and the others saw this, they were shocked and thought that Lei Ling was going to fall to his death. However, this person was as light as a swallow. He seemed to step on some rope, jumped slightly, and then landed lightly on the ground. When Su Mani and others saw it, they couldn't help but open their mouths wide. That's the third floor, at least 15 meters high. I saw that Lei Ling was tall, wearing a suit, and very strong. He looked extremely ferocious, as terrifying as a wild bear. His eyes were as bright as lightning. After they landed on the ground shook slightly, blowing up a cloud of dust and a strange energy that made people look sideways. He is Lei Ling, such a fierce temperament. Su Shuang was also surprised. This man was extremely tall, at least 2 meters tall, but with such a huge body, he was able to be as light as a swallow, which was absolutely terrifying. Although he landed on the ground lightly, the ground shook as if something heavy had hit the ground, and it seemed that a strong energy was emanating from him. How could there be such a person? Su Shuang couldn't believe it. She studied medicine and didn't know much about boxers. I've heard that he's a very good boxer, and he claims to be invincible. Seeing is believing, and now I see that it's true. Su Mani's eyes also flashed with brilliance, and she seemed to be very eager in her heart. Now it's going to be a good show. How can Su Mo beat such an opponent? Su Puni looked at Lei Ling with a serious expression. This man's internal energy was indeed very strong. As soon as he landed on the ground, it seemed as if he was giving everyone a warning. Those who were near the front were affected and hurriedly dodged. No wonder he dares to call himself the best puncher in Southeast Asia. Lei Ling landed on the ground and glanced at everyone, with a hint of mocking sneer on his lips, just like an emperor inspecting his territory, looking down on everyone. This time when he returned to China, he was well prepared to make a big scene. Now, most of the people next to the ring are noobs. Lei Ling didn't say much. He walked around the ring while taking off his suit jacket, revealing the white shirt underneath. His body looks like it's about to explode, with tendons all over his body. Lei Ling, the best punch in Southeast Asia. Senior brother Lei, we have heard of you for a long time. Seeing your elegance today, it is true that seeing is believing. Someone shouted with laughter, extremely excited. Brother Lei, I heard that you were invincible in the ugly country. Now that you are back home this time, you must put on a good show. Another person laughed and seemed to know Lei Ling. Lei Ling glanced at the person who was speaking, then slowly rolled up his sleeves and said with a smile, "Then I'll let you see real Taekwondo. Brother Lei, Taekwondo alone is not enough. We want to see Sun Bin Fist." Yes, Sun Bin Fist. Upon hearing this, Lei Ling immediately laughed like a lion. That also depends on whether the opponent is qualified enough for me to use the Sun Bin Fist. If he is qualified, what's the harm in letting you open your eyes? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was immediately disappointed. Brother Lei, please hold back. Don't beat him to death. Exactly. Senior brother Lei, this is in the country. The person who just spoke speaks up. Upon hearing this, Lei Ling chuckled and stopped talking, his eyes becoming even more disdainful. Where's the opponent? Why doesn't he come up? Did he run away after smelling my scent? I heard that he killed Matt, who was my subordinate. We haven't seen him. Please be patient, brother Lei, someone said. Hey, Lei Ling had a sneer in his eyes and walked to the side without saying much. Someone suddenly ran up to the ring and handed him a chair. He simply sat on the ring and waited for Sumo to come. This Lei Ling is very fierce. He seems to be completely different from 10 years ago. On the other side, Ning Xuehan said this while looking at the arena not far away. Sumo, be careful. I feel like this person is completely different from the one he was 10 years ago. He hasn't become decadent in the past 10 years. Sumo nodded. Huanchi Banzwang and Tang Lei are now in your care. Miss Ning, please make sure to protect their safety. Good. Chapter 394. Then you just watch me kill every one of their dogs. This Levin seems to really enjoy the feeling of being sought after by thousands of people. The time for the duel had not yet arrived, but he was the first to come out. His men not only brought a chair, but also a table, so that he could sit on the ring and drink tea. A leisurely and elegant look. However, he has a huge physique. When he stands up, he's like an iron tower. His muscles are full of oppression. His lion-like temperament is enough to prove that this man is not easy to deal with. His figure is among the best both at home and abroad. Who wouldn't gasp when seeing this man at the scene now? This time, it will definitely be a tough battle. Sumo also went downstairs. He didn't bring many people with him, just 3 bodyguards, and Wang Wu was not even with him. Compared to the iron tower-like figure of the Lei Ling, Sumo is shorter and not as tall as the Lei Ling. But Sumo's figure is well-proportioned and powerful, with a very good sense of lines, almost like a model's figure. In addition, he is good-looking and extremely handsome, so Sumo is also quite popular. As he walked a long way towards the ring, cheers broke out from the crowd. Sumo, he actually came? He's not kidding. This is Sumo, pretty much the same as what we saw in the media. It's hard to imagine such a big boss would do such a thing. Sumo, an entrepreneurial genius who started from scratch. He has made a name for himself since he was 18. It's just a pity that he can't fight. He might be beaten to death this time. Some people whispered and were not optimistic about Sumo. To them, Sumo was only good at running a business and knew nothing about boxing. Brother Sumo. Sitting opposite the ring, Jiang Tiantian's eyes lit up instantly when she saw Sumo appear. I haven't seen him for many days. I heard that he has been in the capital, but I haven't had the chance to see him. Today is the only chance, and I miss him very much. Jiang Tiantian always wanted to thank him, but she didn't dare to meet him, so she had to fly here to fulfill her wish to see him. He is handsome, but he can't beat Master Lei. Tiantian, can you stop him? Said the bestie. Jiang Tiantian heard it and said hurriedly, I'll go forward. Wait, I'll go with you. Maybe we can stop it. The best friend quickly got up and ran downstairs with her. With Sumo's appearance, the whole place suddenly became lively, and countless people began to celebrate and cheer loudly. The best puncher in Southeast Asia, named Lei Ling, also looked over here, with a slight smile on his face, full of sarcasm. He was wearing a white shirt and black trousers, with no shoes. His huge body sat on a chair beside the ring, drinking tea leisurely. A terrifying aura emanated from his body, extremely intimidating. Seeing him like this, Sumo couldn't help but become more interested. This is definitely a very powerful opponent, and the sense of accomplishment from defeating him will be very strong. Sumo's preparations these days were all for him. Now, it's time to verify his efforts. I hope Timu Fist will not let him down. Brother Sumo. He was walking up to the ring when a voice suddenly came from not far away. Sumo took a look and frowned. Brother Sumo, don't fight with him. This guy is very powerful. When the girl saw Sumo looking at her, a hint of joy and shyness appeared in her eyes, but there was still deep anxiety between her brows. Ginger Sweet, Sumo naturally remembered her, but he didn't expect to meet her here. Some time ago, he didn't have time, so I didn't see him. According to the secretary, she sent a lot of messages. Brother Sumo, listen to me. This Master Lei used to be a master and defeated many people. Many people are his fans. He is very powerful. Jiang Tiantian hurriedly continued to shout. You should go back, Brother Sumo. I don't want to see you get hurt. Sumo shook his head lightly when he heard this. He didn't say anything else, but continued to walk towards the ring and finally stood on it. When Lei Ling saw him coming up, his eyes immediately locked onto him. He seems to have a good relationship with Matt Morgan, and this time he came back, obviously for revenge. He probably didn't expect Sumo to accept the challenge directly instead of avoiding it, so his eyes showed strong interest at this moment. You started from scratch at the age of 18, earned a fortune of hundreds of billions, and have businesses all over the world. I've heard of your name. Lei Ling's mouth showed a hint of ridicule. But I didn't expect you to really dare to fight me. Sumo looked at him indifferently and didn't say anything. Let me make it clear first. I will definitely not show mercy in this competition. Rich man, just wait and see how I beat you to pieces. Sumo couldn't help feeling disappointed when he heard him say that. This Lei Ling is obviously still far from the realm of a grandmaster. Seeing how boastful he is obviously a person who cares a lot about face, and his character is probably very cruel and and violent. No wonder he dares to call himself the best boxer in Southeast Asia. Most people wouldn't call him that. I don't know you, but it doesn't matter who you are, Sumo said calmly. Then you will get to know him soon, and you will be impressed. Lei Ling was still sitting there, with a cruel sneer in his eyes. The assistant next to him was wiping something for him. Sumo didn't say anything, but glanced at the people around him. After Sumo came on stage, the cheers from the people around him increased significantly. The atmosphere of the whole scene became more enthusiastic, and many people were waving flags to cheer. Sumo is indeed quite popular. Because he has a lot of money, many people cheer for him. But this was not what Sumo noticed. But among the crowd, there were obviously a few malicious glances, and some people were whispering to each other. Because his ears and eyes were much more sensitive, he quickly discovered information that was unfavorable to him, and that the Su family members also appeared on the third floor. It's that Su Tiancheng. He probably received the news that Sumo reported him, so he hated Sumo to the core. Sumo withdrew his gaze, not caring at all, and turned his attention to Lei Ling. Although he is a little disappointed with this person, he has to admit that this person is indeed a master. If he wants to move up, he has to kill him first. If you can't even defeat him, then don't even think about moving forward. A dog of the Morgan family, right? Then just watch me kill every one of their dogs. Are they worthy enough to touch my things? Sumo's eyes became extremely cold, staring at Lei Ling, and a strong murderous intent emerged. Oh, are you angry? When Lei Ling heard this, instead of getting angry, he laughed. You are just rich. What else do you have? But it's okay. From today on, your assets abroad belong to the Morgan family. If you kneel down and beg for mercy now, I can still spare your life. Chapter 395 what? Want to imitate me? When Lei Ling said this, he looked superior with a teasing look in his eyes. That expression was like that of a mouse meeting a cat. It was estimated that it didn't take Sumo seriously at all. Judging from his fighting record, he does have the qualifications to be proud. After all, not many people dare to call themselves the best puncher in Southeast Asia. For this title, I am afraid that countless people have caused trouble for him in the past 10 years. Sumo naturally didn't bother to waste any more words with him. He didn't come here to quarrel. The reason why he wanted to challenge Lei Ling was to verify his own strength and to see how strong a true master was. In Sumo's mind, Matt Morgan doesn't even rank. Maybe this Lei Ling can. Sumo also began to take off his coat and handed it to the bodyguard next to him. Brother Sumo. Zhang Tian, who was standing below the ring, took a look and shouted again, feeling quite embarrassed. Sumo didn't know what she was doing here and was worried that she might be in danger. So he said, the fight has already started. Miss Zhang, go back first. Be careful. When Zhang Tian heard this, a deep look immediately appeared in her eyes, and she hurriedly said, Brother Sumo, I will protect myself. But you, I'll be fine. Please leave here. Sumo said calmly. He knew that this place was not safe and that something big would happen soon. As a weak woman, Zhang Tian had better leave as soon as possible. Seeing that she couldn't stop him, Zhang Tian's eyes were filled with worry. Brother Sumo, they're all on the right side of the third floor. You must not lose. You must win. I don't want anything to happen to you. Don't worry, Sumo said, turned around, and his face began to become serious. He has no hatred or grudge against Lei Ling, but he really wanted to test how powerful this guy was, so when he got serious, he immediately walked onto the ring and struck a simple stance. The posture of Tianmu boxing is relatively casual, and each person's movements may be different, mainly depending on their own body and habits, and in line with the natural way. Sumo just raised two fists, but the simple posture contains powerful force. After taking the stance, Sumo can punch from any direction. Seeing him like this, Lei Ling immediately laughed, and his narrowed eyes were like a poisonous snake. There seemed to be a hint of interest in his heart. Being able to kill Matt means you have some skills. But that may stop today. Lei Ling stood up with his iron tower-like body, staring at Sumo intently, his whole aura bursting out like a demon god descending. Hit me first. Let me see what you can do to kill Matt. Lei Ling was ready quickly. He took a few steps forward, his aura very heavy. The ring even trembled slightly as he walked. This tremor was soon noticed by the spectators, and they were all shocked. As expected of the best punch in Southeast Asia, this momentum is too fierce. Master Lei has practiced boxing for many years and has already developed internal strength. It is normal for him to be able to achieve this level. Who can withstand this kind of momentum? The big boss Sumo is in danger. He might not be able to withstand a punch from Master Lei. Everyone was talking, and soon, Lei Ling walked not far from Sumo. He saw Sumo making a defensive gesture, and he chuckled, then suddenly swung his fist lightly and hit Sumo. Sumo took a look and was slightly surprised. However, suddenly, Lei Ling's fist accelerated suddenly, like lightning, and smashed directly towards Sumo's head. This move was a feint, light and fluttery at first, with the purpose of making Sumo lower his guard. When he saw Sumo lower his guard, Lei Ling immediately took action. It has to be said that this person is extremely cunning and despicable. Although he looks down on Sumo on the surface, he does not hold back at all in his heart. Perhaps, even when facing a weaker opponent, a man like him would go all out. The fist was like lightning and was extremely difficult to dodge. Almost no one expected this move. They did not expect that Lei Ling would use more than 70% of his strength in the first move. If it were anyone else, they probably wouldn't be able to resist or dodge at all, and would just be hit. If Sumo was hit by this move, he would at least lose half his life. Fortunately, Sumo is no longer the same person he was before. He is much better than when he went to northern Myanmar. Lei Ling's movements were indeed very fast, but in his eyes, they were like slow motion, and it was not difficult to resist. This is the benefit of practicing Tianmu breathing and Tianmu fist. Sumo's reaction speed and five senses are far beyond ordinary people. So, Sumo raised his hand and used his arm to block Lei Ling's punch. Bang! Lei Ling was a little surprised to see Sumo was able to block this sneak attack, but he did not slow down his attack. On the contrary, when he realized that the first move did not work, he launched another extremely ferocious attack. The other hand also clenched into a fist and punched towards Sumo madly. Bang, bang, bang. The fist hit Sumo's left and right arms. Sumo protected his head and took them all. Lei Ling's punches were obviously more ferocious and more powerful than Matt Morgan's. When the blow hit Sumo's arm, he immediately felt a sharp pain in his arm. If it weren't for the heat that surged out of his body and flowed to his arms to protect them, he would not have been able to withstand Lei Ling's crazy punches in the first round. No ability to fight back. Sumo was completely suppressed. Master Lei's punches were so fierce. The master is worthy of being a master. Haha, this round of crazy punches is too overbearing. Sumo will definitely find it hard to resist. This is just Taekwondo. Master Lei has not yet shown his true strength. Everyone became excited and stared at the ring without blinking. Seeing that Sumo had taken on a series of attacks, Lei Ling sneered, suddenly raised his foot, and kicked Sumo in the lower abdomen. Sumo also noticed that he was raising his foot, so he waved his hand to block his lower body and stop his foot. Sumo was kicked away and fell on the edge of the ring. Seeing that he didn't kick Sumo, Lei Ling didn't care. He still raised his foot high, then gave Sumo a provocative look and slowly put his foot down. His kicking and legging skills also seem to be pretty good, and he's not just a boxer. Actually, I'm a little confused. Why did you kill all your family members before? Sumo suddenly spoke. Oh, Lei Ling's face changed, and he stared at Sumo. I've checked your affairs. Sumo patted the dust off his hands. You seem to have done a lot of treasonous things. The intelligence says that many of your family members were killed by you. When Lei Ling heard this, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes for a moment. However, after thinking about it, he seemed to have thought of something and said with a joking smile, I have heard of your story too. What? Do you want to emulate me? Sumo didn't say anything and rubbed his arms. I think you can follow my example. If you agree to go with me to the Morgan family to apologize, I can introduce you to them and guarantee you will get great discounts and benefits. Lei Ling said with a joking smile. You must also want to kill all the people in the Su family. Your family. Chapter 396, the big boss Sumo is in danger. Sumo didn't say anything. This Lei Ling really disappointed him. Before the fight started, I thought the opponent was a master with great strength, but I didn't expect that he was just a gangster, a sinister and cunning person. Perhaps only such people could do such things as heresy, betray their country, and massacre their relatives and friends. Sumo no longer had any good feelings towards him. The opponent was very strong, and after repeated attacks, he felt some pain in his arm. But that's all. Not knowing whether the other party had used his full strength, Sumo wanted to see how strong he was. Hey, seeing that he didn't say anything, Lei Ling smiled sinisterly. He seemed to want to perform and provoke cheers from the audience. It was more like a cat playing with a mouse, twisting his neck and shoulders. Suddenly, he attacked again, stepped on the ground with his right foot, and with a loud bang, he pounced towards Sumo, smashing down with his huge fist like a mountain pressing down on his head. Sumo did not take his move. He waited until he rushed in front of him before he slightly dodged and moved sideways. Lei Ling was stunned, as if he had not expected Sumo to dodge this punch as well. He was about to throw a second punch, but suddenly he realized something and his face suddenly changed. I saw Sumo had already swung his fist and hit him in the face. This punch came silently and almost at the same time as dodging Lei Ling didn't dodge, and the fist hit him squarely in the face. Perhaps it was because he was too big and too heavy to dodge, or perhaps he did not take Sumo's attack seriously and felt that he could block it. Lei Ling did underestimate Sumo. After the fist hit, there was an overwhelming force, and Lei Ling's huge body was directly knocked away and fell heavily to the ground. However, Lei Ling reacted quickly. He rolled over and stood up quickly. His right face was crooked and red and swollen. You have some skills, but not much. Lei Ling let out a breath. He already felt the pain, but he took a step with his right foot and rushed towards Sumo again. He is very fast, faster than before. The punch I just gave him didn't seem to have much of an effect on him. Now the whole person was like lightning, appearing in front of Sumo in an instant, and his fists once again hit Sumo like rain. Sumo couldn't dodge these punches and could only wave his hands to block them. As a result, Lei Ling raised his foot and attacked again. Sumo could only dodge and avoid the attack. Master Lei is still the best. He uses Taekwondo, but incorporates his own boxing skills into it. It is 100 times more powerful than foreign Taekwondo. The speed of his punches can almost be calculated in a few tenths of a second. Although Master Lei is big, he is known for his speed. Sumo completely underestimated Master Lei's speed. Master Lei was hit by a punch just now, but with Master Lei's physique, he is completely fine. If Sumo was hit by a punch, it would be different. He can only dodge now. That's right, he can only dodge. Not far away, someone was explaining with great interest. Seeing Lei Ling boxing like this, everyone seemed to be excited. To them, this kind of fight was exciting, and every punch hit the target. Especially when they saw Sumo dodging the punches and could only passively take the beatings. Many people became extremely excited and kept cheering for Master Lei. Sumo, the big boss, is simply courting death by wanting to challenge Master Lei. He can't withstand Master Lei's attack at all. Haha, Brother Lei, keep speeding up. It's awesome. It's really awesome. Senior Brother Lei is really awesome. In just 3 minutes, Lei Ling had already launched dozens of moves, and Sumo was almost unable to take on any of these moves and could only dodge. It has to be said that Lei Ling was like a mad dog. After being hit by a punch, he became very annoyed and attacked fiercely and violently. Finally, his punch was like a thunder, hitting Sumo's lower abdomen. Sumo stretched out his hand to block it, but with a bang, Sumo was knocked back several meters and hit the rope. Immediately afterwards, Lei Ling came forward and punched Sumo on the head. Sumo was startled and quickly dodged. Lei Ling's punch missed, giving Sumo a chance. Sumo dodged sideways and directly elbowed him on the head. Boom! There was a loud bang, and Lei Ling was hit and retreated 3 or 4 steps. Sumo hit him with one blow, seized the opportunity, and pounced on him again. Lei Ling also reacted quickly, raising his hands in front of himself to block Sumo's attack. He raised his head slightly, suddenly smiled cruelly at Sumo, and his hands turned into long whips, and he rushed towards Sumo fiercely. Sumo's face changed drastically, and he dodged quickly. You are really capable. I can't even kill you with Taekwondo. The fact that you can do this proves that you can really kill Matt. Lei Ling said with a vicious tone. His hands turned into long whips, and he hit Sumo's face frantically. Seeing this, Sumo became even more disappointed in him. But that's as far as you can go. Lei Ling seemed to see that he couldn't defeat Sumo in just a few moves, so his whole aura changed and his boxing style suddenly became ethereal and mysterious. When people around saw the change in Lei Ling's boxing style, they were shocked. San Bin Fist. Senior Brother Lei used the Sun Bin Fist. This Sumo does have some skills. He actually made Senior Brother Lei show his true skills. This is the traditional ancient boxing of the Great Xia Kingdom. It is said that it has been lost long ago. Seeing it now is really an eye-opener. Sumo also realized that Lei Ling's boxing style was becoming more difficult to predict, so he began to attack from different directions in a mysterious and secretive manner. Lei Ling threw 3 punches, and Sumo felt very uncomfortable. One of the punches hit Sumo's lower abdomen. Fortunately, the force of this punch was weaker than the previous one. This type of boxing seemed to increase sensitivity and reduce strength. With Sumo's current speed, he could only dodge the first 2 punches. What a powerful punch. It's so fast. I can't see it clearly. This is the real skill of the Great Xia Nation's traditional martial arts. The Sun Bin Fist has 32 basic stances, 64 small stances, 96 large stances, and 173 medium stances. It is also called the long sleeve fist. It is profound and has twisting, and spiraling power. It can also be used to punch with a spinning arm, and is extremely difficult to dodge. The big boss Sumo is in danger. The whole scene became extremely intense. After Lei Ling took out the Sun Bin Fist, Sumo was suppressed and at a disadvantage. He could only dodge frantically and was occasionally hit by a few punches. Under the continuous attacks, many people were excited. Brother Sumo. Seeing this scene on the ring, Jiang Tiantian was surprised and her face was full of worry. Ning Xuehan and Gu Huanqi were also extremely serious. Don't worry, although this boxing style is powerful, it is not very powerful. Sumo has internal strength and can dissolve it. Ning Xuehan said, "Did you see how big he is? Although Sumo can resolve it, the force is probably still quite strong. An ordinary person would probably be killed with just one punch. Gu Huanqi said hurriedly. Ning Xuehen shook his head. Sumo seems to be looking at something. Don't worry too much. Sumo seems to be suppressed, but in fact he has not used his true strength at all. He should be interested in Lei Ling's Sunbin Fist and see if he can learn it. He can learn? Gu Huanqi and the other two were surprised. Huh? Who knows? Maybe. Ning Xuehen smiled slightly, with a strong interest in his eyes. Perhaps Sumo can really learn Sunbin Fist. His talent is so amazing, he is simply a monster. Chapter 397, is it difficult? You can learn it easily. Ning Xuehen still doesn't quite understand Tianmu Fist and Tianmu breathing method. Tianmu boxing is actually a very simple form of boxing. It doesn't seem to have any great mysteries, and the moves are not very clever. But after practicing, Ning Xuehen gradually realized the exquisiteness of this boxing style. Tianmu Fist seems to be able to be transformed into any kind of boxing style, and the effect of any kind of boxing style will be multiplied when it is performed with the breathing method of Tianmu Fist. The origin of the gilded Tianmu bowl is actually very mysterious. It is said to have originated in the Song dynasty, but its origin may be even earlier and remains mysterious. At least Ning Xuehen had never heard of the Tianmu breathing method in the ancient boxing techniques of the Great Xia Kingdom. Now Sumo has learned Tianmu Fist. By utilizing the Taoist essence in Tianmu Fist, he may be able to secretly learn Sunbin Fist. Tianmu, Tianmu. These two words are full of secrets in themselves. On the ring, Sumo did not fight back for the time being, he just defended. Lei Ling's moves were indeed very powerful. At the beginning, Sumo couldn't block his punches at all, and was hit by several punches in a row. Later, after Sumo used his own boxing skills, he gradually caught up with the speed of Lei Ling's Sunbin boxing, and most of the attacks were blocked by him. This is the benefit of practicing Tianmu Fist and Tianmu breathing method. The faster the enemy is, the faster he is. Sumo can dissolve most of the attacks, and even if he is hit, it is no big deal. The most important thing is, as Lei Ling's attacks became more and more frequent, Sumo gradually saw the flaws and loopholes in his boxing. As he saw more and more flaws and loopholes, Sumo's Tianmu Fist quickly changed, becoming more ferocious and rapid. Bang! Sun! Sumo also threw a punch. His right hand turned into a long whip. He clenched his fist, protruding his midsection, which turned into an elephant's trunk, and punched towards Lei Ling. Lei Ling was shocked when he saw it, and quickly withdrew his hand to block it. There was a loud bang, and Lei Ling's huge body was knocked back a few steps. A fist hit his arm, and his arm began to tremble. You! He widened his eyes and looked at Sumo in disbelief. I've learned it. Ning Xuehen saw it. Her beautiful eyes instantly burst into brilliance, her pretty face excited. I can learn it. This is the Elephant Trunk Fist and Sunbin Fist. Sunbin Fist mainly has 3 types of boxing: long sleeve fist, elephant trunk fist, and corrugated fist. In addition, there is Sunbin Step. Ning Xuehen was extremely excited. Ancient boxing says, the hand is like a rolled gold middle finger thrusting. To find the acupoints, first learn the skills and draw the path. Wrestling, grappling, high and low breaking, it's better to use the elephant trunk fist. He actually learned it. Gu Huanqi, Tang Lei, and others were surprised. The others were also surprised to see Lei Ling being beaten back again. What did we just see? How is it possible? The big boss also used the elephant trunk fist from Sunbin's fist. Sumo actually knows Sunbin Fist? How is this possible? Impossible. I must have seen it wrong. Sunbin Fist is a long-lost boxing style. There are very few people who know it. Only a few people in the Zhang family of ancient Shu can learn it. How could Sumo know this kind of boxing style? Lei Ling stared at Sumo, his eyes also beginning to become uncertain. He also didn't believe that Sumo actually knew the elephant trunk fist, one of Sunbin's fists. The punch he just threw out was indeed one of the elephant trunk fists. This must be a coincidence. Just a coincidence. I didn't expect that you were so capable that you could force me back again. You should have been unable to withstand those dozen punches just now. Lei Ling looked at Sumo with a sneer. He had just hit Sumo with many punches. For Sumo, those punches had no effect on him, but for others, one punch would probably kill them. After seeing Sumo endure more than a dozen punches, Lei Ling felt that he could no longer hold on and was at the end of his strength. Sumo didn't care about him and kept recalling Lei Ling's boxing skills in his mind. With Tianmu Fist and Tianmu breathing technique, Sumo almost dismantled all of his moves. Now I remember it clearly. Next, he just needs to force out all the boxing moves and Sunbin steps in Lei Ling's Sunbin Fist. He wants to use Tianmu Fist to learn this Sunbin Fist. The attack of Tianmu Fist is actually very weak. Its strength lies in imitation and dismantling. Ning Xuehen said excitedly, with relish in his eyes. This boxing method is extremely exquisite and can be called the best in the world. The ancients were so powerful. Gu Huanqi and Li Banzwang also found it strange when they heard it. On the ring, Sumo didn't say much. He just swung his fist and punched towards Lei Ling. He wanted to force Lei Ling to use all of his sunbin fists. When Lei Ling saw him rushing towards him, a hint of cruelty flashed in his eyes. Now he no longer had the mentality of playing games, but really wanted to kill him. Fighting with this man, Lei Ling was no longer as relaxed as before. On the contrary, as the battle progressed, a sense of danger gradually emerged in his heart. Because up to now, he has not forced Sumo to reveal his trump card, and it seems that Sumo still has a trump card up his sleeve. Let's see what cards you have. Today, I will beat you to death. Lei Ling roared in his heart and took another step with his right foot, turning into a wild bear and pouncing towards Sumo. Chicken legs, dragon waist, monkey elephant, ape arms, elephant trunk fist, corrugated palm, hidden hook, ball, foot. Hands and eyes are coordinated. Eyes and heart are coordinated. Shoulders and waist are coordinated. Body and steps are coordinated. Upper and lower are coordinated. Bounce, bounce, grab, pick, drill, and pound. The rock spreads its wings and flies thousands of miles, protecting itself with its hands, keeping its feet firmly on the ground, as steady as a mountain, and it lifts its legs and spreads its wings like an eagle to catch a dove. Lei Ling threw out more than 10 punches in succession, and Sumo defended and attacked at the same time, taking all his punches. Seeing that he couldn't defeat Sumo for a long time, Lei Ling started to become more crazy and ferocious, and his punches became faster. It seemed as if all his strength was contained in his fist. The force of his fist was more than twice as heavy as before, as if something new had been incorporated into it. Sumo didn't dare to take all his punches at will, and could only fight back with one punch. Gradually, under the decomposition of Timu Fist, Sumo also used the same punches and moves as Lei Ling. Elephant trunk fist, corrugated palm, hidden hook, ball, foot, long sleeve fist. A punch was thrown out, and Lei Ling was shocked and unable to resist at all, and was hit in the face by Sumo's strange and unpredictable fist. Bang! There was only a loud bang, and Lei Ling was knocked back. However, Sumo stepped forward again and began to swing out the real sunbin fist, each punch hitting Lei Ling's flesh. No, impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How can you also know sunbin fist? Lei Ling was hit by several punches and took several steps back. Then he stared at Sumo with wide eyes in disbelief. His mouth was opened so wide that it seemed as if he could swallow a duck egg. The people watching the fight around the ring were also completely stunned. No one expected that Sumo actually knew sunbin fist. What he used to hit Lei Ling just now was the actual sunbin fist, and every move and every form had just been used by Lei Ling. Moreover, the effect produced by Sumo is no less than that of Lei Ling. Sunbin fist. Is it difficult? You can learn it by just practicing it. Sumo shrugged and spoke calmly. Chapter 398, these are all blood debts. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an immediate uproar and countless people started making noises. Most people don't know much about the big boss Sumo. They just know that he is very rich and has a very successful career. They are full of jealousy and are happy to see him suffer setbacks. However, almost no one had a definite idea as to whether he could box or not, and most people thought he couldn't. However, at this time, Sunbin's fist was used very skillfully and had reached perfection. The effect of his punch was even able to repel Lei Ling, which made people wonder how strong he was. Could it be that he was pretending when he was suppressed and beaten by Lei Ling just now? How is this possible? Su Mani, Su Pundi, and Su Shuang were also surprised. Especially Su Shuang, her eyes instantly turned red. She knew very well how difficult it was for Sumo. He has come this far by working hard step by step on his own, and his family has not provided him with any help. Not only that, his family members were seriously holding him back and wanted to kill him. However, even so, he still walked to this day with determination without relying on anyone. In the past, I only thought that he was extremely talented and an entrepreneurial genius. In just a few years, his career grew exponentially. He was extremely smart. However, now it seems that he has other talents. He is not only a genius in making money, but also a genius in boxing. If there is no road ahead, he seems to want to use his fists to blast a way out. I wonder how much effort he put in to get to this point. Su Shuang just felt heartbroken. He must have sensed the crisis and knew that the Su family, the Morgan family, and other second-tier families in Beijing would not let him go. So he fought so desperately. No wonder he accepted the battle with Lei Ling. If it were based on Sumo's previous personality, he would not fight with Lei Ling at all. In fact, Su Shuang has always disagreed with the way her elder and second sisters dealt with Sumo, but she really had no good reason to refute, so she could only do so. Looking back now, after so many years, Sumo still has not done anything wrong to them. Maybe my second uncle is right. Sumo actually really cares about them. Lei Ling didn't believe that Sumo really knew Sunbin Fist, and his eyes became more ferocious when he saw Sumo. Now, he no longer had the mentality to play games. A cold, murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and he wanted to kill Sumo directly. I don't believe you know Sunbin Fist. You must be pretending. Now, I want to see how strong you are, Lei Ling said viciously, and rushed towards Sumo with heavy steps. Now he has completely changed and is no longer as playful as he was at the beginning. Both his fists and his momentum were elevated to a higher level. Sumo did not hesitate. Seeing Lei Ling rushing towards him with a punch, he dodged and then punched out as well. The same attack method, the same sunbin fist. No, I don't believe it. Lei Ling seemed to feel humiliated when he saw this. He roared angrily and quickly punched Sumo several times. The punches were so fierce, and the wind from them carried an extremely hot breath, which scraped my face painfully. Sumo used Sunbin Step to dodge his attacks, and when he showed a flaw, he began to fight back. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. You are definitely not using Sunbin Fist. Lei Ling saw Sumo using the same boxing technique as himself. Even the steps were the same, and he was so angry that he seemed like he was about to explode. It seemed that the sense of superiority in his heart was shattered by Sumo, and his mentality began to become unbalanced and became even crazier. Oh my god! Sumo actually knows Sunbin Fist and Sunbin Step. Where did he learn it from? Is Sumo hiding something? Isn't he a wealthy man and an entrepreneurial genius? Why is he also a boxer who knows Sunbin Fist? Unbelievable. Too unbelievable. This Sumo actually suppressed Master Lei. All the spectators were shocked. In fact, compared with Lei Ling's deeds, Sumo's deeds are more legendary. It's just that some people here don't know much about entrepreneurship and don't know how big Sumo's career is. Lei Ling is just a boxing master and has no other abilities at all. He is a dog of the Morgan family. As for Sumo, his industries have already spread all over the world, and he is far superior to normal people in terms of topic sense and other aspects. If the news that he is now a master of boxing were to spread, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. Anyone who wants to deal with him would have to think twice. I didn't expect Sumo to be so powerful. It's amazing. Su Shuang listened to the discussions of the people around her and turned around suddenly. Third sister? When Su Manny heard this, her face turned extremely ugly. Damn this Sumo. How could he really know boxing? He even knew Sunbin Fist. It was incredible. If the Su family wanted to kill him now, could they do it easily? Would there be any accidents? After thinking for a while, Su Manny said coldly, "It doesn't matter what he can do. What matters is that he wants us to die. He never thought of letting us die." Su Shuang said hurriedly, "What about him forcing Mom to jump off the building? What about him forcing Su Juinja to death? And what about him bankrupting my eldest sister's company?" Su Manny settled old scores. "And my eldest uncle and cousin An Kong. These are all blood debts." Su Shuang stopped talking and felt even more painful in her heart. She feels so sorry for her brother. I think they really shouldn't do that. Let's just wait and see. He may not be able to defeat Master Lei. Master Lei is the best puncher in Southeast Asia. Su Manny continued, with a flash of coldness in her eyes. She has noticed that Sumo's threat is getting bigger and bigger and needs to be resolved as soon as possible. Otherwise, the longer it is delayed, the more dangerous their Su family will be. No, no, no. How dare you? In the ring, Sumo and Lei Ling fought each other, punching each other real hard. But at this time, Lei Ling had been suppressed by Sumo. Now whatever punch Lei Ling threw, Sumo also threw the same punch. Whatever footwork he used, Sumo also used the same footwork, and his speed was faster and more ferocious than his. During the battle, Lei Ling felt more and more aggrieved and angry. His mentality was completely unbalanced, and he was roaring in anger because of Sumo. The more he did this, the greater Sumo's advantage became, and the deeper his suppression of him became, and he suddenly fell into a vicious cycle. "I kill you!" Lei Ling roared madly and continued to attack, his eyes already bloodshot with killing intent. Seeing this, Sumo felt disappointed again. I thought he had other skills, and I wanted to force him to use them, but it seems that this is the limit for him. After going crazy, he actually started changing his boxing techniques and attacked Sumo with Taekwondo. Compared with Sunbin Fist, Taekwondo moves are easier to break and resist. It seems that Lei Ling is already at the end of his strength and has nothing else. Thinking of this, Sumo no longer hid his strength, but showed his true strength to fight against Lei Ling. He clenched his fists, stuck out his middle joints, clenched them into an elephant trunk fist, and punched towards him. Boom! With a loud bang, Lei Ling's huge body was smashed away. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out. He was hit in the right cheek, and his teeth were in the blood. This didn't stop there. At the same time that Lei Ling was blown away, Sumo suddenly increased his speed, rushed in front of him in an instant, and punched him again. Chapter 399, he actually won the internal strength competition. This punch was heavier than the previous one, and it directly made Lei Ling's right cheek dent. He spat out blood again, staining the ground red. Lei Ling was indeed very strong. Even in this situation, he did not lose his fighting ability. He quickly stopped and reached out to fight back. He also punched Sumo in the chest. Sumo couldn't dodge the punch and was also hit. He took 5 or 6 steps back before he stopped. You deserve to die. Lei Ling, with blood in his mouth, seemed to have seized the opportunity to counterattack and rushed towards Sumo again. Sumo did not dare to take it lightly. After instantly straightening out the breath in his body, he began to dodge and fight back. After a few bangs, the two men fought hard again and exchanged more than 10 moves. Finally, Lei Ling punched and Sumo also punched. The moves of both men were similar, the same move, so their fists collided with each other. There was only a loud bang, and the moment the fists collided, a horrifying aura exploded and swept in all directions. Everyone sitting around watching the fight was shocked. This Sumo actually still has internal energy. How is that possible? Isn't this big boss, Sumo, an ordinary person? Has he also cultivated internal strength? Can he fight against senior brother Lei? Miracle! Sumo not only knows Sunbin Fist, but also has strong internal energy. It's really surprising. Many people were dumbfounded and shocked. After Sumo and Lei Ling's fists collided, the two began to wrestle and fight, trying to see who had more powerful internal energy. Lei Ling seemed extremely confident, with bloodshot eyes and an extremely crazy look, while Sumo also refused to give in. Oh! Seeing this, Ning Xuan smiled. Lei Ling made a wrong calculation when competing with Sumo in internal strength. Sumo's greatest gain from the Gilded Tinmu Bowl is that his internal strength is extremely strong. He has been practicing breathing techniques for a while and can already stimulate more than half of his body's potential. Lei Ling, he is no match for him. Sumo was also hit several times, and he might have internal injuries. Gu Huanqi said worriedly. There's blood coming out of the corner of his mouth. Li Banzwang said. Don't worry. He can resolve it, Ning Xuan said, and was about to continue speaking, but at this time, Wang Wu suddenly came over in a hurry and said something in her ear. Ning Xuan's face changed drastically when he heard this. Huanqi, Banzwang, and Tang Lei. Let's go first. She stood up immediately and walked away in a hurry. Ah, you're not going to finish reading it. Li Banzwang was surprised. Ning Xuan's face became extremely serious. There is no time to watch. We need to leave here first. Sumo asked me to protect you first. Gu Huanqi and Li Banzwang were both surprised. Hurry up. If you stay here, you will only hold Sumo back. Don't worry, Sumo shouldn't be in much danger. He is already very strong now. Ning Xuan seemed very confident in Sumo. Gu Huanqi thought about it and felt that what she said made sense, so she nodded and said, then let's go. She turned her head to look inside the ring, frowned, with deep worry, then left the scene without looking back. Sumo has won. Lei Ling's internal strength is no match for Sumo, and his legs have begun to tremble. If they continue to stay here, it will indeed delay Sumo's performance. We need to help him protect the company. Anyone who wants to interfere with our company will be counterattacked. This is true both at home and abroad. No mercy. Gu Huanqi's heart became extremely cold. Yu. On the stage, Lei Ling's expression began to change. At the beginning, he was very confident in competing with Sumo in internal strength, wanting to not give in. However, gradually, he found that Sumo's internal strength was more powerful and more continuous than his. After more than 10 seconds, he felt the opponent's power rushing into his body, causing his face to change drastically. He wanted to gather all his strength to knock Sumo out of the ring, but when he did so, Sumo still resisted. Not only that, the power emitted by the opponent became more and more terrifying and fierce, and he gradually began to be unable to bear it. Impossible! How is this possible? How can you have such strong internal energy? Lei Ling exclaimed, his eyes wide open. I will never lose. How old are you? You, a young boy, want to defeat me? No way. I will not lose. Lei Ling continued to roar, trying to blow Sumo away, and madly increased his strength. But he was also like this. The more he was defeated, the more powerful he became. Suddenly, Sumo's momentum changed, and a terrifying force surged out from Sumo's fists and hit Lei Ling directly. That power was like a mountain torrent that broke through the gates, collapsing the sky and splitting the earth, overwhelming the mountains and seas. So terrifying. Ah! Lei Ling could no longer withstand the impact of this force and let out a scream. He was blown out like a kite with a broken string and fell on the stage more than 10 meters away. Wow! Senior brother Lei was knocked off the stage. Many people stood up from their chairs, extremely surprised. Damn it, senior brother Lei actually lost the fight. He couldn't even defeat the opponent with his internal energy. How is this possible? What kind of monster is this Sumo? Someone exclaimed. What a surprise! Lei Ling seems to be seriously injured. Those few punches just now must have been painful. Another person couldn't believe it. No one was mentally prepared for Lei Ling to lose. After all, he is known as the best boxer in Southeast Asia and is invincible. He was very powerful in the country back then, and many people were no match for him. His original surname was Zhang. Later, he rebelled against his family and killed many people from the Gushu Zhang family, causing the Zhang family to choose to live in seclusion. Now there is no trace of the Gushu Zhang family. It is said that the Zhang family of ancient Shu once sent many people abroad to kill him, but to no avail. However, today, in his first battle after returning to Daxia Kingdom, he was actually defeated by a young junior and was knocked out of the ring, with all his teeth knocked out. If Sumo defeated an unknown person, it would be fine and no one would take it seriously, but he defeated Master Lei Ling Lei. The news was absolutely shocking. Sumo wins. The organizer of the ring was quite fair. When he saw Lei Ling being knocked off the ring, he came up and announced that Sumo had won. When they heard the organizer shouting like this, countless people stood up again. Sumo, he actually defeated Master Lei. The Chinese defeated Lei Ling. There are still masters in the traditional martial arts of our country. Real masters. Awesome. Huh. So awesome. I said Sumo would definitely win. He's so amazing that he even won the internal energy competition. Many people cheered immediately. Even though some people were dissatisfied with Sumo's identity as the big boss, they didn't take it seriously at this time. Compared to the traitor Lei Ling, the appearance of Sumo is even more exciting and thrilling. The fist and flesh fight just now opened their eyes and left them wanting more. Brother Sumo won. He actually won. Tianyang, he's so awesome. Your brother Sumo can actually fight. When Jiang Tiantian heard her bestie say this, her eyes sparkled with excitement. I didn't know he could box, but he's so good. There were stars twinkling in her beautiful eyes. Chapter 400. Is she seeking death? The news about Sumo's victory also spread quickly. It spread all over the country. This is definitely explosive news. The boss of a top internet company in the country is actually a master of boxing. He is very skilled and has defeated famous masters. He is absolutely legendary. If such deeds were revealed, it would be enough to change the world's view of him. Sumo finally succeeded. I knew he would win. Su Shuang's eyes were red. Back in northern Myanmar, he had already shown great talent and strength. This Lei Ling, he probably used him as a trial stone. Su Pundi also nodded. Let's inform the eldest and second sisters. Maybe things are different from what they think. I'll notify them right away. Su Shuang said. Su Mani's face suddenly turned extremely ugly. She did not expect such a result. Sumo's strength has brought many variables to the situation. I wonder if their plan can be carried out? It seems that we really need to fight quickly and decisively. Fortunately, this world is not just about fists. There are other weapons. On the other hand, Su Wanting, Xie Bingyan, and others were taking care of the children at home in Shuzhou. During this period, apart from chanting Buddhist scriptures every day, Xie Bingyan played with her children and never left their side. She seemed to have poured all her love into this newborn grandson and couldn't let him go. Su Wanting has already started a new project and is cultivating the market. She has been quite busy recently. Today, she happened to go home and play with the children with Xie Bingyan. The two people were chatting casually, looking absent-minded. After a while, Su Shuhui also came over to help. Su Wanting knew clearly that their hearts were not here. They were all worried about other things. Their hearts are all with Su Shuang, in an underground arena somewhere in Westlake. Now the Su family seems to have mobilized a lot of people, and people from other families and forces have intervened. This competition is very crucial to whether Sumo can pass this level. Su Wanting and others knew very well that they could not provide any help, and in order to avoid trouble, they could only give up on him. This is not the first time Sumo has been abandoned, and the result is despairing. So, they all want to wait for the results to come out and see if they can see a glimmer of hope. Actually, I also think Sumo deserves a lesson, at least a light one. Su Wanting spoke softly, not without resentment in her heart about what Sumo had done in the past few years. Hearing her say this, Su Shuhui turned her head and looked at her without saying anything. We are all doing this for his own good, Su Wanting said again. We are obviously a family. Why does he have to? She suddenly couldn't continue. She felt that if she continued, she would become uglier and uglier in her heart. Su Shuhui felt upset and was about to speak, but at this moment her cell phone rang. It's Su Shuang's call. In an instant, Xie Bingyan and Su Wanting, who were playing with their children in the distance, pricked up their ears and paid close attention. Su Shuhui was also very surprised that Sumo won. As far as she could remember, there was no memory of Sumo learning boxing. She probably learned it only in the past 2 years. She was already able to defeat Matt Morgan and kill him. If the last time was more or less unexpected, after all, it happened abroad and no one could predict what would happen this time, it happened in China. The person he defeated was a famous master from a foreign country. Sumo won. The people watching the fight are cheering. It seems that he also knows Sun Bin Fist. He fought against Lei Ling and didn't lose. Su Shuhui knew that Xie Bingyan and the others were waiting to listen, so she spoke up. Old Five said that he was very powerful in the ring. Although he was suppressed and at a disadvantage in the early stage, he turned the tide in the later stage, beat his opponent to the point of vomiting blood, and knocked him off the ring. Oh! Su Wanting's face changed. But Lao Wu also said. Sumo was hit by several punches, his face was very pale, and there was blood at the corners of his mouth. He might be injured too. Su Xuehue continued, turning to look at Xie Bingyan. When Xie Bingyan heard this, her body stiffened and her movements really stopped. No one expected him to win. Those people thought he was just going there to get killed. No one thought he was a master, but he seems to be far superior to normal people. Su Xuehue turned her head suddenly and said, "Mom, do you remember what Master Huyin said?" She said something about opening up all the meridians. It seems to be of great benefit to learning boxing and mastering internal strength. I don't remember Su Mo knowing boxing before, and I only heard about it today. He must have received guidance from a master. Xie Bingyan didn't say anything and her body was very stiff. Su Mo is a genius. He is truly a one-of-a-kind genius. I think he has not been learning boxing for a long time, maybe only 1 or 2 years, or a few months. It is said that he went to the island country half a year ago. Maybe he mastered it then. Su Xuehue guessed in her heart. It should be from that time that he learned boxing and fitness. This seems to be related to the eldest uncle, the third brother, and Juanjia. After all, at that time, Su Mo occasionally crashed his car. Xie Bingyan also remembered what happened at that time. Juanjia also seemed to have feelings for Su Mo and wanted him dead. The third brother Su Manny did the same. She even slapped Su Manny in the face. And Su Bohin probably didn't want Su Mo to return to Shuzhou, so he found someone to kill him. It was probably from that time that Su Mo sensed the crisis, so he found many bodyguards around him and started to exercise and learn boxing. In other words, it was these people who forced him to take another path. The reason why he learned boxing was not to look good, but to protect himself. It was like this before, and it is like this now. Well, Xie Bingyan understood, and Su Wanting also understood. I sighed deeply in my heart, feeling extremely uncomfortable. If it were normal, Su Mo, a billionaire, wouldn't need to do this. He could just live a carefree life, living on money and having everything he wanted. However, now that those people wanted to kill him, he could only protect himself as best as possible. The Su family and the Morgan family have started fighting, probably over at Westlake. The fifth brother suspects that the third brother is also involved. Su Xuehue continued. As soon as these words were spoken, Xie Bingyan, Su Wanting, and others' faces changed. The third one, Su Xuehue nodded immediately. That's right. The third brother must have been involved. I have long felt that the third brother's whereabouts are strange. I think he wants to avenge Su Mo's broken leg. This damn girl just refuses to give in. Su Wanting didn't know this, and when she heard it, her face turned pale with fright. Third brother, how dare she? Is she looking for death? Su Wanting said angrily, breathing rapidly. She just wanted to cut off her relationship with Su Mo and stop thinking about him, so that the Su family would have a chance to revive. She absolutely did not want to offend Su Mo again and provoke Su Mo's anger towards them, because she didn't know what would happen if she angered Su Mo again. Now Su Manny actually dared to find someone to kill Su Mo. This is definitely a very scary thing. Call the third sister. I want to ask her, Su Wanting said angrily. Good. This damn girl. I'm going to twist her ears off. If she dares to attack Su Mo, I'm going to kill her. Su Wanting screamed madly. Seeing this, Xie Bingyan's eyes became fierce. She didn't expect Su Manny to dare to do this. Chapter 4. Oh, when I feel so sorry for him. The news of Su Mo's victory soon spread back to the Su family, and Su Hongtai, Su Daming, and others were also surprised. They didn't expect Su Mo could actually win. Su Ange, Su Tiancheng, and others quickly gathered together to discuss countermeasures. Lei Ling is a well-known master. The reason why he is famous is not only that he killed many people from the ancient Shuzhong family, but also that he has been to many Southeast Asian countries to participate in boxing matches. Now, he is also a special forces instructor with extremely powerful strength. Such an experienced master was suppressed by Su Mo, beaten to the point of vomiting blood, and knocked off the ring. Sumo also knows the boxing techniques that he knows and the footwork that he knows. Even the techniques that he doesn't know, Sumo also knows. Such a result was really unbelievable to Su Hongtai and others. For a moment, they all narrowed their eyes and breathed rapidly. Looking at the information, his face became increasingly heavy and gloomy. How did Sumo learn boxing? He even knows Sunbin Fist. Does he have a master? It should be the mysterious woman in Changbai Mountain. Some people said it was Su Daming and Su Tiancheng. Su Hongtai didn't say anything, but stared at the information in the intelligence, his face suddenly filled with surprise and doubt. This grandson was really beyond everyone's expectations. Except for one aspect, he was truly outstanding and perfect. If it weren't for Su Deming, Su Bohin, and others, he would definitely be an extremely outstanding successor. It's a pity that he made one wrong step and then another. How powerful is the ancient boxing of Daxia? Su Hongtai didn't know, but what he knew was that some ancient martial arts families were absolutely terrifyingly strong. Due to the new weapons, most of these ancient martial arts families have gone into seclusion, and the vast majority of their boxing skills are only passed down internally and not leaked to the outside world. Because in modern society, beating someone to death can be a big deal, and no one dares to go against the times. But these ancient martial arts families seem to have not much ability, but Su Hongtai knows that it is only a superficial performance. In fact, most of these ancient martial arts families are extremely powerful, and they even dominate the rules of this world. Nowadays, in the capital, there are many masters of ancient martial arts families who act as guards and bodyguards to protect the safety of some important figures. Even in Western countries, some powerful warriors are the pillars of national security, and many important figures need to rely on these people to protect their own safety. On the surface, traditional martial arts are no longer seen in the Great Xia Kingdom, but in fact, they have never disappeared. If a weak family like their Su family wants to go further, then they definitely need this part of power. Possessing this kind of power is equivalent to having an entry ticket to a second-tier family. It can even be said that they have the potential to become even more powerful, and no one dares to provoke them. After all, money is only something outside of one's body. Only when one's own abilities are strong can one be truly powerful. As long as the ancient boxing skills can be passed down, the entire family will not decline. So now that Su Hongtai saw that Su Mo had mastered all these, he just felt jealous and confused, not knowing whether the decision he had made was right. Grandpa, the people from West Lake have already taken action. Su Ange suddenly spoke. Oh, they took action? Su Hongtai shuddered all over and was shocked. Seeing his reaction, Su Angie sneered in his heart and naturally knew what Su Hongtai was thinking. He immediately spoke without hesitation. Yes, they have already started. The Morgan family took the lead and attacked him as he was leaving the ring. Stop! Let them stop! We will take a long-term view on this matter. Su Hongtai suddenly became anxious and shouted hurriedly. Now, we can't stop, Su Angie said. Su Daming also said, Brother, the decision has been made and the order has been issued. We can't stop. Now, Sumo absolutely hates us very much. We can only have peace if we get rid of him. Don't forget, he has reported Tiancheng and is investigating all of us. Upon hearing this, Su Hongtai immediately fell silent. Su Tiancheng also said, he does look very strong, but uncle, don't forget that times have changed. No one can use their fists to do evil. When Su Hongtai heard this, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart and felt a little sad. Su Mo, it should have been a great opportunity, an opportunity for the Su family to rise, but it turned out like this. It shouldn't be like this. Now they have started killing each other, and he is powerless to stop it. He can only let them start. Did he do the right thing? Or did I do something wrong? He suddenly thought of the dead Su Kong. Was everything he was doing now right or wrong? Su Hongtai felt a strong sense of powerlessness in his heart. Then let's start. Just kill him, he said helplessly. Yes. Su Ange and Su Tiancheng looked at each other and couldn't help but be overjoyed. Here we come. Su Mo left the West Lake Underground Arena by car and soon realized that someone was following him. Just now he met with Jiang Tiantian. It seemed that the little girl saw him win, so she rushed over with excitement on her face. But Su Mo didn't have time to talk to her much, so he could only ask someone to send her away as soon as possible. There seemed to be a lot of bodyguards around Jiang Tiantian. They should have been sent by the Jiang family in Shuzhong to protect her. Su Mo didn't have to worry about her safety. After Jiang Tiantian left, Su Mo completely relaxed. You too, try to escape later. There will be a lot of enemies, and they will never give up. I'm worried that you will get hurt, Su Mo said to the bodyguards. Boss, our responsibility is to protect your safety, not to hide, said a bodyguard named Yang. What happens next may not be something you can participate in. I can handle the problem better by myself. If you follow me, you will only hold me back, Su Mo said. When the bodyguard heard this, he fell silent. We're already in the suburbs, and there are no cameras. Please stop the car. I'll go up the mountain by myself, Su Mo said calmly. The bodyguard sighed. Brother Su, you should allow us to go. We will never let anyone know. No need. Take care of yourselves, Su Mo said. The bodyguard had no choice but to drive the car down the mountain and stop the car. Go back and tell Huanxi and the others to come see me after dawn. I want to try out my potential, Su Mo said. Seeing that he was determined to do so, the bodyguard could not persuade him and could only nod. Su Mo slowly walked towards the mountain. This hill is not high, but it is very big. There are not many roads on the hill, and it is sparsely populated. It's in places like this that things get done easily. Su Mo took out a cell phone, turned it on, put it on the side of the road, and then walked into the mountains. Next, it's hunting time. On the other side, Ning Shiwen, Gu Huanxi, and Li Banzwang did not go far away. They were still in the downtown area of Hangzhou. People like them are safest in downtown areas, where no one dares to cause trouble. The news soon reached them, and Gu Huanqi and Li Banzwang's faces changed drastically. Why? There are so many people, too many people. Sumo is a little crazy, Li Banzwang said in astonishment. He wants to stabilize the T platform. He will never allow anyone to get involved in the control of the T platform. Now many countries want to ban the spread of the T platform, and it is said that they have already legislated to seize it, Tang Lei said seriously. He wants to teach some people a lesson. Gu Huanqi didn't say anything. She knew that Sumo did have such a purpose, but it was definitely not just that. He seemed to be venting the anger that had been suppressed in his heart for a long time. Gu Huanqi just felt heartbroken. The longer she looked, the more painful it felt. I feel so sorry for him. Chapter 402, they don't believe that Sumo can't be killed like this. Ning Xuehen looked at them and thought about it, feeling very complicated. Sumo's move should be an attempt to do more and have greater ambitions, not just protecting the group and others. The most important thing is that he seems to have developed a strong interest in his own boxing and footwork. He probably wants to grow through actual combat and experience life and death. He didn't want to be protected by bodyguards all the time, because after a long time, he would not be able to take risks and withstand bigger storms. Since the enemies have already appeared, we should lure them out and solve all problems. This will protect the company and also protect Gu Huanqi and others from attacks. Now, all enemies are targeting him, and as long as he doesn't die, others will not be attacked. However, Sumo has to take a huge risk by doing this, and Ning Xuehen just hopes that he can hold on. Wang Wu, how long have you followed Sumo? After thinking for a while, she turned to ask Wang Wu. Wang Wu was stunned and quickly replied, "Not long, only 2 or 3 years. 2 or 3 years. Then, do you know a lot about him?" Ning Xuehen continued to ask. Wang Wu thought for a moment and said, "Sister, Mr. Su is actually a very serious person. He has suffered a lot since he was a child. Not to mention now, even when he was a child, he suffered much more than others. Many times, he would never turn back even if he hit a wall." "Oh, then I understand." Ning Xuehen's eyes suddenly brightened up, and he suddenly thought of what Sumo finally wanted to do. He certainly doesn't want to stop there. Everything we do now is to go further. Wait until he comes back. I guess he won't come back in a short time. You guys should be mentally prepared. Ning Xuehen said. The empty and barren mountain is very dark. Walking into this barren mountain is a forest reserve with a large tract of virgin forest. If someone died in there, it might not be discovered for months if there were no clues. Sumo made some decorations and installed some cameras and other things. All the videos captured would be transferred to the mobile phone in his pocket. The reason for doing this is just in case. Because he left some traces behind, many people came to kill him. Not long after Sumo entered the barren mountain, 7 or 8 people followed him in. Then the camera sent pictures and 3 vans appeared on the roadside, and more people appeared. All of them were scanned by infrared. The enemy has night vision goggles, but it is not certain whether they have other equipment. Logically, it should be difficult for them to get other equipment. Sumo killed a few of them first, searched their equipment, and only felt relieved after finding that most of them didn't have it. There are indeed advantages to being in the country, as the restrictions on weapons are very severe, and you can't just take things out whenever you want. Of course, something like this could happen. So Sumo didn't take it lightly at all. Kill. The enemies rushed over, holding machetes and other things, and there were a lot of them. Sumo also rushed out and grabbed a few weapons. Kill until blood flows like a river. Soon it was daybreak. Gu Huanqi, Li Banzwang, and others did not sleep all night, waiting for news from Sumo. Sumo didn't let them participate or help, so they couldn't do anything and could only wait. Seeing that the sun had risen outside, Gu Huanqi couldn't help but ask a few people, and the people who went to check came back. The detector didn't find anything abnormal. Mr. Su should be fine, but he has already entered the forest. A lot of people went in. It seems that some people have been carried out, covered in blood. There are still a lot of people in the forest. It is estimated that many people have died. Hearing the scouts say this, Gu Huanqi looked at the detector and felt slightly relieved. But soon, she became worried again. Can it be solved in one day? I don't think we can solve it. The other side has sent out a lot of people, and many of them are experts. Mr. Su is heading deep into the forest. Ning Xuehen took a look inside. Just wait. If he can come out alive this time, he will definitely be different from before. People who have experienced bloody battles will have a different mentality. Gu Huanqi, Li Banzwang, and others could not say anything and could only wait. However, after that, they waited for another day and night. The two of them just took a short nap and then got up to check the situation. After a day and a night, the situation hasn't changed much. The situation inside is very intense. People are constantly being carried out and sent to their residence for treatment. It seems that they have added more people to the group. Those big families have all kinds of means. Someone from the Su family? It's not just the Su family, there are others, foreigners. Gu Huanqi and Li Banzwang both stopped talking and fell into silence. The group company's business cannot be delayed. Sumo is fighting hard, so we have to fight hard too. We must not succumb to the big Western families. Yes. Regarding the T platform and domestic group companies, the Su family had actually given Sumo the answer before and asked him to surrender, but Sumo refused, so this happened. Now everything depends on whether Sumo can withstand the pressure and use his fist to blast his way out. They have always been powerless. It was like this in the past, and it is like this now. 30 people have already gone in. 10 more people added. We found Sumo, but 2 of them were killed, and more than a dozen were injured. Sumo's movements were secretive and extremely cautious. Even though there were special forces familiar with mountain warfare, he still killed many people. He has entered the dense forest area and is still killing people. From Shuzhong and the Su family, news kept coming in. The entire hall was instantly filled with a terrifying atmosphere, and no one dared to breathe. Sumo seems to have become familiar with mountain warfare, and his whereabouts are even more difficult to track. Fortunately, we just found his traces again. Is the killing in there crazy? It's really crazy. Sumo barely held back. Apart from those who were beaten to death, most of the others were crippled, with all their arms and legs broken. He was extremely cruel. Surround him, keep sending people to attack him. Contact people from other families, including the Morgan family, and we must capture him. Yes, the problem could not be solved in one day and one night, and Su Hongtai and others from the Su family seemed a little anxious. They originally thought that one night would be enough, but who knew that almost 2 days had passed, and there was still no result. They don't know when the results will come out. We must hunt him down. We must not let him walk out of the forest alive. Even if he walks out of the forest, we must not let him return to the capital alive. Play hard. Yes, it's a pity that many people in the country cannot get guns. Otherwise, things wouldn't be so difficult. Now, we can only rely on manpower to do the work. They didn't believe that Sumo couldn't be killed like this. Chapter 403. It's still uncertain who will surround whom. On the other side, in Shanghai City, a group of people are also keeping an eye on the progress of the matter. The leader of the group is called Wang Taiching, a bald middle-aged man. He is video chatting with others to report on the progress of the matter. On the other side of the video, there was a white man in a suit, lighting a cigar, crossing his legs, and listening to his report. This white man has eagle eyes, a hooked nose, sharp eyes, and a fierce look. The black suit with a tie makes him look very imposing. This man's name is Ryan Morgan. He is a branch of the Morgan family and an important leader of the Morgan family. This time, he was responsible for encircling and suppressing Sumo. Their main purpose is to kill Sumo and take control of the T platform. As long as Sumo is dead, they can put pressure on Li Jiaopa and divide the property of the T platform. In their eyes, Sumo had no power at all. He was a self-made Daxia citizen. It would be very easy to control him. The only special thing now is that as a Daxia citizen, he started a business, broke into white people in Western countries, gained a lot of voice in Western countries, and shattered many lies woven by Western media companies for the people. So it must be dealt with. Not to mention the spread of Jewish propaganda. Many Jewish financial groups are very dissatisfied with the T platform's usurpation of their right to speak. And now, Ryan Morgan was smoking a cigar with a serious look on his face. Behind Wang Taiching, there was a person standing. It was Lei Ling, who was hit and had a bruised face. He was wrapped in bandages, but it was enough to report to him. Everyone was surprised that Lei Ling did not win, including Lei Ling himself. This Sumo is actually a master, and seems to be trying to break the original rules of the world. The top leaders of the Great Xia Nation have begun to pay attention to this. They have also received the latest news and are paying close attention to his growth. We will be subject to very severe restrictions in Daxia. Even though we have people helping us, we can't do whatever we want. Now that the results are out, Sumo's fighting ability is truly terrifying. In just less than 2 days, he has killed quite a few people. A bald middle-aged man named Wang Taiching reported that his surname was Wang. He was originally a Chinese, and now he is one of the Morgan family's lackeys. When can we kill him? We're still trying our best. Just trying your best? Ryan Morgan's eyes suddenly flashed with murderous intent. Wang Taiching was startled and said hurriedly, "Report to the Lord. We cannot use firearms, and now we can only rely on manpower to siege. The enemy has entered the forest, and he is elusive in the forest. We still need some time. You'd better send me good news as soon as possible. Now everyone is waiting and watching. Only if we kill him can we get what we want." "Yes," Wang Taiching replied hurriedly. "I'll give you 2 more days. This is the limit of my patience. Kill him." Ryan Morgan was murderous. Wang Taiching shuddered all over, responded, and then hung up the phone. After he hung up, he realized that he was sweating profusely. Use whatever means necessary. Regardless of any consequences, we must kill him as quickly as possible. Force the Su family to send some more people, and others. Wang Taiching's eyes became fierce, and he turned back suddenly. "Master Lei, can you still take action?" Lei Ling nodded and said, "I can help, but I can give you other people to cooperate with you." How about 10 warriors? There was murderous intent in Wang Tietching's eyes. 10 people, then I can do it. Lei Ling's eyes also showed excitement and hatred. He was defeated in the ring and was worried that he couldn't get his revenge. Then go ahead. I'll get the others to cooperate with you. We need to take him down no matter what. Wang Taiching spoke up and said that if Sumo could not be killed now, he might be killed. The Morgan family would never allow a loser to exist. On the other side, in a dense forest in the mountains, Sumo chopped off the heads of 2 people and threw them aside. The 8th one, he counted silently in his mind, continued to increase his speed, and moved towards the mountains. After 2 days and 2 nights of pursuit, he now looks pretty good. It seems that his steps are much lighter than before, and he is as light as a swallow. He had long known that there was some potential in him that had not been brought out, and he wanted to use this crisis to bring out his potential. When he was looking at the gilded Tianmu bowl before, there was a huge power lurking in his body. After a long period of exploration, he could only use about 50% of it, and the other 50% was still unable to move. He had discussed with Ning Xuehen that this might be his chance to advance to Grandmaster, so this hunt would give him a chance to unleash his potential. After killing a few more people, Sumo continued to move forward and seemed to have passed through the mountain and reached the other side. A village appeared in the distance. Sumo observed for a while and did not enter the village. He knew that the village might have been infiltrated by the enemy, and they were most likely waiting for him. So Sumo simply walked from that side, and kept walking until he came to a road and walked into the dense mountainous area again. If nothing unexpected happens, this should be the deep mountains of Guizhou, covered with dense forests. It's still following me. It's really haunting. But fortunately, Huanqi is not a big problem. As long as I'm not dead, they can't move the T platform. Now that I have defeated them, I can go abroad and deal with the accumulated problems on the T platform. No one in Lijiapo dares to touch me. We must kill them all. Only when you have real strength can you make people afraid. Only in this way can you deter others from taking action. Lijiapo likes to sway very much, and they will only be neutral if they are strong enough. As long as Sumo reaches the level of a grandmaster, it will be enough to prevent Lijiapo from taking any action. In this way, Sumo can deal with the problems of the Su family and the Morgan family. He would use his fists to clear a path and kill his way out through it. Even though it might cause a river of blood, he no longer cared. I have already covered it up. The police shouldn't be able to find me. Even if they do, it won't matter. The Su family doesn't have that much power anymore. The people above won't let the Su family continue investigating. In the final analysis, money plays a very important role. Now that I control the chip industry, Daxia country definitely doesn't want me to leave Daxia country and develop somewhere else. In the end, it's your own ability that counts. As long as you're strong enough, everyone will give you face. Sumo made up his mind, but seeing that the enemy continued to surround him, he thought for a moment and turned back. Now, it's time to change from being the prey to being the hunter. In the dense forest, it is not certain who will surround whom. Son, my son. Oh wow. Sumo had just turned around and killed the 2 killers when a miserable cry suddenly came from the dense forest, and a village seemed to appear in the distance. Sumo's footsteps paused slightly. Chapter 404, is your son really lost? Your son is not in the mountains. The police and villagers have searched for him. He is not there at all. Go back quickly. He might have been kidnapped. No, my child must have gone to the mountains. I will go to the mountains to look for him. My son. Sumo took a few steps closer and saw a group of people appearing not far away. There were both men and women. One of them was a young woman with disheveled hair and a disheveled appearance. She seemed to want to walk into the mountains. After someone grabbed her, she burst into tears. Judging from their conversation, her son must have been lost. The nearby police and villagers had searched the mountain, but did not find her son. Now 4 days have passed. The police and villagers have given up hope and are planning to return, but this young woman has not given up and plans to go into the mountains to search on her own. Sumo estimated his location and thought that he was in a ravine. There should be a town and many villages in the distance. He himself needed to go down the mountain to replenish some food. The pursuers behind were still chasing them relentlessly, as crazy as wild dogs. Sumo knew that they were not afraid yet. In other words, he knew that they were not scared enough, so he would continue to kill them. Sumo would kill until they were scared. If the enemy doesn't retreat, he naturally can't retreat either. It just so happens that he has already realized that the potential in his body is already stirring and showing signs of being stimulated. Next, he will probably need to fight a bloody battle. Thinking of this, Sumo went up the mountain again, found a ditch, washed the blood off his body, and then started to go down the mountain to replenish food. There is usually a signal in towns and villages, so the messages from Gu Huanxi and Li Banzwang can be received. After Sumo took out his mobile phone, a lot of messages came in soon. There are specific details about the group and the company, as well as the reactions from the Su family and the Morgan family, as well as the reactions from some big families in Beijing. According to Gu Huanxi, someone has contacted her. and it seems that he is from the Jiang family in Shu. Sumo wanted to reply to their messages, but after thinking about it, he decided not to reply for the time being. He only sent them messages about how good his fun was, and then took his things and returned to the mountains. If the enemy is not afraid, it proves that his methods are not cruel enough, and not enough people have died. It's okay. Just continue and have fun. The killer in the mountains was indeed still waiting for him. As soon as he entered the mountain, Sumo met two of them. Since this was outside the mountain, Sumo did not kill anyone to avoid attracting police officers and causing trouble. Sumo led them towards the mountains. After reaching the mountains, Sumo turned back and killed people. Let them die in the mountains. This group of people is very cunning. They look like 2 people, but there are actually 6 people. The other 4 are hiding, holding weapons in their hands, and are approaching Sumo. They look like special forces, wearing camouflage uniforms, making them difficult to distinguish. Fortunately, Sumo did not rely entirely on his eyes to identify them. Most of the time, he relied on his ears and nose to smell. After some effort, he finally killed all of them. Sumo took off one of the camouflage uniforms and put it on himself. There were people chasing him from behind, so he continued. "Son, where are you? Mother is here to find you." "Son, I just killed a few people," and continued to move forward. Suddenly, a familiar voice came to my ears. Who else could it be if not that young woman? She actually ran up the mountain and walked towards the depths of the mountains. Sumo frowned immediately. He saw that the young woman had disheveled hair, her steps were dazed, and she was crying as she walked, as if she had mental problems. There was no one else around her. Her husband was with her just now. She probably took advantage of her husband's inattention and ran to the mountain to find her son. The forest was dense, and there were wild animals roaming around. Occasionally, the howling of wolves could be heard in the distance. Sumo frowned, a trace of worry showing on his face. There are at least 20 people following Sumo now. They all have night vision goggles and several wolfhounds. There are probably several cars on the outskirts of the mountain, with no less than 50 people. They are all ruthless killers. If they discovered this young woman appearing on the mountain, she would be in great danger. "My son, mother is here. Mother must find you. My son, where are you?" I don't know how old her child is to be able to run to the mountains. I just heard from the villagers that her child seemed to have been kidnapped. Sumo thought about it and didn't go forward. Instead, he followed her and continued to move forward. She also went up the mountain, taking the same route as Sumo. She didn't know whether she could find the child, so Sumo wanted to take a look first. I hope it's not the killer in disguise. It's unlikely. Sumo observed the young woman. She should be a peasant woman. She had quite dark skin, was tall, and wore a ponytail. There was obviously no trace of makeup on her. He felt a little relieved. Ouch! At this moment, a wolf howl suddenly came from the distance, and there were indeed wild wolves in the mountains. When the young woman heard this, her face changed immediately. But she did not retreat. After hesitating for a moment, she continued to look for him while crying. "Son, mother is here to find you. Come out quickly." Sumo did not disturb her and just watched silently. It was obviously not easy for the young woman to go up the mountain. She stumbled and soon slipped and rolled down. However, she then endured the pain, climbed up, and continued to move forward. Then he slipped again, 3 or 4 times in a row. Sumo saw that her arm had been scratched and bleeding, and her whole body looked even more miserable. She continued crying and got up, looking towards the mountain again. Her target seemed to be the direction where the wolves appeared. She suspected that the wolves had eaten her son. Sumo didn't disturb her, but followed her. The pursuers were getting closer and closer, and they were probably getting very angry and impatient because they had just killed a few of their men. More and more people came over, forming a fan-shaped formation around them. Sumo had a good hearing and could hear dogs barking in the distance. At least 4 dogs were rushing towards this side. This woman is about to be discovered. Sumo was worried and looked back. Suddenly, he was startled. The young woman suddenly fell to the ground, as if she was entangled by something. Sumo hurried over to take a look and saw that it was a giant python. After being entangled, the young woman immediately struggled hard and picked up a branch to stab the python. The python felt the pain and bit her shoulder fiercely, and her shoulder was soon bleeding. This python is very big, at least as thick as a strong man's arm, and its strength is extremely amazing. "Did you eat my son? Did you eat my son? Give me back my son." The young woman was entangled and became crazy. Seeing the python biting her, she also lowered her head and bit the python's abdomen. The python was frightened and struggled frantically, but the young woman became even more ferocious and actually bit the python to death. She frantically opened the python's belly, trying to find her son inside, but unfortunately, there was nothing inside. "My son, where are you? My child." Seeing this, the young woman burst into tears, her face covered in blood, looking extremely miserable. Sumo felt relieved to see that she was fine. When the young woman saw that the python did not eat her son, she cried for a while, then stood up again and continued to search in the direction of the wolf pack. She simply refused to give up. Is her son really lost? Is it necessary to search so frantically? Isn't it good enough to lose her son? There was something indescribable in Sumo's eyes. Chapter 405, We Can't Let Him Run Away. He didn't understand and continued to follow the peasant woman. The farmer walked slowly and unsteadily, shouting and crying as he walked. The people behind are chasing very quickly and will probably find this side soon. Sumo knew that he would be in danger, but he didn't want to leave and wanted to continue watching. Soon, the peasant woman ran into some trouble again. The mountain road was indeed difficult to walk on. If you were not careful, you would fall or get scratched. Because she was bitten by a python, her body was covered in blood. But she did not stop. There were some noises in front of her, and it seemed that a group of wild boars appeared, and there were quite a few of them. When she walked over, the little wild boar was frightened, which alarmed a big wild boar, and then the big wild boar rushed towards her. When the peasant woman saw this, she picked up a stick from the ground and started fighting with the wild boar. The wild boar was relatively large and black in color, with fangs at the corners of its mouth. It was extremely ferocious, and it was about to rush towards the peasant woman, roaring. The peasant woman's face was immediately filled with fear, but she refused to give in and cried out, "Get out of the way!" The wild boar charged towards her, and the peasant woman hit it with a stick, but she was no match for the wild boar and was immediately knocked to the ground. The peasant woman was startled and frantically hit the wild boar with a stick. The wild boar then let go of her and ran away. However, the wild boar did not run far and soon turned back. The peasant woman was injured and her left arm seemed to be broken, but she still quickly got up and picked up the stick again to aim at the wild boar. Seeing how brave she was, the wild boar seemed to be afraid and growled a few times before leaving the scene. "Oh, my son!" When the peasant woman saw the wild boar leave, she cried miserably and knelt on the ground. One of her arms was indeed broken, hanging down limply, stained with blood. However, she didn't seem to have any intention of going back and continued to move forward. Suddenly, a child's cry seemed to be heard from the distant valley. The peasant woman was startled, her delicate body trembled, and she immediately rolled and crawled forward. "Hower, my Hower, mother is here!" Sumo only saw her running forward madly. Even if she fell down occasionally, she would quickly get up and continue running. There was obviously a valley ahead, with a distinct sound of flowing water. This was deep in the mountains and rarely visited by people. As we moved forward, the crying of the child became more and more obvious. There really was a child deep in the mountains. Sumo followed the peasant woman as she ran. Gradually, a small pool of water emerged. The peasant woman saw it and quickly walked into the pool and continued to rush upstream. Sumo took a closer look and saw that there was indeed a child upstream of the pool. The child seemed to be tied up by something and fell into the water plants, unable to move. He was struggling and crying inside. "How?" When the peasant woman saw the child, she was overjoyed and rushed over quickly. Sumo looked around. The forest here was dense, and he didn't know how this child got here. It was a bit strange. "How? It's okay, mother is here. Mother is here to save you, how?" The peasant woman threw herself into the water plants, immediately grabbed the child, and held him tightly in her arms. The child seemed to sense her and immediately burst into tears. The child is not very old, only about 4 years old. He must have been in the mountains for a long time. His body is covered with white and black spots and bruises. Fortunately, he shouldn't have been seriously injured and at least he could still cry. The peasant woman wanted to pick up the child, but found that the child seemed to be tied with a rope and tied next to the water plants. She immediately cried out and hurriedly untied the rope. Sumo frowned and glanced at the traces around him. There were indeed some footprints around him, which seemed to lead to the other side. But there is no one here anymore, and no one knows where the human traffickers have gone. Seeing that the peasant woman and the child were fine, Sumo felt relieved and wanted to leave. However, at this moment, he heard a dog barking from behind, and the pursuers had caught up with him. "Quick, it's right here!" When the peasant woman heard someone coming, she was startled and hurriedly picked up her child and wanted to leave, but she was soon stopped by someone. They were the pursuers who were hunting down Sumo. "Boss, we found a peasant woman with a child. How come there is a peasant woman and a child?" "Here, right here." The people who were chasing made a gesture, and the others were surprised. However, when the sturdy man in the lead saw it, viciousness instantly flashed in his eyes. "Don't bother with the peasant women and children. Tell them to shut up." But one of the pursuers hesitated. "Didn't you see how your teammates died? Anyone who got in the way must die. Shut them up forever." The leading sturdy man had a look of deep malice in his eyes. He immediately brandished his knife and rushed towards the peasant woman. The peasant woman was suddenly nervous and frightened when she saw so many people appear. When she saw them rushing towards her, she hurriedly picked up her child and turned around to run away. She didn't know who the other party was and thought they were human traffickers. However, Even when faced with danger, she still did not abandon her child, but continued to hold the child and fled madly to the other side. Sumo took a look and also started moving. He found an opportunity, hid his whereabouts for a while, then drew his sword and killed. He felt the blood in his body begin to boil. This mother was quite great. She climbed up the mountain, bit the python to death, fought off the wild boar, and braved the danger to go deep into the mountains just to find her child. Sumo felt uncomfortable with someone like her. Now these pursuers are all ruthless people, and we must not let them do whatever they want. He's here. Someone noticed Sumo's whereabouts and was shocked, but soon his head fell to the ground. Kill! A roar was heard, and countless people rushed towards Sumo, some of them holding things like crossbows. Sumo increased his speed and attacked without mercy, killing 3 people in an instant, crippling 2 of them, then broke the thighs of the remaining 3 with a kick, then turned around and hid in the forest again. We must not let him get away. Kill him. The people behind saw Sumo kill someone and run away. How could he let him escape easily? He roared and led the others to continue chasing after him. They were biting very close, and Sumo could no longer shake them off completely. He could only take a break and then turn back to kill them again. Sumo began to transform from a prey to a hunter. After several attempts, he finally killed the group of people and got rid of them temporarily. When he got rid of them, Sumo was already exhausted. After being surrounded and attacked for several days and nights in a row, his whole body was tense and he had no time to rest at all. Just as he was lying on a rock to rest for a while, he suddenly heard a rustling sound in his ears. Sumo looked up and saw the peasant woman. She didn't run far away. Probably because he was carrying a child and was injured, he couldn't run far and stopped not far from Sumo. Her steps were unsteady and she seemed ill. Sumo took a look, glanced around, and then walked over. When the peasant woman saw him, she was startled and tried to run away, but her body went limp and she fell to the ground with her child, seemingly fainting. Her wounds needed to be bandaged as soon as possible, otherwise it would be very dangerous. One of her arms had been broken by a wild boar. Sumo took a look and quickly bandaged her on the spot, then took her and the child and ran towards the other side upstream, which was more secluded. Night has fallen. I probably can't leave the mountain today and can only hide in the mountain for the night. It seems to have started to rain, and a strong wind suddenly blew, accompanied by thunder. Chapter 406. She is indeed a very good mother. The rain poured down in torrents, getting heavier and heavier, covering up many sounds. Sumo held the peasant woman and the child in his arms and searched quickly. He soon found a cave, stopped, and made a fire to ward off the cold. This place is quite hidden, and the enemy should not be able to come here for the time being, so Sumo decided to take a rest. After days of hard fighting, he felt that his potential had been pushed out a lot, and he had become much more proficient in Sunbin Fist and Sunbin Step. The proficiency of various skills is increasing rapidly. Now he is not in a hurry. The peasant woman's left hand was dislocated, and Sumo reached out to reconnect it for her. The peasant woman did not look very old, perhaps around 25 or 26 years old. Apart from her skin being a little dark due to the wind and sun, she was quite pretty. Sumo made something to feed her, then looked at the child. The child must have sensed his mother's presence and fell asleep peacefully. Sumo soon noticed that the child's feet were a little abnormal. One of his feet was atrophied, making him a disabled person. He seemed to be unable to speak and could only cry. He must be a premature baby. It could be that the child was not stolen by human traffickers, but abandoned. But this child is fair and chubby, and he must have been very well taken care of in the past. The peasant woman was unconscious for a while, and finally woke up. She frowned and seemed to feel pain. Even though she was unconscious, she still hugged her child tightly. Sumo tried to move her hand away, but failed. Now after waking up, she looked around hazily and suddenly saw something that surprised the peasant woman. "Are you awake? Have some soup." Seeing her frightened expression, Sumo spoke calmly. The peasant woman took a look, stepped back a little, and quickly looked around. When she saw that she was holding the child, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. "My child." Sumo felt very complicated when he heard this. He's fine. He just got a few mosquito bites and was hungry for a while. He just ate something while sleeping. Who are you?" The peasant woman quickly turned to look at him, her expression sad and her eyes misty with tears. Sumo did not answer, but said calmly, "He was abandoned, right? Was he tied to the creek, waiting for the rising water to drown him?" When the peasant woman heard this, her face changed immediately. "It's very abnormal to have the rope tied on him. Does he deserve to die? Why must he be killed?" Sumo looked at the peasant woman indifferently. A trace of panic appeared on the peasant woman's face. She didn't dare to look at Sumo. She hurriedly lowered her head to look at the child. After seeing that the child fell asleep peacefully, she reached out and touched the child's cheek, and tears came out. He is in poor health, and his family is afraid. It is better to suffer a short pain than a long one." The peasant woman looked desperate and hurriedly said, But this is my child. I don't want to. Can you take care of him? Yes, I certainly can. My child, the peasant woman replied, and then burst into tears again. It was indeed discarded. This kind of thing seems to be very common. Even intact children can be lost, let alone disabled children. Who tied him by the creek? Your husband or other family members? Sumo continued to ask. When the peasant woman heard this, she panicked and said hurriedly, I don't know, they didn't tell me, they said the child was stolen. I know it must be in the mountains. They often go up the mountains. Eat something. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Sumo didn't bother to ask more questions and handed her a piece of toasted bread. The peasant woman seemed hungry. After hesitating for a moment, she picked up the bread and gobbled it up without hesitation. Not only did she eat it herself, she seemed to be afraid that the child would be hungry, so she chewed the food into pieces and fed it to the child one bite at a time. Seeing her like this, Sumo stared at her in a daze, feeling extremely complicated. Maybe, he suddenly said quietly, maybe they are right. He is disabled, indeed. It is better to suffer a short pain than a long one. Brush the ground. The peasant woman's face changed drastically. She quickly turned to look at him and instantly hugged her child. He's 4 or 5 years old and still can't speak. I'm afraid that foot won't heal. The choice they made. Maybe it was a well-thought-out decision. Sumo lowered his head, added a piece of firewood and said, you may not know that abandoning children is quite common. Even if the family is very rich and has never had to worry about food and clothing with billions or tens of billions, they may still abandon their children. This may not be a big deal. When the peasant woman heard this, she quickly stepped back, hugged the child tightly, and looked at him with fear on her face, as if she didn't understand why he said that. Your village should be relatively poor, so this kind of thing is probably more common. Sumo continued. No. The peasant woman shook her head hurriedly. No. Sumo smiled bitterly. Isn't this kind of thing common in your place? No, the peasant woman exclaimed. That's my child. I will never. That's a beast. I can raise him. He's my child. Sumo was stunned when he heard this. Beast? Doing this is beastly, isn't it? Who would lose their own child? The peasant woman cried. Who are you? Why do you say that? Sumo thought for a moment and said, you don't need to know my name because it will bring you some trouble. It's not safe in the mountains now. I'll take you down the mountain when it's daybreak. The peasant woman heard this, but her face did not show the slightest sign of relief. You should be a good mother. I saw you bite the python to death and fight off the wild boar. And your other arm? Sumo gestured to him. The peasant woman looked at her left hand and said nothing. You went into the mountains alone? Aren't you afraid of being killed? No, I'm not afraid, said the peasant woman. That's good. Seeing that she was not willing to talk, Sumo did not say anything more. After waiting for a while, the rain finally stopped. He looked into the distance and said, rest now. We will go down the mountain when it's daybreak. Having said that, he turned and walked towards the forest. Where are you going? The peasant woman asked hurriedly. Not far. This place is left for you, Sumo said. Probably because of the rain, the pursuers didn't catch up and the barking of dogs could no longer be heard. However, Sumo still did not take it lightly and chose to climb a tree to rest. Several days of pursuit had made him very tired, and he wanted to get back into shape as soon as possible. That mother is very good because even when she was dying, she did not give up her child. Sumo followed her all the way. She's indeed a very good mother. Sumo sat on the tree, watching the peasant woman not far away lying down to rest, with mixed feelings in his heart. At this point, he no longer had any expectations in his heart and only thought that perhaps it would be better if they died. If he really died, perhaps he could untie the knots and shackles in his heart and do what he wanted. He lay on the tree trunk and wanted to take a rest, but when he looked at the sky, he didn't feel sleepy at all. I have to continue killing people tomorrow and kill more people. Going to Su's house. Going to meet Su Hongtai. Must see. Thinking of this, the words that Gu Huanqi said in his ear also popped up. Sumo, I don't want you to be in danger. We are a family. Suddenly, a strong sense of longing arose in my heart. Chapter 407, he actually dared to turn back. The news was passed back to the Su family again. Sumo did not come out of the forest. It seems that he doesn't want to come out. He killed a lot of people in there. Some video footage was sent back. And in the footage, Sumo's movements were extremely quick and cautious, without showing his face at all. He moved extremely fast. When he met someone, he would kill them with one strike and then flee far away. The encirclement and suppression teams couldn't catch him. It is hard to imagine that his strength would become so strong, even stronger than Lei Ling back then. More than a dozen people have died at his hands. Now the Morgan family has sent more experts in, and it is estimated that no results will be seen in a short period of time. Now that the news has come back, Su Hongtai, Su Ange, Su Daming and others are all extremely serious. Sumo is too strong. Even when facing the siege of 7 or 8 people, he could easily escape. You have to know that these people are not ordinary people. They're almost forced experts. Now they still can't figure out Sumo's bottom line. For their family, the stronger Sumo is, the more dangerous they are. Keep sending people in. We must keep him in the mountains and prevent him from coming out. Surround him as much as possible. Yes. Su Hongtai and Su Daming both knew that the reason Sumo was unwilling to come out was that he also wanted to kill someone. Kill more people. His revenge on the Su family will never stop suddenly. If he comes out of the forest, he will definitely deal a fatal blow to the Su family. Just like back then, when they forced Su Deming and Xie Bingyan to kill Su Juanjia, the means were extremely vicious. Su Hongtai did not continue sitting in the living room, but walked out. He lit a cigarette, took a deep puff, and stared at the moon in deep thought. Is this right or wrong? On the other side, a group of people were also heading towards the mountains. In the car, a beautiful girl kept saying, "Second grandpa, brother Sumo is really amazing, right? Look, this is the video. Although it's only a small part, he did win." Brother Sumo also knows Sunbin Fist, which is really surprising. Second grandpa, come and have a look. He is so powerful. A beautiful girl is showing something on her phone to an old man with a youthful face and white hair. Probably because she saw that the old man didn't want to look at it, she continued to pass it to him like a spoiled child. This is the video of the fight with Matt in northern Myanmar. I finally found a small part of it. It's a pity that filming is not allowed in Westlake. Otherwise, there would be a video. I saw it, but Sun Bin's fist is not shown in it, said the old man with a youthful face and white hair, with disdain on his face. He saw it when he was fighting in Westlake. If you don't believe me, go ask other people. They all saw it. Fourth girl, if it weren't for the fact that he once saved you, second grandpa wouldn't have come here. He's a wealthy man. How could he fight? It must be a trick. Who said he can't? Brother Sumo knows how to box. Second grandpa, don't underestimate Brother Sumo. Okay. I'll go over and take a look. The old man was a little helpless, but it's a bit surprising that so many foreigners broke into the country and wanted to kill people. Could it be that some people really think they can cover up everything? Second grandfather, Brother Sumo, is not an ordinary person. Look at how big his company is. People from abroad obviously want to kill our chip industry and other things. The beautiful girl was Jiang Tiantian. She continued to speak. Brother Sumo offended the Morgan family just to save me. The old man glanced at her, his face full of love, and smiled helplessly. It's because this kid helped you, otherwise, I wouldn't save him. As for the chip industry, it's really beyond people's expectations. It's only right for our Jiang family to make a little move. That's what I'm saying. How could he be killed by someone from abroad? How important is Brother Sumo? Jiang Tiantian said hurriedly. Let's go and help Brother Sumo now. Maybe we can catch all those who are chasing Brother Sumo. If they are foreigners, it would be even better. We can investigate them. When the old man heard this, he nodded, with a hint of anger in his eyes. They are indeed very bold. No matter what, we cannot tolerate these outsiders running wild within the borders of Daxia. When Jiang Tiantian heard this, she agreed wholeheartedly. They hadn't received the message before. This time, it was probably someone colluding with others, and Sumo did not ask for help from others, so most of the information was kept secret. Fortunately, Jiang Tiantian noticed something was wrong and asked people to investigate, only to find out that Sumo was being chased after finishing the competition. Speaking of which, those people are so despicable that they even chased us all the way into the country. Now she didn't know how Sumo was doing. She just wanted to go and save him. At daybreak, Sumo got up. After a night's rest, his mental state returned to its peak, and he looked full of energy. Without any hesitation, he immediately woke up the peasant woman and sent her down the mountain first. The peasant woman is called Zhao Yin. She is 27 years old. It is said that she has 2 children to raise at home, and the one she is holding now is the third one. She couldn't bear to abandon any of them. Her family was very poor. They were farmers and made a living by farming. Sumo sent her to the foot of the mountain. After thinking for a while, he took out a piece of paper, wrote a phone number for her, and said, "When you get down the mountain, call this number. My name is Sumo. Tell the person on the phone my name, and she will give you some money to raise the child well." Ah! Zhao Yan was surprised. "You are a good mother, at least for now." Sumo said calmly, "Go. If nothing goes wrong, this money will be enough to make you worry-free." "I can't take this. You saved my son and I'm already very grateful. How can I take your money?" Zhao Yin quickly shook her head to refuse. Sumo said calmly, "I am not short of money. Believe me, this money is enough for you and your child to live a good life. With this money, you can take the child to have an operation and let him recover. This is the only thing I can do to help you." When Zhao Yin heard this, she felt very complicated. "I'm leaving. Remember to call this number." Sumo reminded, then went back to the mountain without looking back. When the peasant woman saw him, she didn't know who he was, but she was immediately filled with gratitude. It was not difficult for her to see that this was a good person. Regardless of what Zhao Yin thought, after Sumo returned to the mountain, he quickly put on all his equipment, pulled out the stolen weapons, and started walking back. He wanted to continue killing people until he killed all of them. Now it's not about being chased, but fighting back. Sumo is back again. He's coming back to kill people. He's very fast. Oh my god, he really came back. He found one of our small bases and killed 5 or 6 people in a row. He's crazy. This Sumo, he's really crazy. That's like his character. Persistent and crazy. Chapter 408, I'm willing to let him kill me. After Sumo turned back, the situation became more intense. The people in charge of the encirclement and suppression have increased their efforts and become as crazy as Sumo. After Sumo killed several people in succession, the other party also took out real weapons and rushed towards him. Soon, Sumo's arm was hit and bleeding. He could only escape again. This time, he did not stay in the forest, but quickly went out of the mountain, found a car, and fled to the south. Soon, he entered the territory of Yunnan. When they received the news that he had fled to Yunnan, the pursuit team did not hesitate and immediately chased after him. Sumo seemed to intentionally attract them over and left behind a lot of clues. In addition, he did not notify the police or the people in Beijing at all. His company should have a lot of background in Beijing. Now, it seems that he just wants to kill happily. The pursuit team naturally chased after them without hesitation. The territory in Yunnan is better, and it is more convenient to do things. And more people can come in. It is said that he turned back to kill those who surrounded him. He has killed quite a few. Some people in the Su family are very serious. According to the police, he met a peasant woman who had lost her child in the mountains. He helped her find the child and gave her a large sum of money. The peasant woman's family seemed unable to support a disabled child and planned to abandon him. Sumo happened to meet him. Sumo helped him. Some news came from Siebingyan's family. As the eldest sister, Su Wanting was relatively well-informed, and she quickly asked someone for some inside information. Regarding Sumo's encounter with a peasant woman who had lost her child, she asked a lot of questions and also asked the local police to investigate, and finally got the information. It was said that the child was disabled and his family could not afford to raise him, so they tied him in a pool of water and planned to drown him. However, his biological mother did not want to do that and risked her life to go into the mountains to look for the child. Eventually, she met Sumo, who bandaged the wounds of the mother and child. Su Wanting didn't know how Sumo felt. Later, the police said that Sumo gave the mother and son a large sum of money for medical treatment. Sumo didn't seem to notify the police, nor did he notify some important people. He just planned to force his way in. He's already injured. Hearing this, Su Shuehui, Su Shuang, and others were surprised. Injury? Su Wanting nodded seriously. The Su family's intelligence agent said that his arm was injured, and now he has entered the Yunnan territory. But he is still attracting people who are besieging him. He refuses to give up. After hearing this, the whole atmosphere in the living room suddenly became depressing. Su Shuehui, Su Pundi, Su Shuang, and others all felt it was difficult to breathe. See, now it's not the Su family and the Morgan family who are hunting down Sumo, but Sumo who wants to kill them all. No matter how many people come over, he will kill them. Cruel and ruthless. If it were a few years ago, Sumo might not have been so capable, as he would have relied on the law to solve problems at that time. Even if he wanted to kill Su Juanja and Siebingyan, he just wanted to force them to death, or kill them through Su Deming and Siebingyan. But now, Sumo has completely changed. He no longer feared anyone, not even the law. Perhaps he already has the qualifications. In this world, there are some people who transcend the rules of ordinary people. Sumo is very rich, has a great career, and has a wide influence. He was already very, very powerful, and now, after learning boxing, he has reached a new level. Anyone who wants to deal with him may have to think twice. What's more, there seems to be some ancient martial arts family or hidden family behind him. If he kills all those people, then what will he do? A deep panic suddenly appeared on Su Shuehui's pretty face, and her heart was filled with regret. I don't know, Su Wanting said faintly, unable to explain clearly. She had never expected Sumo to be so strong. If she had expected this, she might have made a completely different choice. Now, their decision has brought them great risks. Giving up Sumo, is it really that easy? Will you regret it? Will you be afraid? Or will you be terrified? As long as he doesn't die this time, one day, he will come back to kill us again. I'll go find him. Maybe I can meet him, Su Shuang suddenly said. Old Fi, Su Wanting, and Su Shuehui were surprised. I have never agreed with your way of dealing with this. Elder sister and second sister. Even if it really offends a Morgan family, so what? We are a family after all. Why can't we stand together to resist the risks? Su Shuang stood up and spoke, looking at Siebingyan. And you, even if some big families are colluding with the Morgan family, so what? We are wrong. We are wrong. Hearing her say this, Su Wanting was silent for a moment and sighed. Old Five, Sumo is in this state. It might be dangerous if you see him. If he wants to kill me, then just kill me. I am willing to let him kill me. Su Shuang said without hesitation. Big sister, please take care of the affairs of the third sister. The third sister must have had a hand in this. Su Wanning couldn't help but sigh when she heard it. Perhaps we did make the wrong choice again. If we are wrong this time, then we should all bear the consequences. Su Wanning said with a pale face. I still hope that he can get through this difficulty safely. Su Shuang glanced at her and felt only disappointment. Even now, my elder sister is still so hypocritical. Maybe she is the same. Su Shuang didn't say much, turned around and left the Su family, and set off for Yunnan. She wished she could go over and see him. The clothes were torn, and the car was broken. I originally had a backpack on me, but 2 days ago I turned back to kill a few people, and some of the backpacks were hacked to pieces. Now Sumo's hair was messy, he looked disheveled, and he was wearing tattered clothes, just like a beggar on the street. Sumo didn't care. He walked into a vegetable market, got some food, then quickly left the market and continued walking towards the mountain. The enemy is still following behind, and the speed of pursuit has increased. They will not give up until they catch him. Sumo was very happy when he received the message saying that they would come, so he walked as deep into the mountains as possible. The suppressed internal energy in the body was already stirring, and the mist had turned into a lava stream, and now, this lava stream had widened a lot. After 5 or 6 consecutive days of hard fighting, Sumo clearly felt his own improvement. He was in the stage of transformation and did not want to be interrupted by anyone. Tong Haocheng, 5 years old, was lost in the southwest of Kuanqing. He is already 13 years old this year. The photo is in the car. If any of you have seen him, please take a look. My child is missing. I have been looking for him for 8 years and have spent millions of dollars just to find him. I beg you, fellow villagers, to help me. Coming out of the vegetable market, I came to the side of a road and was walking towards a mountain. At this time, a convoy of motorcycles drove over and stopped not far away. The motorcade blared horns with several pictures and messages of the kids on them. P.S. This book has reached its final stage. Don't worry, after I finish writing about the Su family, I can probably write the ending. All characters will give everyone a complete explanation. Chapter 409. There are indeed some people with unruly hearts and lungs. Looking for the child again. There were quite a lot of missing people, so 5 or 6 people rode motorcycles to search together. After a while, the motorcycle team stopped, and an old father handed out flyers to others, begging them to take a look. Sumo did not leave, but sat nearby, eating to replenish his energy while watching. The old father's face was full of traces of time and looked extremely vicissitudes of life. He must have been in many places to look for her. He was wearing yellowed clothes and riding a muddy motorcycle. A flyer was also handed to Sumo. Sumo picked it up and took a look. His child had been missing for 15 years. It seemed that he had also been searching for 15 years, exhausting everything he had. I'm miserable, but Lao Chung is even more miserable. He has been desperately looking for his child every year since he was lost. His wife has gone crazy because of this and often talks to herself. He would come out with us on a motorcycle at this time every year to hand out flyers. It's been 15 years. If that kid was still alive, he would be in his 20s now. Old Cheng's family used to be very wealthy, with a storefront and a house. In order to find his child, he even sold his house, just to see his child once. There are actually a lot of people like us. After handing out the flyers, several people sat together to eat. Among them, the old man named Lao Chung was actually not very old. He just looked a little haggard. He was probably in his 40s or so. They must have seen that Sumo was wearing tattered clothes, like a beggar, similar to them. So they sat not far from Sumo to eat and replenish their energy. A lot? Sumo asked. Of course there are a lot. I heard that in Shanghai City, there is a father who lost all his fortune of tens of millions just to find his child. His child was lost when he was 6 years old. After the child was lost, his family broke up and his wife divorced him. The only obsession of that father in this life is probably to see his child again, said the man. His child was also lost, so they should be in the same boat. What if I see him? Sumo said. You don't understand, because you don't have children. You will know when you have children. Poor me, my child was born so well-behaved, and I don't know who took him away. Those damn human traffickers. The middle-aged man began to wipe away his tears as he spoke. Some children are abandoned by themselves, right? For example, they cannot support themselves, or they want revenge on certain people. Some even want to kill their own children. Sumo continued. A few days ago, I saw someone tie his own child to a pond and try to drown him. How could this be? Isn't that a beast? The middle-aged man was surprised. Yes, there are, Sumo said calmly. There are also people who throw their children into the stinking ditch, hoping to kill the ants. There are all kinds of people. Is there such a beast in this world? Which parent would do this? It's so cruel. The middle-aged man was filled with righteous indignation when he heard it and looked at Sumo again. Brother, have you ever encountered this? I have met him. Sumo nodded. There are indeed people with evil hearts and bad intentions. But we are different. We just hope to find the lost children. They are our lifeblood, the man said. In order to find him, I will not hesitate even if I have to give up all my wealth and spend my entire life. Sumo was silent. We are going to travel all over the country. We will visit every city. We don't know where they are, or whether they are dead or alive, but we know that as long as we don't give up the search, we will find them one day. We will definitely find them. The middle-aged man's eyes flashed with determination, and he added, "We are full, and we're going to set off again. What if we can't find it?" Sumo asked. "If you can't find it, keep looking. Keep looking. One day, you will get the answer," the middle-aged man said firmly. Sumo didn't know why he was so determined. Is it necessarily good to have children? Who knows? The child might be dissatisfied with him in the future and even want to kill him. In today's society, there are many children who hate their parents to the core. The child hunting convoy stopped for a while, replenished their energy, and then started again. They seem to want to search further afield. There is a colorful flag on the tail of the motorcycle, which is quite eye-catching. Sue watched them leave silently, without moving. They should be considered a group of very great parents. Maybe so. After all, how many parents are willing to spend all their wealth, sell their houses and cars, and go bankrupt to find their lost children? Sumo has lived for so many years, but he has only seen a few of them. Maybe he was ignorant, or maybe his mind was not on this aspect before. In short, this is a great group of people. Seeing that they had gone far away, Sumo picked up his things and went back up the mountain. He left some clues on the roadside. Sumo waited on the mountain for a while, and the enemy really followed the smell and came up. Then, another fight began. The enemy is desperate and seems to be close to the border. They are no longer afraid and have taken out their guns. Sumo needs to be faster, and his ears, nose, and eyes also need to become more sensitive. Kill. Time flies quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 6 days have passed. Seeing the intelligence that Sumo had already arrived in Yunnan, he did not plan to come back now. It is not clear how serious the situation over there is, so Sumo did not tell them too much. Gu Huanqi and Li Banzwang were filled with worry. The only news now is that Sumo is not in big trouble. His injuries are not serious and do not affect his combat effectiveness. Seeing that Sumo did not come back, Gu Huanqi and Li Banzwang had no choice but to work hard to kill time. After Sumo was hunted down, many problems arose. The ugly country is already suppressing the T platform. It is said that several members of Congress have submitted a bill calling for the abolition of the T platform, or they may force the T platform to upload all the data to the ugly country and require the T platform to hand over the algorithm. Gu Huanqi and Li Banzwang need to deal with this problem. The operational problems of the T platform are actually very serious now, and Sumo will have to go abroad sooner or later. He is the boss of T platform, and many things need him to step in to solve them. If he doesn't step in, then they cannot be solved. For example, solving the bill problems in the US, bribing some US congressmen, and defending their T platform, many operations need to be done by Sumo. Sumo had already realized that he had to go abroad, so he took on these things now to lay the foundation for dealing with problems abroad. Perhaps, after the Morgan family fails to hunt down Sumo this time, they will consider whether it is worth it. Also, Sumo has transferred a sum of funds to Mr. Lianhua State, who is forming a group of people there. Sumo plans to send Wang Wu to solve the problem in Hua State. Wang Wu used to be a special forces soldier and had a good family background, so it was most appropriate for him to go to Hua State. What's more, he was an apprentice of the Ning family in Changbai Mountain. We need to pay attention to the people in Hua State. We need to speed up our training. We don't allow dissidents, and we will try to use people who yearn for us, the Han people. Gu Huanqi's face was serious. That's right. People from Hua State are indeed important. Sumo has invested so much money. We need to see results. Li Banzwang nodded. Good. Once they have arranged the affairs of Hua State, they will have a base. Although Hua State is useless domestically, it is very useful abroad. They need to address the foreign threats once and for all. The Jiang family in Shuzhong sent a message asking us about something. Do we need to answer? Don't answer for now. Sumo doesn't want these big families to get involved now. Pity. Chapter 410. Can the thought of having children drive people crazy? There are still many large families in the capital who stand on their side or are neutral. If Sumo was willing to ask these big families for help, in fact, these big families would help. It's just that Sumo was unwilling to ask for help. He wanted to solve the problems between the Su family and the Morgan family by himself, so those big families just stood aside and watched. For several days in a row, it was obvious that they had received the news a long time ago. For Gu Huanqi, it was fine if they knew about it, but there was no need for them to participate for the time being, and Sumo didn't want to do that. The problem of Sumo's murder is also easy to solve. Just follow the principle of self-defense. No one will investigate these issues. Ning Xuan said. Those who are chasing Sumo are actually people who don't want to see the light. If they die, they die. Entering the country to kill people is a crime in itself. Hearing Ning Xuan's words, Gu Huanqi said, what if the Su family produces evidence in this regard? Don't worry. Even if they take it out, it's nothing. Trust me, I can deal with it. The Su family's reasons are not legitimate in the first place. We are still worried, Gu Huanqi said. Ning Xuan smiled and said, it's not just these families and officials who are watching Sumo now. In fact, many reclusive families are watching. Sumo is not just an entrepreneur now, but also a master who can influence the situation. A very powerful master. Li Banzwang choked. Ning Xuan continued to laugh and said, he might even be a master. So, no matter what aspect it is, the country will protect him. Killing a few people is no big deal. When Gu Huanqi and Li Banzwang heard this, they became very curious about Ning Xuan's identity. She said this with great confidence. In the eyes of the authorities, who is Ning Xuan? Wang Wu said that Ning Xuan had carried out a mission in Haiti and seemed to hold a military position. Her true identity was definitely a big secret. That's good. Now we just have to wait for Sumo to come back. I hope we can solve the Su family's problem as soon as possible, said Gu Huanqi. When the others heard this, they nodded in agreement. They had been worried about this hidden danger in the past few days. On the other side, Sumo finally met some masters. He has very good skills and strong fighting ability. Although it has not reached the level of Matt Morgan, it is not far away. The most important thing is that there are a lot of people like this, and 3 of them appeared at once. They used some strategies to try to surround Sumo, and in the end Sumo spent a lot of effort to kill the 3 of them. Sumo had just killed these 3 men and had no time to check when a large group of pursuers came from behind, and some of them shot at him. Sumo could only turn around and leave. Next, he was still being hunted down, really being hunted down. Because of the appearance of an expert, it was no longer easy for Sumo to go back and kill people. Now they had become smarter and started to move in groups, and occasionally use some tricks to lure Sumo over. Even if he met someone alone, Sumo could not easily take action. It was quite uncomfortable after being chased. His clothes were already torn, and now they became even more torn. He looked so miserable that he had become a real beggar. In order to avoid being discovered, Sumo also found some mud and smeared it on himself, which made him much safer. While hiding, he suddenly sensed a powerful aura appearing in front of him. Sumo explored it a little and frowned. It's Lei Ling's breath. Sumo was quite familiar with Lei Ling. After all, they had just fought against each other. He seemed to have recovered and was waiting in front for him to pass. Sumo thought about it and realized that he was a defeated general and was too lazy to look for him. So he turned back and continued walking towards the southern border. When you are tired of killing, you need to go out of the mountains and rest in a small town. And you also need to find some food and clothes. Otherwise, a person will go crazy if he stays in the mountains all the time. Sumo went down the mountain quickly. As if realizing that Sumo was ignoring him, Lei Ling in the distance suddenly let out a roar. Sumo had better hearing and heard Lei Ling calling him. Sumo, where are you? Come and challenge me. Come and challenge me. Lei Ling's voice was very loud, as if he wanted to avenge his previous humiliation. His tone contained internal strength and could be heard from very far away. A hint of disdain flashed in Sumo's eyes. He was just a defeated opponent. He was too lazy to pay attention to him and soon appeared in the bustling town again. He first sent a message to Gu Huanqi and others, then withdrew money, bought food and clothes, found a hotel, took a hot bath, and bandaged his wound. After he walked out comfortably, some pursuers caught up with him. Sumo still ignored these people, observed for a while, chose a place with fewer people, and continued walking. I will definitely go up the mountain to kill people later, but let's take a breath first. Sumo strolled leisurely in this strange town. Ding, ding, ding. Just as he was planning to find a car to go up the mountain, he heard the sound of a motorcycle behind him. Sumo turned around and saw that it was the motorcycle team looking for the child. They actually came to this town. Brother, we meet again? Why did you change your clothes? A middle-aged man recognized him and greeted him. Sumo glanced around and saw that everyone else seemed a little lonely, so they stopped the car and started eating again. They looked hurried, as if they were heading in some direction. We found some clues. Someone told us that there seems to be a child in a village not far away who looks very similar to old Cheng's child. We are rushing over to take a look, the middle-aged man said, but there is no news about other people. Only old Cheng's child is news, and everyone else is sad. Any news? Sumo asked in surprise. Yes, but we have received countless pieces of news like this over the years, and every time they were fake. So now no one dares to have too much hope. As the saying goes, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. The middle-aged man spoke, and as he spoke, he sat on a rock to eat and replenish his strength. Sumo took a look and saw that the middle-aged man surnamed Chung seemed very happy and was calling a woman to announce the good news. But the woman was crazy and seemed mentally abnormal. As old Chung spoke, tears began to flow and he started crying. The others were surprised when they saw this, and they hurried over to pat him on the shoulder and said, Old Chung, why are you crying? Isn't it good news that the child has been found? Let's go over and take a look now. I hope it's true this time. It would have been better if he didn't say that. After he said that, old Chung cried even more sadly. As the saying goes, men don't shed tears easily. Seeing that he was crying so loudly, old Chung must be filled with despair. Alas, there are indeed a lot of such messages. We receive a lot every year, but we are disappointed every time. Lao Chung. Actually, he didn't have much hope, but he still told his wife every time. His wife misses her son so much, explained the dark-skinned, middle-aged man. His last name is Tong, and the team calls him Lao Tong Wong. He obviously knows a lot about Lao Cheng's affairs. Can the desire for a child drive one crazy? Sumo was surprised. Who said no? His wife is just crazy like that. Only after hearing the news about the child will his wife regain some sanity. It's always the same for old Chung. I don't know why, but after hearing these words, Sumo suddenly felt very uncomfortable. Chapter 411. There is always hope, and then there is continued disappointment. Old Chung, stop crying. We will definitely find it this time. Poor old Chung. He's been looking for her for more than 10 years, and his hair has turned white. Ah, human traffickers are abominable. Old Chung was indeed very sad. He was a grown man, but he cried so much that his nose was running. He didn't dare to cry loudly, for fear of being laughed at by others. So he just suppressed his tears and his whole body was twitching. He was eating while crying, and his tears dripped onto the pancake, which was extremely painful to watch. Sumo didn't know why they were so desperate. Isn't this good? Why must we spend all our wealth and go through so much hardship? Sumo thought about it, and suddenly wanted to see if the news they received was true. What if it's fake? He immediately disguised himself as a migrant worker, put on a hat, bought a motorcycle, and followed the team looking for the child. Dude, are you looking for a child too? That old child king is different. No, I'm looking for... Sumo paused, then found that he couldn't explain it any further. So he could only say, almost. Then let's look for it together. There is strength in numbers. If we go to more places, there will always be a chance. The old child king didn't ask any more questions. Sumo nodded. The members of the encirclement and suppression team should not harm ordinary people. At least at the foot of the mountain, they dare not kill people openly. When the encirclement and suppression team wants to kill someone, they usually do it in a place where there are no people and no cameras. They don't dare to do so in a place where there is evidence. The same is true for Sumo himself. Therefore, it shouldn't be too dangerous to follow them. Let's set off. Think about it again. We still have more than 100 kilometers to get there. The old child king spoke and called everyone. It seemed that old Chung had been crying for a long time, and his legs were weak and he was unable to stand up, so the others hurried over to help him up. Seeing him like this, the other two middle-aged men were also secretly wiping away tears. Their destination was a small town not far away, called Dashi Town. There were many villages around it. It had a large population and was quite lively. The motorcycle moved forward, they didn't ride fast, and they stopped from time to time to ask other people or hand out some flyers to others. Some flyers are also scattered at intersections or pasted on telephone poles, waiting for others to see. It's not that easy to find a child. In Handan, a couple searched for their child for more than 20 years, but couldn't find him. They drank pesticide and committed suicide out of despair. No one knew they were dead for more than a month. Countless families have been torn apart, and not a few have lost their homes. The old child king rode with Sumo, saying as he walked, "Some have been found. I remember a fortunate thing happened before. A girl was found. Her mother had gone crazy. It was said that she had been crazy for more than 10 years. But after the child was found, her mother got better all of a sudden. It was even reported in the media. It was really pitiful." Sumo said, "There are quite a few that you have thrown away yourself, right? Who would lose it by themselves?" The old child king shook his head. "Our team got together 7 years ago. We go out every year at this time. We usually start from Shanghai City and walk along the national highway. Now we have traveled across most of the Great Xia Kingdom. I don't know if I will find any clues in my lifetime." After saying that, he sighed a few more times. Sumo didn't say anything more, just followed them forward. The town is not far away, just over 100 kilometers away, and can be reached in 2 hours by bike. There seemed to be a lot of cars on this road, and there would be occasional traffic jams. Sumo noticed that someone was already approaching Sumo's direction. However, there were not many of these people, and they did not dare to take action in the crowd. In addition, Sumo had disguised himself, so they could not recognize Sumo for the time being. "Ride faster. We should be there soon." "Good." The destination was already ahead, and the people in the convoy became excited and began to speed up. Soon, they arrived at a village within the town. "It's right here. This is the place that person was talking about. Let's ask here." Everyone got off the car in a hurry, and old Tong Wong and old Chung quickly walked forward to ask someone. Sumo and others waited on the side for the time being. Sumo originally wanted to go over, but after thinking about it, he had to worry about the people who were encircling him, chasing him, and he needed to observe the surrounding environment, so he decided not to go for the time being. Everyone waited for a while, and suddenly there was a noisy sound in the distance, and someone shouted, "Where is the child? What child? Someone come. Someone is trying to snatch the child. Beat him." Everyone looked up hurriedly, and saw a group of people rushing out from an alley not far away, chasing Lao Tongwang and Lao Chung and beating them up. Most of them were holding hoes and sticks, and the sticks almost all fell on the old boy and the other man. The two did not dare to fight, and hurriedly ran while shouting, "Go! Go! Catch them! Don't let them get away! They're snatching children!" A middle-aged woman shouted, not wanting the two to escape. As she shouted, more people rushed out from the side and surrounded Old Tong Wang and Old Chung. "Human traffickers? We are not human traffickers. We are here to look for children. This is a photo of our children," Old Child King said hurriedly. "Beat him," a middle-aged woman shouted hurriedly upon hearing this. The other villagers were outraged and took quick action. "Stop!" Seeing Old Tong Wang and Old Chung being beaten, the others rushed over hurriedly. "I found my child! I found my baby! Right here!" Seeing the team coming over, Lao Chung said excitedly. He had been beaten to a bloody mess, with blood staining the right side of his face, but he showed no pain or fear at all. Instead, he seemed very excited. "That must be my child. Really? Have you found it?" Others were surprised. Lao Chung said, "It must be. It's inside the house. They are snatching the child and beating him. They are human traffickers." A middle-aged woman seemed to have heard him say this and continued to shout with some anxiety. This time, the people surrounding him became even more excited and waved their hoes, wanting to beat people up. Fortunately, there were quite a few people in their group, and after they stood together, these people did not dare to act rashly. "Call the police, call them to come and check it out. Send someone over to check." The people in the child hunting convoy were extremely excited and immediately took out their cell phones to call the police. Some people also drew their weapons and confronted the people who rushed over. Sumo took a quick look, and although the people on the opposite side were fierce, they were also numerous. It seemed that a fight would not break out for the time being. "I don't know if Lao Cheng's child is real. If it is real, it would be a blessing." Sumo took a few steps back and waited for the police to come. Sure enough, the police did not make them wait long, and soon several police officers came over to question and investigate. Old Chung was extremely agitated and refused to bandage his wound. He went straight up to the police to explain what had happened. When the police saw it, they frowned, started investigating, and took them all to the police station. Pity. It wasn't long before things began to unravel. The police quickly investigated and handed the results to Lao Chung, Lao Tong Wang, and a few others. After everyone read it, they gasped. When Old Chung saw this, he immediately collapsed to the ground, looking dead, as if half of his strength had been drained from his body. That child isn't his. He recognized the wrong person. This kind of thing is actually very common. We don't know how many times we have encountered it in the past 10 years. There is always hope, and then there is disappointment. There is always news, and then there is an admission of mistake, and finally there is disappointment. Chapter 412 next. There is only revenge and retaliation. Hearing what the old child king said, everyone else's faces were filled with frustration. But it's okay. We will continue to look for it, even if it takes us a lifetime and exhausts all our efforts. One day, we can find our child. We will never give up. As he spoke, the old child king mustered up his courage and became full of fighting spirit. Despite hearing him say this, it was clear that the others were still heartbroken. Over the years, they have experienced such cruelty countless times. Almost every time it was disappointment and suffering. It is very common to be beaten until the head is bleeding, just like now. The belief is not firm, and it is difficult to persist until now. Many parents have gone crazy because of this. They were almost crushed and on the verge of collapse. They have no idea when they will completely collapse. Perhaps it is just like what the old child king said. Even if they encounter numerous difficulties, they will still risk their lives to find their children, even at the cost of one's life. Sumo watched them start to cheer each other up and encourage each other, and felt sad, so he walked out of the police station and continued walking towards the mountain. The enemy is chased here, they need to go up the mountain, and Sumo also needs to go up the mountain. Maybe I really have to go to the Su family. He left some clues again and went into the mountains to wait. Sure enough, some enemies who smelled the scent came up and chased him. The identities of hunter and prey began to change. Sumo's blood was cold, and his heart became even colder. He acted more directly and mercilessly. He spent the next few days in the mountains and refused to go down. The enemy was very smart and used many reconnaissance methods. Sumo relied entirely on listening and smelling. After several days of hard fighting, his strength reached a new level. His proficiency in various moves increased dramatically, and he also had new insights in his mind. It was as if he had really opened his third eye, and he could predict the enemy's actions in advance and react. The third eye breathing method itself is unique, and this breathing method seems to have 12 levels. Since Sumo had a large amount of internal energy from the gilded Tiamu bowl, he was able to practice the Tiamu breathing method with twice the result with half the effort. Before fighting with Lei Ling, he had probably practiced to the 4th level, and now he should have entered the 6th level. He should be not far from the Grandmaster realm. If nothing unexpected happens, his current realm should be called Half-Step Grandmaster. This time, the Morgan family sent many elite troops and masters, but it was useless. Sumo could still defeat them easily. They had no difficulty posing any threat to Sumo. The only person who can cause trouble to him now is a master of Lei Ling's level. I can go even further. Ning Xuan told me about the abilities of a grandmaster. Not only can he defeat his opponents easily, but he is also faster and has stronger fists. He can even catch bullets. I'm still a little far from being able to catch a bullet with my hands, but I should be close now. Keep killing, keep training. The battle of life and death will open up opportunities and tricks. Kill. Sumo sensed another group of people approaching, and without hesitation, he rushed over. There are a lot of people in this group. It is estimated that the enemy does not want to be left alone, so they gather a large number of people together. When they found out that he was coming to kill them, the group immediately became excited and clamored to take off Sumo's head. Use the gun, fire. Strong crossbow. Kill. A true life and death struggle. The other party has weapons, although not many, but the effect is very scary. Sumo had been dodging gunfire and didn't dare to touch anything easily. He could only rely on his speed and the obstacles around him to dodge. He appears on the right. He has killed 3 people. We must not let him escape. Surround him and suppress him. This group of people were very difficult to deal with. Flares were fired into the sky, and then countless people rushed over. Sumo also realized that the situation had become extremely dangerous because this group of people had formed a huge encirclement and had begun to shrink, trying to press on Sumo. We've been surrounded, but it doesn't matter. The only thing we're afraid of now is the firearms or grenades in the hands of the enemy. As long as we dodge them, we don't have to be afraid of them. Long sleeve fist, elephant trunk fist, grab, pick, drill, and pound. Kill. The whole forest was in an uproar. Sumo killed several people and fled into the distance, and someone shot him from behind. Guns are the most terrifying. Sumo is always on edge and will immediately dodge when he hears the sound of a trigger. As more and more people gathered, the space Sumo had to move around and became smaller and smaller. Those who are surrounding us now are all elites, and each of them is a master at the Special Forces level. Sumo had already sensed that danger was approaching him, but he was not panicked at all. On the contrary, his mind became increasingly calm, and he kept observing the movements of the people around him. From time to time, he would charge out again. We must not let him escape. Charge forward. Kill him. Kill. Tragic cries were heard. Seeing teammates falling one after another, the enemies also began to go crazy, becoming more ferocious and more direct. A car stopped in Dashi Town. This is a rather remote town. Sumo is said to have been here. Su Shuai got out of the car and walked towards a police station. At the police station, she received some news that made her body tremble. We have seen the person you were talking about. He came here 3 days ago. He followed a motorcycle team looking for children. There was a man named Chung in the convoy. He came here to look for his child, thinking that his child was here. He wanted to snatch someone else's child, but in the end it turned out that it wasn't his. The group was very disappointed, and they all collapsed on the ground as if they were hollowed out. The person you're talking about is also sitting on the ground. This is the surveillance video. The Su family has connections, so the people from the police station did not hide anything and handed some videos to Su Shuai. Su Shuai quickly plugged in the computer to check, and saw that the person in the video was indeed Sumo. He was sitting next to the crowd and eating silently. His clothes were tattered and his face was covered in mud, making him look like a dusty migrant worker. With these appearances of his, if someone who is not familiar with him, they would not be able to recognize him at all. Su Shuai quickly noticed the change in his eyes. After the message was sent, the people in the convoy were extremely depressed, and the change in Sumo's expression was also very obvious. His eyes changed from confusion to determination, gradually, as if he had figured out something. Su Shuai just felt heartbroken. If you didn't understand it a few years ago, it would be understandable. But if you still don't understand it now, you are obviously pretending to be confused. What the second uncle said was always right. Sumo really cared about them in the past, including during the years when he left the Su family. However, at this time, he seemed to have re-prepared himself mentally and recognized the fact that some people were not worthy of being family members and parents. Perhaps, after going up the mountain, his blood began to run colder. Next, there is only revenge and retaliation. Chapter 413, Lei Ling. Yes, there is also Lei Ling. Sister Sumo has met a lot of people these days. I'll send you the video. You can watch it yourself. We are all curious about why Sumo didn't use his connections to resolve the pursuit of the Su family and the Morgan family. We didn't understand it before, but now I think I figured it out. He was trying to force himself. Force myself to recognize the fact that the Su family has severed ties with him. Force myself to be more drastic and sever all ties with him. If Su Mo had some expectations before he was hunted down, he probably no longer has any hope. He forced himself to kill all the people in the Su family or put them in jail. Su Shuang said so. On the other side, Su Wanting and Su Shuehue received the message. We were actually all wrong. What my second uncle said was always right. Where is he now? Su Wanting asked. He's probably still on the mountain. I don't know the exact situation, but it must be very intense. Su Shuang said. I'm going to see him this time no matter what, even if he kills me. Su Wanting was silent and didn't say anything. Seeing that she stopped talking, Su Shuang hung up the phone, feeling extremely upset. It would be impossible for Su Shuang not to blame Su Mo for forcing Su Juanja to death and Xie Bingyan to jump off the building. She did feel some blame in her heart. She had been hiding in the hospital and working hard for some time and avoided it for a while. Later, when her eldest sister came back with the child, she still felt blame in her heart. However, seeing these things at this time, Su Shuang felt extremely desperate. They all did it wrong. On the surface, it may not seem like there is much wrong with it, but in fact, the subconscious mind is wrong. From the moment they hoped that Su Mo would forgive them, they were already extremely wrong. What Su Mo always hoped to get from them was the word forgiveness. Family, these two words once meant more to Su Mo than any other words. And now, he is going to give up? Fourth girl, your brother Su Mo is about to transform. In the mountain, there was an old man with a young girl watching the battle below the mountain. They appeared on a high mountain, standing on the rocks and looking down. Although the girl couldn't see it, the old man saw it clearly. Metamorphosis. The girl was surprised. Who else could it be but Jiang Tiantian? She was wearing a baseball cap and a long skirt with fluttering sashes. The old man nodded and smiled. This kid is really talented. He has learned to this level in just 2 years of boxing. It's really amazing. You have a good eye. He is really amazing. Jiang Tiantian was overjoyed when she heard this. Second grandfather said so too? So is second grandfather going to save brother Su Mo? The old man shook his head and said, he doesn't need me to save him. He is already strong enough. Grow in battle and bring out the potential in your body in a life and death battle. Cut off your fantasy with the Su family and your relationship with your parents and sisters. Brother Su Mo, you are more decisive and direct than anyone else. Brother Su Mo, are you strong enough? Jiang Tiantian was surprised. That's right. He has experienced a life and death battle this time. If he doesn't die, he will definitely be very rich in the future. The old man smiled and looked at the forest in the distance. It seems that I have to inform some people. The Great Xia Kingdom will have another master, a junior master. Grandmaster? What is that? Jiang Tiantian asked. The old man turned around and looked at her kindly with a smile. He is the one who can decide most things. Even when it comes to national affairs, sometimes you need to ask him for a solution. Grandmasters are the unspoken rules of the world. If a country wants to be strong, it not only needs the development of science and technology and economy, but also needs enough grandmasters to protect the country. Jiang Tiantian understood. A grandmaster is actually someone who has reached the pinnacle of skills. Whether it is an artist, expert, chess player, mechanic, programmer, etc. Once they reach the master level, they will be extremely respected and can improve the overall strength of a country. And the master of boxing is even more powerful. This is real fighting power. Jiang Tiantian's eyes lit up immediately. Is brother Su Mo a grandmaster? Will he be promoted to grandmaster? The timing is almost right. It's just a matter of time. Unfortunately, the people sent by the Morgan family can no longer put pressure on him. Otherwise, his opportunity would be here. The old man smiled, took a few glances, and then smiled again. However, your brother Su Mo is ruthless enough, and you are a man who can do great things. Next, I guess someone will be scared. Second grandpa, please help brother Su Mo. He has been abandoned since he was a child. It is said that he was almost poisoned to death. The people who poisoned him were his sister and parents. Jiang Tiantian pulled the old man's hand and said coquettishly. The old man nodded and smiled when he heard it. It seems that it is impossible for our Jiang family not to come forward. In fact, we should indeed come forward to solve this matter. Sumo's promotion to Grandmaster this time will definitely be earth-shattering. Jiang Tiantian was overjoyed. Thank you, second grandpa. I knew you would definitely help brother Sumo. Help him solve all the problems. Seeing her so happy, the old man couldn't help but laugh and cry. Girls grow up and become stubborn, but Sumo is a good match for you. Ah, what nonsense is second grandpa talking about? Jiang Tiantian couldn't help but exclaimed when she heard it, and her pretty face turned red instantly. Full of shyness, the old man smiled and said, "Don't underestimate a master. Grandpa will help him this time. I hope he won't be ungrateful and delay my darling granddaughter." Ah, I won't talk to you anymore. Second grandpa is talking nonsense. Jiang Tiantian's face was full of shame. On the other side of the forest, the battle was extremely fierce. Sumo didn't want to retreat. He just tried to avoid it as much as possible. The enemy had many weapons, forcing him to move faster. Sumo did not dare to delay at all, and frantically practiced the Tianmu breathing method and internal strength in his body to make the magma flow in his body burn. His whole body became hotter and crazier. Kill, 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 kill them all. Sumo has already felt the transformation in his body, and it seems that he is only waiting for a slight opportunity to break free from the shackles and break through. Therefore, he did not show mercy to anyone he saw. However, what disappointed Sumo was that this group of people was indeed too weak. After killing for a while, they showed signs of fear. The guns and grenades have almost been used up and can no longer pose a threat to Sumo. When Sumo continued to kill a few more people, they screamed in fear and wanted to retreat, but Sumo did not let them go and continued to kill them, leaving them in the forest forever. It's almost there. Just a little bit. It seems that the Su family and the Morgan family's abilities are only this much. When I go abroad, I will kill the entire Morgan family. How can I break through to the Grandmaster level? Sumo felt something stirring inside his body, but he couldn't find a way out, and he felt annoyed. This opportunity is hard to find. It requires the right time, right place, and right people. Once you lose the opportunity, you may never find it again. He had concentrated all his enemies on this barren mountain in search of an opportunity, but to his surprise, he still didn't find it. They must have some experts left. It's impossible that all of them were killed. Lei Ling, yes, there's still Lei Ling. Kill. Chapter 414. It's fucking unbelievable. Sumo had already avoided Lei Ling before, and was too lazy to fight with him, but now it seemed that he needed to find him. Sumo didn't think much about it, and immediately started searching for Lei Ling's location. Lei Ling is not a master at the Grandmaster level. Although he ranks 15th on the Dark Web Killer list, he is still a little distance away from being a Grandmaster. However, considering that he was not far from becoming a master and had already cultivated internal strength, it was not difficult for Sumo to find him, and he soon found the other party's breath. I don't know why Lei Ling didn't come to kill me these days. He was just shouting at Sumo to come over from a distance. In fact, he had been watching the battles of the previous 2 days. Sumo didn't bother to care what he thought. After sensing his breath, he immediately pounced on him. The Lei Ling is indeed nearby. There was a temporary stronghold in the forest, and he was commanding a battle with several leaders in the stronghold. Most of their team members are equipped with cameras, and many images are transmitted back to them. Now, the leaders in the stronghold have seen that Sumo has killed almost all the people they sent out. Lei Ling and other leaders did not go out. It's not that he couldn't find Sumo, but he was also terrified now. A few days ago, he was not afraid of Sumo. He just thought that he won by luck. If he gave Lei Ling another chance, he might be able to defeat him. This Sumo knows Sunbin Fist, and he also knows Sunbin Fist. Lei Ling feels that his Sunbin Fist is not inferior to anyone else. The reason why he lost was simply because he suddenly discovered that Sumo knew his boxing skills, which made him find it difficult to accept and caused him to lose his composure. In the final analysis, it is all about underestimating the enemy. If he had not underestimated his enemy, he believed that Sumo would not have been able to defeat him so easily. That's what he thought a few days ago, but now his mind has changed. When the video of Sumo killing those killers was sent back, Lei Ling's heart was already in turmoil. Grandmaster level. How eager he had been before. He was well aware of how powerful and terrifying the Grandmaster was. Lei Ling has always known that there are many Grandmasters in the ancient country of Daxia. Over the years, he has been fighting hard and trying to reach the Grandmaster level, but after more than 10 years of hard work, there has been no result. He seemed to have been stuck outside the Grandmaster level, far from reaching that line. However, Sumo, in just a few days, had reached the edge of the Grandmaster level from a level similar to his own, and successfully advanced to the half-step Grandmaster level. It hasn't been long since he was promoted to half-step Grandmaster, but now he is showing signs of breaking through to the Grandmaster level. How could Lei Ling believe it? He watched the video over and over again, and found that Sumo could even dodge bullets that were close to him, and grenades could not hurt him at all. This is exactly the performance that only a master can achieve, and he seems to have the qualifications. Lei Ling found it hard to accept this fact and continued to watch it over and over again, but every time he was shocked. It is said that Sumo has only been practicing boxing for more than 2 years. In the past 2 years, he has gone from nothing to now and has reached the Grandmaster level. Is he a demon? If not, how could he have done it? The more Lei Ling looked, the more surprised he became, and the paler his face became. Damn it! If the news is true, then this Sumo is definitely an extremely terrifying guy. Once he reaches the Grandmaster level, almost no one can stop him. If these people go looking for him, they are basically looking for death. So, Lei Ling retreated. In the past few days, no matter who gave the order, He dragged his feet and did not execute it, wanting to confirm whether Sumo was really that powerful. As time went on, until now, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. Did the Morgan family want to kill him? Why would they arrange such a powerful enemy for him? Now, he must leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, the other party is likely to find him. Lei Ling's sixth sense had already detected the danger, and he turned around and told the others, "Keep watching. Arrange for the others to go up. I'll continue to gather people. This time, we need more experts." Yes. When Lei Ling saw that a leader agreed, he went out immediately. The moment the door closed, he immediately increased his speed and ran down the mountain, wanting to escape the mountain first. For him now, the only way to be safe is to escape from this mountain. Outside the mountain, Sumo would definitely not dare to kill him. Damn it, what bad luck. There's something wrong with the Morgan family's mission this time. I thought it was a novice, but I didn't expect it to be a master. In just a few days, he was promoted from an ordinary expert to a half-step master, and then to a master. I've never heard of it. I've never seen it before. It's fucking unbelievable. Lei Ling ran and cursed, and soon he reached the edge of the mountain. Suddenly, he realized something and his expression changed. A breath locked onto him. Lei Ling took a quick look, and his face turned pale. I saw a vague figure appearing not far away. His eyes were red and were staring at him intently. He looked extremely scary, like a devil. Extremely scary. Who else could it be but Sumo, who had not been seen for many days? He actually came over to stop him. My life is over. Fear flashed in Lei Ling's eyes. He felt that pair of eyes were horrible when he saw them on video. Now that he saw them in person, all the hair on his body stood up. Do we really want to fight? How far am I from reaching the Grandmaster level? Lei Ling did not move forward, nor did he make any movement. A question suddenly arose in my mind. In just a few days, he saw Sumo grow up, go through life and death battles, seek opportunities and transformation, and force out the potential in his body. Only in this way did Sumo reach the level of a half-step Grandmaster. And what about himself? It seems that Lei Ling can't even reach the threshold of Grandmaster. I can't escape. I've been locked on. The target is me. As a master, Lei Ling quickly realized that he couldn't escape at all. Not to mention that the opponent was faster than him. The fact that he had blocked the way down the mountain made the opponent definitely not let him pass. What's more, the other party's target is definitely him. We can only fight to the death. If he can advance to the half-step master level, then I can too. I'm only a little bit away. Lei Ling took off his coat and put it on the ground, then moved his arms and legs, ready to fight. He knew very well that he had to win this time, because if he lost, he would be dead. Therefore, he must show his best strength and be fully alert. Far away. The two masters soon came into contact with each other.